Welcome to Romance Haven. Your escape into romance awaits. Today, we're excited to share a brand new story, Until You're Mine, A Billionaire's Obsession. Settle in, relax, and let yourself be swept away by a world of passion, secrets, and second chances. If you love billionaire romance with a twist of suspense, you're in the perfect place. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and let us know in the comments what you're most excited about, or who your favorite character is as the story unfolds. Happy listening, and let's begin. Until You're Mine, A Billionaire's Obsession. Chapter 1. Night pressed hard against the Reed Mansion's glassy facade, swallowing the world beyond in a velvet hush. 10-year-old Asher Reed sat perched at the edge of his massive desk, hunched over a spiral notebook illuminated by the sullen glow of his reading lamp. An unbuilt RC helicopter and a sprawling marble chess set loomed at the desk's corners, expensive distractions that failed to dent the cold drifting through the room's marbled floor. He pressed the side of his face into his palm, pencil balanced idly between his thumb and forefinger, and scrawled a series of answers in blocky, overcorrected handwriting. His eyes moved restlessly, not on the math problems, but on the shadowed corridor that stretched outside his bedroom door. He could hear the wind dragging across the terrace, rattling the row of potted camellias like brittle bones. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, the gentle hum of the mansion's central heating system did little to tame the draft. His parents were at yet another charity event, this time for the city's historic district, which Asher was fairly certain only rich people cared about. He wondered if they would stay out late enough to avoid saying goodnight. It was always easier that way. A soft knock at the door, 3 times. Then the latch clicked, and his older sister entered, bearing the antidote to every bleakness. A tray with 2 thick mugs and a plate of cookies that looked, at first glance, homemade. Emma moved with a purposeful grace, her dark hair bound into a low ponytail that grazed the collar of her Oxford shirt. She wore a cardigan the color of navy fog and woolen socks that muffled her steps, as if she'd learned to tiptoe around the house's ghosts. "You're doing your homework by candlelight now?" she teased, setting the tray down with a gentle clink. "Very Victorian. I'm expecting to see you scribbling secret poems any second." He let the jab pass, but something in his face must have given away his mood. Emma's smile shifted, softening as she sank onto the edge of his bed, patting the space beside her. "Come on, it's a geometry crisis, isn't it?" she said, peeling a cookie off the plate and wagging it in the air. He didn't need to be asked twice. Asher patted across the rug, feeling the heat of the cookie seep into his palm when he accepted it. Emma peered over the top of his notebook, her lips moving as she skimmed the page. If 2 lines intersect at a right angle, what does that make them?" she prompted, her voice a practiced calm, warm, patient. The opposite of the math tutor who came Mondays and left with a haunted look in his eyes. "Perpendicular," Asher mumbled, cheeks pink. "See? You already know this." She rested her chin in her hand, watching him. "You're just hoping if you stall long enough, you'll be allowed to stay up past 10. He ducked his head, smiling despite himself. "I don't care about bedtime. He trailed off. Emma nudged him with her shoulder. "Just what?" He searched for a word that would sound brave. "I just don't like being alone up here." "It's too big." He gazed at the ceiling's ornate plasterwork, the arching gold leaf that shimmered in the lamplight. "When you're not home, it's even worse." Her eyes turned glassy for a heartbeat, but she blinked it away, replaced with a conspiratorial grin. "If you finish the next 3 problems, I'll tell you about the portrait I started today. It might even be you, but I'm not telling yet." Asher worked in silence, the numbers finally lining up in his mind. Emma's presence banished the cold, at least for now. He finished the last problem, tossed the pencil onto the desk, and turned to her. "Done. Hand over the evidence." She inspected the page, making a few subtle corrections. "You're getting faster. In another year, you'll be smarter than all of us." He snorted, then looked up at her, more serious than he intended. "You think Mom and Dad will come back tonight?" Emma's smile thinned. "They have to. There's an auction tomorrow morning. Dad would rather miss his own funeral than be late for one of those." She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and her eyes met his. "I'll always be here, Ash. Even if you have to put up with my bad jokes." He leaned into her side, breathing in the scent of cocoa and paint. She smelled different from anyone else, like turpentine and vanilla, the blend of the studio and the kitchen. He pictured her at the easel in her attic hideaway, dabbing at the canvas with quick, decisive strokes. "Are you really painting me?" he asked, squinting at her. She grinned, all teeth and mischief. "What, are you camera shy all of a sudden?" "It's just a sketch. I'm experimenting with light. The way it hits your eyes." She paused, reaching to ruffle his hair. "You have Dad's stare, you know. Piercing and impossible to ignore. Is that good or bad?" He ducked away, embarrassed and oddly proud. "Depends. For me, it's mostly trouble." She set the mug between them. "Drink, before it gets cold." They sipped their hot chocolate, the silence companionable, broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock down the hall. The hour hand inched closer to midnight. "Do you wish they were around more?" he asked, voice tiny, almost lost in his mug. Emma hesitated. "Sometimes. But I think they love us in their own way." She held his gaze, unflinching. "Families don't have to look the same to be real. We can be our own version, you and me." He held on to that, her words, the promise they contained. If she said it, it must be true. "Tomorrow I'll show you the painting," Emma said. "And if you want, you can help with the background. I could use your advice on color. You always see things I miss." He grinned, cookie crumbs dusting his sleeve. "Deal." When he finally crawled into bed, the comforter cocooned him in soft, residual warmth. Emma lingered by the door, silhouetted against the hallway light. She glanced over her shoulder before leaving, and in that moment, Asher saw something tighten in her expression, a flicker of worry or exhaustion. He decided not to ask. If he'd learned anything in 10 years, it was that you didn't question gifts that might vanish. Asterisk. The dream came in a rush. Glass shattering, the metallic taste of panic, voices tangled in argument. Asher woke in darkness, sheets twisted around his legs, heart battering against his ribs. He listened, but the mansion was quieter than it should have been. No late-night staff shuffling, no familiar creak of Emma's footsteps overhead. He slipped from bed, cold biting his ankles, and padded across the wide expanse of his room. The light under his door pulsed once, then steadied. A motion sensor in the corridor, tripped by someone who knew the house as well as he did. He pressed his ear to the wood, hearing nothing at first. Then, the low thrum of urgent voices, muffled but unmistakably real. He eased the door open, wincing at the whine of the hinges, and stepped into the hallway. The sound drew him past antique mirrors and shadowed oil paintings, each stride calibrated for silence. At the far end, just outside his father's study, the voices gained clarity. One was Emma's, sharp but shaking. The other, male, unfamiliar, older, commanding. He slid behind the velvet drape that framed the entryway, knees bent, breath trapped in his chest. "I don't care what he thinks, Emma. He isn't your responsibility," the man was saying, voice like gravel. A pause, then Emma, her words stiff and clipped. "He's my brother. That makes him my responsibility, actually. You're a child yourself. You're barely holding it together." The man's words hammered down. "You think you can keep hiding it? From him? From everyone?" A beat. Asher's heart fumbled in his chest. I don't have a choice, Emma whispered. He doesn't deserve this. I'll do whatever you want. Just leave Asher out of this. Something heavy hit the desk. Papers, maybe. The man's tone dropped, cold and final. That's what I wanted to hear. Footsteps advanced. Emma's voice rose, desperate. Promise me, swear it. The man's answer was a soft, humorless laugh. You have my word. Asher recoiled, confused. He wanted to step forward, to defend his sister, but his legs wouldn't obey. There was a shudder, as if Emma was crying but fighting it back. Please, just go, she said, barely audible. The man must have left by a side door because suddenly Emma was alone, the click of her composure snapping back into place. She took a long breath, then moved toward the hall, toward him. He tried to shrink deeper behind the curtain, but the toe of his socked foot caught the base of a side table. It rocked, then steadied. She saw him at once. For a moment her face was wide open, panic, fear, then relief when she saw it was only Asher. She crouched, folding him in her arms before he could speak. What are you doing awake? She murmured into his hair. Her voice was syrupy sweet, but her arms trembled. I heard voices. He looked up at her. Who was that man? She hesitated. Nobody important, just someone from the gallery. Grown-up stuff. He wanted to ask more, but Emma was already steering him down the hall, her hand gentle on his shoulder. Let's get you back to bed. In his room, she tucked him in with excessive care, smoothing the comforter and adjusting his pillow twice. She sat beside him, brushing his hair off his forehead in slow, repetitive strokes. Everything's okay, she whispered. I promise. He watched her face in the half-light, searching for the lie. A tear broke loose, slipped down her cheek. She wiped it away before he could reach out. Will you stay until I fall asleep? He asked, voice small. She nodded, curling into the chair by his bedside. Always, she said. It sounded like a vow, one he desperately wanted to believe. Asher drifted, the warmth of her presence holding the shadows at bay. But even as sleep claimed him, he sensed a change, a fracture in the world he knew, something that would never quite mend. He woke to the sound of breaking glass. Asher's body snapped upright, heart thrumming as if the world itself was shattering around him. For a breathless instant he thought he was still dreaming, but the reverberations were too sharp, too jagged, real in a way that no nightmare could manage. He threw off the covers and ran, cold stinging his feet, the hallway a corridor of echo and confusion. Somewhere on the grounds a car alarm shrieked, joined by a ripple of raised voices and the heavy percussion of hurried footsteps. He didn't pause at the door to Emma's room, just burst through and called her name. Emma? The room was empty. Her bed lay untouched, sheets still drawn tight in their corners. He scanned the walls, the dresser, the cluttered desk. No sign of her anywhere. The air smelled faintly of paint thinner and lavender. He spun, stumbling back into the hall. The noise grew, servants shouting, radios blaring, and through it all, the lonely peal of an alarm that would not stop. He saw a cluster of household staff at the foyer, faces turned ashen, hands wringing at their sides. Someone, a butler who'd always seemed unflappable, was openly crying. In the far distance, blue and red lights pulsed through the frost-flecked windows. He wanted to go outside. He wanted to find her. But the house was a maze of panic, every exit blocked by adults who wouldn't look him in the eye. One of them, housekeeper, someone's aunt maybe, found him frozen at the top of the staircase and knelt beside him, her hands clutching his in a grip so tight it hurt. Master Asher, you must wait here. Please. Your parents are on their way. He shook her off. I need to find Emma, he said, panic thickening his voice. She drew him in, crushed him to her chest. You can't. You mustn't. Not right now. He didn't cry, not yet. Instead, he stared past her, at the black night rippling with spinning lights, and waited for Emma to walk in, grinning sheepishly, ready with an excuse and a tray of burnt cookies. He waited for her to tease him for being so worried. He waited. Asterisk. It was hours later, maybe years, maybe seconds, when his parents finally arrived. The grand front doors groaned open, letting in a blast of icy air. His father came first, movements stiff and automatic, eyes locked forward with the focus of a man straining to stay upright. His mother followed, her normally perfect hair wild, her lipstick smeared into oblivion. They didn't speak to the staff. They barely glanced at Asher until his mother's gaze found him, and she folded him into a hug so fierce he nearly choked. He tried to squirm away, to ask the question that burned in his chest, but she just rocked him, her hand tangled in his hair, her breath sharp with every inhale. His father sat heavily on the marble steps, head in his hands. He looked smaller than Asher had ever seen him. Finally, his mother pulled back. She knelt so their eyes were level. Her lips trembled. "Emma's gone, darling," she whispered. "There's been an accident." She said it again, slower this time, as if repetition could turn horror into something mundane. Each word sunk into Asher like a cold, blunt knife. "Is she?" His voice failed. The thought refused to complete itself. His mother nodded, tears streaking her face in ways that made her seem impossibly young. "She's not coming home." There was a sound in his ears like the ocean, or maybe just his own blood roaring. For a second the room tilted, all the light draining out, replaced with a weight he'd never imagined possible. He wanted to scream, to throw something, anything, but he just sat, hollowed out, while his mother hugged him tighter. In that moment he decided he would never let himself need someone like this again. It was a vow, silent and immediate, one he felt all the way to his bones. Asterisk. Dawn came and found him in the window seat of his bedroom, knees drawn to his chest, face pressed to the cold glass. Outside, the world spun on, a groundskeeper clearing debris, a delivery van trundling up the drive, the sky painted in streaks of gold and pink as if nothing had changed. But everything had. Asher clutched Emma's favorite paintbrush in his hand, the bristles splayed, the wooden handle stained with 100 accidental colors. It was the only thing he'd taken from her room. He squeezed it so hard his knuckles ached. He didn't understand why she'd left without saying goodbye. Maybe she'd tried. Maybe she thought she'd come back. He pressed his forehead to the glass, breath fogging a small private circle. He stared through it, refusing to blink, until his eyes burned and his vision blurred. He promised himself, right there, in the new light, that he'd never let anyone get close enough to break him again. He never noticed the single blue hair from Emma's paintbrush stuck to his cheek, trailing down with the first of his silent tears. Chapter 2. The studio always felt brightest in the hour after sunrise. Lily Flynn liked it that way. The slant of morning light through her fourth-story windows, the spatter of sun motes caught on every fleck of paint and torn scrap of tape, the hush that belonged to her alone. She stood in the center of the room, feet braced in boots older than some of her brushes, and weighed a palette knife in her hand as if it were an extension of her spine. Her jeans wore more pigment than denim. They crusted at the knees and thighs with the accidental beauty of a dropped brush, a gesture caught mid-madness. The sweatshirt she favored was a relic from her college days, threadbare, stretched at the wrists, one sleeve scorched from a run-in with a careless flame. At the easel, a canvas dominated the space, wider than her outstretched arms, taller than her heart was prepared to admit. It glowed in the morning sun, the whites impossible, the blues so deep they seemed to hum with cold. She moved without hesitation. Her workspace was a mapped constellation of rags, jars, and battered coffee mugs, each assigned to a private geography. The battered desk at her right elbow still bore a thumbprint in cadmium yellow from last spring, and a battered stool, painted, repainted, and still, never level, waited behind her, untouched. Everything she needed lived within a foot and a half of her body. Everything she didn't need, she'd already learned to ignore. The painting was a commission, but it had taken on its own life. The instructions had been vague. Resilience, the note had said, as if one word could contain the 1,000 little deaths and rebirths that made up her days. Lily had settled on a landscape, if you could call it that. A sweep of storm-dark sky, a single birch bent beneath invisible wind, roots exposed and clutching at an earth the color of old bruises. The tree was wrong, technically, and the perspective made no sense, but she loved it for its stubborn refusal to die. She added a final knife edge of pale gray to the birch's trunk, then stepped back, cocking her head. No. Too harsh. She reached for a rag, smudged the edge, softened it until the wound looked like memory instead of injury. It would hang at the Reed Foundation gala tomorrow night. The thought made her hands sweat, though she'd never admit it. She tried to picture the ballroom, chandeliers like star clusters, servers gliding in formation, women in dresses that cost more than her rent. She pictured herself, shoes borrowed from Stella, dress zipped up the back by shaky hands, hair probably doing something catastrophic. She had never belonged in rooms like that. Not in high school, when she made her own corsage from wire and paint chips. Not in college, where every art show felt like a test she hadn't studied for. But the truth was, she wanted to belong. Just a little. Enough to show her mother, to silence the voice in her head that still sneered at every success as luck. This piece, the birch, the sky, was her answer. She had poured in every midnight panic, every stubborn hour spent scraping back a failed idea and starting over. She had scraped herself raw for this canvas, and in the lines of its trunk, she saw the shape of her own history. She set her knife down and stared at the painting, letting herself feel the pride for once. In the window's reflection, she caught the profile of her own face, serious, intent, lips pressed together like she was holding in a secret. Her phone buzzed from the paint-spattered table. For a moment, she considered ignoring it, but the world didn't stop just because she was mid-epiphany. She wiped her hands on the inside of her sweatshirt and answered, "You done yet?" Stella's voice was caffeine and sunshine, a shock to the nervous system. Lily smiled. A real one. Almost. "Why, are you planning my funeral already?" "No, I'm making sure you eat something that isn't paint water. Also, your dress is here. You want me to bring it up, or do you trust yourself to venture outside?" She glanced at her jeans, then at the drying canvas. "Bring it up. I'm in the zone." Stella laughed. "You always are. Be there in 10. She hung up and sat on the battered stool, letting the light fall over her in stripes. She stared at the painting and thought about resilience, about how it had nothing to do with being unbreakable and everything to do with refusing to stay broken. Tomorrow night the world would see her birch and the sky that threatened it. Maybe nobody would get it. Maybe the bidders would walk right past. But Lily would know. She would remember the way the morning sun made even her smallest effort feel radiant. She stood, stretched her arms above her head, and yawned. She surveyed the studio, her own wild, imperfect kingdom, and grinned. Let them have their galas and their crystal and their etiquette. Let them see what survival looked like on canvas. She had never belonged, but she was going anyway. The ballroom at the Astor was made for fairy tales, but Lily felt more like an intruder than a princess. She hesitated at the edge of the foyer, eyes adjusting to the blaze of crystal light and gold accents, the sudden swell of laughter echoing off marble. Every surface gleamed, every woman shimmered. Satin, silk, diamonds like water droplets clinging to bare shoulders. Even the waiters wore gloves so immaculate she was afraid to touch the hors d'oeuvres. She checked her reflection in a bank of mirrored glass. The dress, Stella's find, an indigo sheath with a scandalously low back, fit like a promise and a threat. Her own hair had managed a minor miracle, tamed into loose waves with nothing but hope and hairspray. The purse dangling from her arm, however, was hers. Soft canvas, nearly threadbare, a rebellion against the room's parade of clutches. Her painting dominated the west wall. It had been reframed, matted in white, and spotlit to an almost holy intensity. She'd meant it to be strong, but here, among the velvet and marble, it looked nearly alive, a wound in the fabric of the night. The tag at its base bore her name in perfect black type, as if she were someone the world ought to remember. She hovered at a distance, watching strangers inspect the canvas with the air of seasoned appraisers. Some lingered, some shrugged and moved on. A few whispered behind gloved hands. She tried to guess which would bid and which would not. But the rules of this game were foreign to her. At the center of the room, the auction's host, a man with a voice that could command armies or sell soap, worked the crowd like a conductor. His laughter boomed, his smile never left his face. To his left, a line of foundation volunteers, each more polished than the last, floated between tables on a current of champagne and performance. Lily found herself rooted beneath a chandelier, one glass of wine in hand, the other clutching her own elbow. The trick, she'd read, was to look interested but never desperate. She had that part down, but the desperation lingered, a high, bright note at the back of her skull. She turned away from the crowd, feigning interest in the view. The city outside was a blur of sodium light and mist, the avenue below littered with the red pinpricks of idle limos. She imagined her mother in this room, how she would have gawked at the linens, snapped phone pictures of the ice sculpture, and mispronounced every label on the wine menu. The thought made her smile, then ache. She almost missed his entrance. The doors opened with a hushed flourish. No announcement, no fanfare, but a subtle seismic shift in the room's orbit. He moved through the crowd with the lazy confidence of a man who had never once tripped over his own feet. The tuxedo was custom, cut so close it looked poured over muscle. The bow tie was slightly askew, the hair a little too long at the nape, as if he couldn't be bothered to care. But every line of his face was intent, carved sharp by light and shadow, the eyes storm-dark and impossible to forget. Asher Reed. Of course. He ignored the clusters of air-kissing donors and the splay of attention that followed in his wake. Instead, his gaze swept the ballroom with a precision that belied his easy smile. It landed, for one fraction of a second, on Lily, but he didn't pause. Not yet. Instead, he made for the bar, claimed a scotch, and surveyed the art with the detached air of a man who had commissioned 100 paintings and remembered none of them. When he reached her painting, something changed. He stopped. Not for effect. No one was watching but her, but with a stillness that vibrated with private meaning. He stared at the piece, fingers curled tight around his glass, and the mask of affable boredom slipped. For a moment, Lily saw something raw there. Recognition, maybe, or hunger. He turned, and their eyes locked across the ballroom. Heat crept up her neck. She forced herself to hold the stare, to meet him ounce for ounce. Asher set his glass down and crossed to her, not weaving but carving a straight line through the expensive throng. He stopped within arm's reach, close enough that she could smell the cedar and ozone of his cologne. "You're the artist," he said, not a question. She nodded. Guilty. He studied her with a thoroughness that should have felt intrusive, but instead drew her in. You don't look like you belong here. She laughed, quick and genuine. I get that a lot. He considered the canvas, then her, then the crowd. Most of them won't get it. But the ones who do, he shrugged, a half smile playing on his lips. They'll pay anything to have it. She sipped her wine, hiding her nerves. Is that how it works? Art as a currency? His smile shifted, softer. Everything in this room is currency in one form or another. She bit her lip, almost embarrassed by the thrill his words sent through her. And which are you tonight? Buyer, seller, or something else? Observer. He glanced at the painting, then back. Though I don't usually find myself moved by acrylic on canvas. Not a fan of the genre? She teased. He shook his head. Not a fan of feeling. The words surprised her, and maybe him too. He recovered with a dry laugh. But I'm learning. She let the silence stretch. Not out of awkwardness, but to see what he'd do next. He didn't rush it. Instead, he leaned in, voice pitched so low she had to tip her chin up to hear him. Do you always paint pain? She stiffened, caught off guard. Sometimes, but only when it doesn't go away on its own. He nodded, as if he understood. For a moment the room faded. The music, the click of glass, even the oppressive brightness of the chandeliers. It was just the two of them, sharing the warmth of an unspoken truth. A soft cough broke the spell. A woman in sequins hovered at Asher's elbow, eyeing Lily as if she might be contagious. Darling, they're starting the auction. Asher didn't look away from Lily. Save me a seat? He said, and his voice suggested the answer was a foregone conclusion. Wouldn't miss it, she replied. He left with a half smile, the sequined woman trailing in his wake. Lily watched him go, then forced herself to breathe, to move, to remember that she was here to work, not to fantasize. She returned to her painting and found herself face to face with Victor Blackwell. He was older than Asher, but not by much, hair silvered at the temples and teeth too white for the rest of his face. He smiled at her with the precision of a shark. Lovely piece, he said, eyes never quite meeting hers. It will look stunning in my office. She blinked. You're bidding on it? I never bid. I buy. He glanced over her shoulder, scanning the room, then back at her. What's your reserve? Lily swallowed, a bead of sweat rolling down her spine. It's for charity. He grinned wider, leaning in so close she smelled his aftershave, sharp and cloying. Everything is for charity until it isn't. He moved on, leaving her skin crawling and her heart thudding uncomfortably. She tried to shake it off, but the encounter stuck to her, oily and persistent. The auction began with the host's voice ringing out above the crowd. Bids started at the safe, predictable numbers: jewelry, vacations, a week in some billionaire's ski chalet. The audience performed their interest, paddles rising with the calculated disinterest of people who had never known need. Her painting was the last lot. The host, now a master of anticipation, described it in glowing, practiced terms. A meditation on resilience, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. She'd have laughed if she wasn't certain her knees would give out. Do I hear 100,000? Silence. Then a paddle rose at the far end of the room. 100,000. Another, closer. 150. Then Asher's voice, calm and unwavering. 200. The crowd shifted. Heads turned. Some watched the bidding, others watched Asher, and a few, Lily noted, watched her. A woman in pearls countered. 220. Asher again, eyes fixed on the host. 3. Lily's heart beat in her ears. She scanned for Victor. He leaned back against the bar, arms folded, smile thin as paper. The host's voice went up an octave. 300,000. Any advance? A phone bidder, anonymous, the host explained, upped the ante to 320. Asher's paddle lifted without hesitation. 400,000. A hush. Electric. The Pearls woman bowed out. The phone bidder matched. 450. Lily felt her breath leave her body. The room was a vacuum, every oxygen molecule orbiting the impossible numbers on the screen. Asher didn't flinch. 500,000. The host looked stunned. 500,000. Going once. The phone bidder, slow now. 510. Asher. 6. The silence had weight. No one moved. Even the waiters paused, plates suspended midair. 600,000 once, the host said, voice trembling. The phone line crackled. 620. Asher set his jaw, voice clear as glass. 7. The host looked at him, then at the phone. 700,000. Any further advance? Nothing. The host lingered, as if afraid to call it. Going once. Going twice. Asher looked at Lily. Their eyes met, and the world shrank. Sold, the host said, and the applause was ragged, almost stunned. Lily didn't clap. She stood, hands limp at her sides, as people turned to stare, whispering her name, committing her face to memory. She felt every inch of skin, every imperfection magnified by the gaze of 100 strangers. Asher approached her slowly, auction paddle dangling from his hand. He stopped within a breath's reach, crowd falling away behind him. Congratulations, he said, the word laced with something heavier than victory. She tried to speak, but her voice was gone. She settled for a nod, fighting the urge to run. He bent close, dropping his voice. You look like you might pass out. She found her voice, just barely. You just spent $700,000 on a painting. I think you're supposed to be the one swooning. He smiled, and it was different than before. Real. I'm not the one with something to prove. She shook her head, the heat in her cheeks returning. You're ridiculous. He leaned in, so close she felt the exhale of his breath on her neck. You have no idea. She should have backed away. Instead, she held her ground. From across the room, Victor Blackwell watched them, eyes hooded, jaw tight. His smile was gone, replaced by a calculation that chilled her. But Asher's gaze was all she saw. For a moment, she let herself fall into it. Thank you, she said, and meant it. He brushed a stray curl from her shoulder, the touch sending lightning down her spine. Anytime, Lily Flynn. He turned, leaving her with a pulse like thunder and 1,000 questions she was suddenly desperate to ask. The painting was gone from the wall, whisked away by gloved hands. For the first time that night, Lily felt a twinge of loss, as if a piece of her had just been purchased and spirited off to a place she'd never see again. She watched Asher disappear into the throng, his back straight, every movement deliberate. She wondered what kind of man bought art to feel, and what kind of woman let herself be changed by it. Lily finished her wine, and when she looked again at the ballroom, it seemed almost bearable. She had survived worse. But she knew with sudden and unsettling certainty that her real problems had only just begun. The ballroom had lost its luster by midnight. Where there had been a current of tension, of wanting and watching, there was now the lazy drift of half-drunk donors and the weary humor of staff stacking empty glasses. Even the chandeliers seemed to dim, as if sharing in the universal relief that the performance was over. Lily drifted toward the double doors at the far end of the room, drawn not by any conscious thought, but by the thrum of escape. The air beyond the doors was cold, sharp on her bare arms, a physical relief after the press of bodies inside. She found herself on a stone balcony, high above the city. The lights below blurred and danced, and the traffic sounded distant, as if she were watching the world through a snow globe. She braced her hands on the balustrade, shivering in the thin evening air, and let herself be, just for a moment. A voice behind her, quiet. "You look like you needed to breathe." She turned. Asher stood in the doorway, the tuxedo jacket draped over his shoulder now, shirt open at the throat. The effect was less formal, more dangerous, as if the air out here belonged to him. He stepped onto the balcony, offering his jacket. She took it before pride could argue, slipping into its warmth and catching a whiff of something green and ancient. Cedar, maybe, or the memory of rain. "I hate crowds," she admitted. He nodded, leaning his elbows beside hers on the balustrade. "I grew up in rooms like this. Learned to love the noise but never the people." She studied him, the profile hard and beautiful in the moonlight. "Is that why you bought my painting? A statement against the crowd?" He shrugged. "Maybe I wanted to see if it would hurt as much as I thought." She frowned, genuinely puzzled. Why would it hurt? He smiled, small and private. "Because I saw myself in it." He tilted his head, considering the city. "You made something beautiful out of being broken." The words cracked something open in her. She laughed, but it came out more like a gasp. "I don't know about beautiful. Mostly it's just stubbornness." Stubbornness is underrated. They let the silence stretch between them, not awkward now, but comfortable. The city sparkled and writhed at their feet, 1,000 stories happening at once. He tapped the balustrade with his fingers, knuckles pale. "You ever wish you'd been born someone else?" "All the time," she answered, surprising herself with the honesty. "But then I remember I'd probably still end up doing this, just with better shoes." He snorted, a low sound. "I like your shoes." She looked down at them. Black, scuffed, not at all the match for her dress. "They have character," she said. He angled his body toward her, close enough that she could feel the heat of him, even through the jacket. "I meant what I said earlier. Most people here, they'll forget everything about tonight by breakfast. But your work, they'll remember it." She shook her head. "You don't know that." He reached for her hand, hesitated, then traced a finger along her wrist instead. "I know exactly what it's like to be unforgettable and still feel invisible." There was a fragility in his voice, a sliver of memory. She held still, not wanting to break the spell. He looked at her, really looked, and in his eyes she saw the ruins of something old and hurt, and still alive. "My sister used to say I could disappear in a crowd by sheer force of will. She'd always find me, though." Lily's heart clenched. What happened to her? He stared at the city for a long time. She died. A long time ago. But some days I swear she's still here, reminding me not to be such an ass. Lily laughed, because she understood. About ghosts. About people who never really left. "Sounds like good advice." He inched closer, the line of his body brushing hers, and for a moment it was just the two of them, the world outside a rumor. She wanted to touch his face, or maybe just rest against him and not have to talk at all. He seemed to sense it. His hand hovered at her hip, almost touching. "Can I kiss you?" he asked, voice barely more than a breath. She tilted her chin up. "I think you already know the answer." He dipped his head, lips grazing hers with exquisite patience, slow, deliberate, as if he were making a memory to last the rest of his life. She leaned in, parting her mouth, letting herself get lost in the hunger and the comfort and the impossible sweetness of him. He tasted like bourbon and mystery and the promise of something more. He pulled back first, his eyes silver in the moonlight. "Lily," he whispered, her name a benediction. She would have stayed like that forever, but his phone vibrated in his pocket, shattering the spell. He groaned, actual regret darkening his expression. "I have to take this," he said, and she saw that it wasn't a line, it was real. She stepped back, shrugging the jacket off her shoulders. "Duty calls." He caught her hand, squeezed. "Don't go far." She watched him move to the edge of the balcony, voice already clipped and efficient as he answered the call. She saw the moment his posture shifted, the moment the easy Asher vanished and was replaced by the version that ran meetings and companies and, maybe, empires. She waited, shivering in the night air, listening to the fragments of his conversation. Something about urgent and now. His tone the opposite of the tenderness he'd shown her. When he hung up, he returned, regret etched on his face. "I have to leave," he said, voice soft now. "Can I see you again?" She considered teasing, but the moment was too delicate for games. "Yes," she said. "I'd like that." He pressed a kiss to her hair, gentle and brief. "Take care of yourself, Lily Flynn." Then he was gone, leaving her with the taste of him and the memory of the city humming below. She leaned against the railing, alone now, and let herself feel it all. The pride, the longing, the fear that none of it was real. Inside, the ballroom was nearly empty. She collected her purse, checked her lipstick in the mirror, and headed for the exit. She paused at the spot where her painting had hung, the blank wall somehow lonelier than before. As she walked through the marble foyer, she felt eyes on her, hot, heavy, unblinking. She looked up, and there was Victor Blackwell, standing in a halo of shadow, his suit perfect, his smile thin and clinical. He waited until she was close enough to hear, then spoke in a voice so quiet she had to lean in. "Congratulations, Miss Flynn. You made quite an impression tonight." She stiffened, instincts prickling. "Thank you," she managed, moving past him. He reached out, a ghost of a touch at her wrist. "Just remember, in this world, nothing is free." She met his gaze, refusing to show fear. "I never expected it to be." He smiled, something cold flickering in his eyes. "Good. I'll be seeing you." She hurried through the doors, breathless, into the city's waiting arms. Above her, the lights of the ballroom burned on, but inside, a darkness had started to gather. A shadow that would follow her all the way home. And in the next room, Victor watched, still smiling, already planning his next move. Chapter 3. The morning after the gala did not come quietly. Sunlight scraped through the warehouse windows, streaking gold over Lily Flynn's studio and painting geometry on the floorboards. Her body knew it was late before her eyes did. She woke with a dull ache behind her eyes and a dry tongue, the last vestiges of champagne and adrenaline refusing to let go. The studio was a map of where she'd been the night before. Dress puddled over the back of a chair, a path of heel prints in powder blue across the paint-stained rug, a champagne flute half full and glinting on the edge of the sink. Canvases, most of them unfinished, crowded every wall, their colors sharp and loud in the clarity of morning. The scent of turpentine hung heavy, laced with citrus and the stale breath of the city's river fog. Lily stood in the middle of it all, barefoot and underslept, one shoulder bare where her tank had slipped. She'd thought sleep would bring a verdict, that the buzz in her nerves would settle once the party was a memory. Instead, her thoughts ran the same circuit, back and forth between last night's auction and the man who'd stood at its center, silent and impossible. She tried to paint. She always did. It was ritual. Pick a canvas, prime the brush, let muscle memory steer. But her hands were useless today. She kept picking up the wrong tube, mixing colors into mud, dabbing at the canvas with no conviction. A brush toppled from her hand, clattering against the rim of the coffee mug and sending an arc of black water across her work table. She hissed under her breath and reached for a rag, catching it just before it bled onto the floor. The phone on the table pulsed with missed notifications. 2 from Stella, 1 from her landlord, 1 from a number she didn't recognize. She tapped the screen with her pinky, careful not to smudge paint, and skimmed the texts. Stella, did you make out with anyone last night or just sell your soul? She snorted. Typical. The next message was a rent reminder, less friendly but expected. The unknown number was just a time. 12:30? No name, no context, but her pulse jumped anyway. She thumbed over to the other object on her table, the business card. Reed Holdings, the letters crisp and embossed, almost unnecessarily tactile. She ran her finger along the edge, the way she used to do with fabric swatches, testing quality. His name was there in stark type, Asher S. Reed. Nothing else. No title, as if the world needed none. She caught herself staring at the card and set it down, pressing her palm over it like a secret. She paced. She moved from canvas to canvas, looking for something to anchor her, but her focus kept dissolving at the edges. She tried to make a to-do list and gave up after 3 items, the words blurring as soon as she wrote them. She looked at her reflection in the dirty glass of the window. Wild hair, paint on her cheek, eyes that did not look away. She looked like someone's idea of an artist, which made her want to laugh or punch something. She sat on the battered stool and watched the city outside. Trucks coughed exhaust into the air, someone shouted from a fire escape, pigeons bickered on the ledge. It was all there, exactly as it should be, and she hated how unchanged it was. Her gaze drifted back to the card. She didn't want to admit what it meant that she hadn't thrown it away. She remembered the moment he'd given it to her. Not with ceremony, not even with expectation. He'd slid it across the white linen table with a glance and a single word. If. If you ever want to. If you're ever curious. If. There was something reckless about the memory, something that made her bite the inside of her cheek. She'd never met anyone like him, not even close. Most men flinched away from her edges or tried to sand them down. He'd only watched, waiting to see what she'd do next. She checked her phone again. The 12:30 message blinked up at her, patient. It was from him. She knew it as surely as she knew the smell of linseed oil or the feeling of a blank canvas under her hand. She should have ignored it. She should have set the card on fire, painted over it, made it disappear. Instead, she found herself drafting a reply. That's early for lunch, Reed. Is this a date or a job interview? She hovered over the send button, thumb shaking. She pressed it. She stared at the phone, at the card, at the ugly smear of black water bleeding down the side of her mug. She waited. She didn't have to wait long. The reply was instantaneous. You tell me, Lily. She closed her eyes, let the silence stretch. When she opened them again, the city was still moving, the pigeons still fighting, but something in the light felt altered. Warmer, maybe, or more dangerous. She set the phone down, picked up her brush, and tried again. This time, the paint found the canvas. But her hand was still shaking. At exactly 9:15, the main lights in Asher Reed's office clicked on, slicing the shadowed penthouse with surgical precision. He preferred to work before the city woke. It was the only time his thoughts moved unchallenged. The office was glass and steel, a cage disguised as a fortress. Every surface gleamed, every file stacked in color-coded trays, every pen and stylus perfectly parallel. The carpet was so new it still remembered the shape of its fibers. To the left of his desk, in a place of honor, hung the painting, Lily Flynn's, the one he'd bought at the gala. It dominated the space in a way nothing else could. Its colors refused to quiet, a riot of bruised blue and violent silver that pulled the eye and held it captive. He'd told himself he'd bought it to support the foundation, or maybe to prove a point about taste. But the truth was raw and simple. He couldn't stop looking at it. He stared at the canvas, let his gaze get lost in the strokes. For a second, the careful order of the room bled away, and he was a child again. 7 years old, legs dangling from a stool in the family library. Emma beside him, her hand steady on his, a watercolor set open between them. She'd been the one to teach him how to see the world as more than a set of rules. "You have to let the colors mix," she'd whispered, guiding his brush through a puddle of green. "It's not about staying inside the lines, Ash. It's about finding the lines you want." He hadn't understood then. Maybe he still didn't. The memory landed with the force of an ambush. His breath caught. His hand found the desktop, fingers pressing so hard the knuckles went white. For a moment he didn't see the city's skyline beyond the windows. He saw only Emma, paint flecked on her wrist, mouth quirked in the way she reserved for him alone. A sharp knock fractured the reverie. He blinked, returning to the here and now. The door opened without waiting for his reply, and his assistant entered. A man so pale and precise he might have been grown in a lab. "Mr. Reed, you asked to be notified." The assistant trailed off, eyes darting to the painting, then back to Asher. He cleared his throat. "You have a call. Miss Flynn, she says she'll meet you for lunch. 12:30, at your preference." Asher let the words settle before he responded. "Confirm it. And make sure the table is quiet." "Yes, sir." The man retreated as soundless as he'd arrived. Alone again, Asher regarded the painting. He moved closer, tracing the strokes with his gaze, half expecting to find a fingerprint, a secret, a map of something he'd lost and could never reclaim. His reflection wavered on the polished glass over the canvas. For a second, he saw not himself, but his father's face. Severe, disappointed, always looking for the flaw. Asher rolled his shoulders, willing the tension out. He checked his watch, then the stream of emails waiting on his screen. There was always a new crisis. A merger, a lawsuit, a rumor needing to be strangled before it drew breath. He set to work, dispatching responses in rapid succession, but the painting stayed in his peripheral vision, insistent. He closed his laptop with a snap, resisting the urge to look at his phone. Instead, he crossed the room and stood in front of the painting, hands clasped behind his back. He tried to catalog what it did to him. The sudden spike of adrenaline, the flush of memory, the way it crowded out every other thought. It was as if the art refused to be tamed, to submit to the rules of the world he'd spent his life mastering. His phone vibrated. He forced himself to wait 2 beats before checking. A message, unsaved number, but he knew it by heart now. "That's early for lunch, Reed. Is this a date or a job interview?" He smiled despite himself. Only she could get away with that. He typed his reply, deliberate. "You tell me, Lily." He let the phone dangle from his fingers, savoring the anticipation, the game of it. He thought of her, barefoot, spattered in paint, looking at him as if she could see through every one of his defenses. He wondered what she'd make of this place, of the man he'd become. He wondered, for the first time in years, what Emma would say if she saw him now. The memory flashed again. Emma's hand guiding his, her voice warm with mischief. "Don't be afraid to make a mess, Ash." He exhaled, slow and steady. He squared his shoulders, checked his reflection in the glass, and saw only himself this time. He was ready. Lunch, then. He left the painting where it was, alive and waiting, and let the door fall shut behind him. The restaurant was all glass and angles, every surface designed to reflect more light than it absorbed. Sun poured through the windows, catching on crystal and silver, throwing stars onto the tablecloths. It was the sort of place where salads were stacked like architecture, and every guest arrived with an entourage of status. Lily paused at the entrance, self-conscious for the first time in years. Her dress, navy, cheap, and splattered with a constellation of paint, felt like both armor and a dare. She'd scrubbed her hands raw, but there was still a rim of blue under her nails, and the heel of one palm bore a fading green crescent. Asher was already there. Corner table, suit sharp enough to slice bread. He stood when he saw her, face unreadable but for a flicker at the corner of his mouth. He looked her over, and for once it wasn't the elevator gaze of men at these places. It was something more like curiosity or hunger. She crossed the space, dodging a server with a tray of iced mineral water, and slid into the seat opposite him. The sunlight made his eyes glint silver. "You're early," she said, unable to keep the accusation out of her voice. "I like to be prepared," he replied, smooth as lacquer. She picked up the menu, but he shook his head. "I ordered for us." "I hope you're not allergic to anything." "Just entitled men?" she shot back, then softened it with a crooked smile. He didn't blink. "I'll try not to send you into anaphylaxis." The water arrived, fizzing in the tall glasses. She sipped, letting the silence linger, waiting to see who'd break first. He did. "You look—" He paused, as if the word had slipped the leash. "Beautiful," he finished, but it came out as a challenge. She tucked a loose strand behind her ear, felt her cheeks warm. "You look like you sleep in that suit." He inclined his head, accepting the jab. "It's custom. They practically encourage it." She laughed, quick and bright, surprising herself. "Let me guess. 3-piece minimum? Pocket square in the company tartan?" He reached for the bread, tore off a piece, and handed her the first slice. "You mock it, but it's functional." "Functional for what? Intimidating rival CEOs?" He shrugged. "Or for lunch with artists who terrify me more than any boardroom ever could." She blinked at that. "Is that your way of saying you're nervous?" "Should I be?" he countered, and there was something in his voice. Real uncertainty, almost hope. She buttered the bread with unnecessary precision. "Depends. Are you the kind of guy who's afraid of a little mess?" He watched her hands, the way she pressed the knife flat against the crust. "I'm starting to think I should be." The food arrived. Poached salmon over a bed of microgreens, a risotto so white it looked like snowdrift. She was starving, but made herself go slow. He ate methodically, but she could tell he was watching her, cataloging every reaction. Halfway through the meal, she set down her fork and met his eyes. "Do you always analyze your lunch companions like investment opportunities?" His lips curved, just at the edge. "Only the interesting ones." She snorted. "You must be a riot at parties." He took a beat then. "I hate parties. I prefer small tables. Fewer distractions." She arched an eyebrow. "I've seen you at parties. You look like you're ready to chew through the stemware." A laugh, quick and genuine. It surprised them both. He leaned in, elbows on the table. "Let's skip the part where we pretend this is just business, Lily." She didn't flinch. "Fine. What do you want from me, Asher?" He hesitated, the answer close but not quite safe. "I want to know what you see when you look at me. The truth, not the press release." She considered, really considered. The sunlight made a halo around his head, but the lines at his eyes told another story. "You look like a man who's never been told no but is terrified of what happens if someone does." He inhaled, almost smiled. "And you?" She set her chin, defiant. "I'm the girl who says no just to see what happens." He reached for the wine, poured her a glass without asking. "You're fearless." She picked up the glass, swirling it. No, I'm just tired of being afraid. They let the moment stretch, the current between them sharpening. When they reached for the bread basket at the same time, her hand landed on his. Warm, dry, steady. For a second, neither moved. Then he turned his palm to cup hers, thumb brushing the place between her thumb and wrist. It was more contact than the moment needed, and they both knew it. Her heart thumped, so loud she was sure he heard it. He let go first, slow and reluctant. She pretended to study the risotto, but every cell in her body was awake now. A vibration cut through the air. Asher's phone, face down, pulsed against the linen. He didn't check it right away, but the spell was broken. He glanced at the screen, eyes narrowing. "Excuse me," he said, rising from the table. He moved to the window, speaking in low tones. She watched his back, the way the suit hung like armor. His voice was too quiet to catch, but his posture was all tension, his shoulders squared against some invisible threat. When he returned, the mask was back in place. "Sorry. Work never stops." She didn't buy it. "You're not very good at lying, you know." He blinked, then smiled, this one tinged with sadness. "I know." The check arrived, unasked. He signed it with a flourish, then stood, offering her his hand. She hesitated, then took it. Outside, the city was bright and sharp, the air cold on her cheeks. He walked her to the curb, hands in his pockets. "I'd like to see you again." She grinned, mischievous. "I have a busy schedule. Paint doesn't dry itself." He stepped closer, not touching, but enough to make her pulse leap. "I'll wait." She looked up at him, searching for something she couldn't name. "I believe you," she said. He nodded, letting the silence hold. She turned and walked away, feeling his gaze on her all the way down the block. At the corner, she looked back. He was still there. She smiled and kept walking. The city had a different face in the afternoon, harsher, all edges and echo, the sun flattening every shadow until there was nowhere to hide. Lily walked fast, hands in her pockets, each step kicking up the leftover grit of winter. She tried to make sense of the lunch, replaying every word, every flicker of expression across Asher's face. There was a vulnerability there she hadn't expected, a crack in the armor, but it was the flash of real fear when his phone buzzed that stuck with her most. She turned the corner onto her street, a block of old warehouses slowly surrendering to gentrification. Her studio was 3 flights up, a converted loft above what used to be a bakery. She'd chosen it for the light and the high ceilings, but it was the battered dignity of the neighborhood that made her love it. She was still half in her own head when she saw him. A man leaned against the stoop, hands folded, gaze intent on the doorway. He wore a suit so immaculate it had to be custom, the lapel marked by a silver pin she couldn't place. His hair was pale, almost white, slicked back in a way that refused imperfection. He looked up as she approached, eyes so dark they seemed bottomless. She stopped, every instinct on high alert. "Miss Flynn?" he said, voice all velvet and ice. "What a pleasure to finally meet you properly." She sized him up, found nothing soft about the smile. "Can I help you?" He pushed off the wall, approaching with the deliberation of a cat. "I hope so. I'm Victor Blackwell. I believe you know a friend of mine, Asher Reed?" His name snapped into focus. She'd seen him at the gala, haunting the edges of the room, always watching but never participating. "We've met," she said. Briefly. He tipped his head, as if enjoying the memory. "Your work made quite an impression that night." "As did you." He let the words hang, waiting for her to fill the silence. She didn't. He smiled again, this time wider, revealing flawless teeth. "You have a rare talent, Miss Flynn. I make it a point to notice such things." She shrugged, feigning indifference. You sound like a collector. In a manner of speaking. He stepped closer, and she smelled something expensive, sandalwood and citrus, or maybe the scent of a boardroom before a hostile takeover. I'm curious. What drew you to Mr. Reed? Was it his charm, his money, or something else? She stared him down. Is this an interview? He laughed, a sound that had no warmth. No, just curiosity. You see, Asher and I go way back. We have a complicated history. She remembered Asher's warning about Victor, the way he'd gone rigid at the mention of the name. Most people do, she said. Victor studied her, as if weighing whether she was worth the effort. You're different. I like that he reached into his pocket, drew out a card, and offered it to her. She took it, not looking down. If you ever wish to show your work to a wider audience, or if you ever need a friend in the city, call me. He lingered on the last two words, making them sound like a threat. She slid the card into her pocket. I'm good with the friends I've got. He nodded, satisfied. That's what I thought you'd say. He stepped back, his shoes clicking against the cracked pavement. Still, I'll be watching. Talent like yours shouldn't go to waste. He left without looking back, the smell of his cologne trailing him down the street. Lily watched until he was gone, her heart beating fast and uneven. She let herself into the building, taking the stairs two at a time. Inside, the studio was as she'd left it. Light, color, chaos. She bolted the door, then leaned against it, exhaling hard. She moved to the window, watched the street, but Victor was gone. Only the shadow of his presence remained. She returned to her canvas, but her hands wouldn't cooperate. The brush felt foreign, the colors too loud. She set it down, paced the length of the room, then pulled her laptop from beneath a pile of sketches. She opened the browser, typed Asher Reed Family into the search bar. The screen filled with headlines, articles, photos. She dug deeper, following the breadcrumbs from Reed Enterprises press releases to old newspaper clippings. A headline caught her eye. Tragedy strikes prominent Reed family. The photo beneath it showed a younger Asher, maybe 12, and a girl just a few years older. They stood in front of a charity banner, both smiling, but there was a stiffness to their posture, like they'd been posed, not chosen. She clicked through, read the story. A car accident, parents lost, the children raised by an uncle with significant business acumen. The girl, Emma, had vanished from the public eye after the funeral. Emma. The name surfaced in her memory from lunch, a mention from Asher that had landed like a stone in a pond and then disappeared. She scrolled further, cross-referencing dates, piecing together timelines. The more she found, the more the questions multiplied. Why did Asher hide behind a fortress of rules and routines? Why did Victor Blackwell care who Lily saw or what she painted? And where was Emma now? She opened a new file, started a list. Asher Reed. Control freak. Vulnerable under the armor. Haunted by family loss. Victor Blackwell. Predatory. Fixated on Reed family. Dangerous. But why? Emma Reed. The missing piece. She stared at the screen, then at the business cards on her desk. Reed Holdings and Victor's, side by side, as if daring her to choose. She picked up her paintbrush, spun it between her fingers, and let the bristles rest against her lips. She wasn't afraid of messes. She wasn't afraid of the truth, either. She would find out what happened to Emma Reed. And she would do it before Victor Blackwell made the choice for her. Chapter 4. The Reed Enterprises boardroom was a cathedral of modern power. Glass-topped table, chrome fixtures, walls paneled in wood so black it swallowed light. Along one side, a digital display cycled through quarterly projections, colored lines dancing, profit margins pirouetting just above the heads of a dozen executives. At the room's head, Asher Reed sat motionless, his eyes on the figures but his mind a continent away. The CFO's voice droned, dense with certainty. If we can sustain this trend through Q4, we'll exceed projections by 4%. He glanced to the end of the table for approval, but Asher only blinked, slow and feline, and rotated his watch 2 clicks on his wrist. His thoughts orbited Lily. Not even the velvet crush of her hair or the acerbic wit he'd come to crave, just the memory of her voice, bright as glass in the morning. It pulled at him, a counterweight to the numbers, the power plays, the persistent itch of something unfinished. He looked up at the painting on the far wall, a portrait of his father, hands folded, gaze severe and unapologetic. Every boardroom in the building had a copy. None of them ever made Asher feel less like an imposter. He wondered what his father would say about his recent choices, the lack of sleep, the constant presence of a certain woman in his head, the raw urge to fix a universe that kept cracking at the edges. "Mr. Reed?" The CFO's tone was careful, the others at the table already reading the shift in atmosphere. Asher held their attention the way a tiger held a room full of lambs, dangerous, inevitable. He flicked his eyes back to the numbers, then up to the assembled faces. "Sustainability is the only trend I care about. If those projections dip, even once, you call me first." He shut the leather portfolio, spine snapping closed like a gavel. "We're done here." The execs filed out, murmuring, casting backward glances. Asher stayed seated until the door clicked behind them, then exhaled, slow and silent. He pulled his phone from his pocket and stared at Lily's last text. Something about a broken shower and a new batch of paint. The kind of domestic absurdity that belonged to someone else's life, not his. He typed a reply, then erased it. He didn't want to seem eager. Instead, he dialed. She picked up on the second ring, her voice still fogged with sleep or maybe just art. "Flynn," she said. Asher smiled, the first genuine flex of muscle all morning. "I have a proposition," he said, and heard her eyebrow raise through the line. "That sounds ominous," she answered, warmth threading through the T's. He swiveled in his chair, the city stretched beneath his window like a circuit board. "There's a private auction tonight at the Carlisle Gallery. I'd like you to come with me." He let the silence hang, then added, "As my guest." She didn't answer for a beat. He imagined her running the calculus, risk versus reward, pleasure versus self-protection. Finally, what time should I be ready? He felt the shift in himself, the cellular level lightness. 7 sharp, he said. "I'll send a car." When he hung up, he loosened his tie, the silk rasping against his throat. For a moment he just stood at the window, watching rain slant in silver lines over the city. From up here, everything looked orderly, manageable. But all it took was one slip, one variable, one Lily, and the whole machine threatened to come undone. He was still at the glass when his assistant appeared in the doorway, tapping her tablet with discreet urgency. "Mr. Reed," she said. "There's been an update on the break-in at Ms. Flynn's studio." He turned, the warmth gone from his face. "Report." The assistant stepped in, voice clipped and efficient. "The security team recovered partial prints. No match yet, but surveillance shows a dark sedan circling the block twice before the incident. We have plate numbers." He absorbed this, gears clicking into place. "Increase the patrols. Unmarked cars, and add facial recognition for anyone entering her building." She hesitated, then nodded. "Understood, sir." He waited for her to leave before sitting, hands steepled. The numbers, the board, the empire, all of it was background noise. This, right here, was the pulse of his existence, the need to anticipate every threat, to lock down the variables. Lily wasn't just a risk. She was a target, and it was his job to keep her breathing. The Carlyle Gallery was a relic of old New York, all exposed brick and velvet drapes, its industrial bones polished to perfection. Glass lanterns hung from iron beams, casting soft shadows across the marble floors. On every wall, paintings glimmered behind museum-grade glass, each one a war between color and restraint. Asher arrived precisely on time, his suit the color of regret, and a navy coat shrugged over his frame. He scanned the room, reading the crowd the way a wolf read sheep. The city's elite floated in clusters, voices low and dry, champagne winking from slender glasses. He found Lily at the base of the staircase, half lit by the glow from a nearby sculpture. Her dress was simple, black silk, cut just above the knee, nothing to distract from her, and everything to elevate her. Her hair, for once, was down, tumbling in deliberate disorder over one shoulder. He moved toward her, each step measured, his gaze never straying. "You're early," he said. She gave him a lopsided smile. "I didn't want to miss the spectacle." He offered his arm, and she took it, the barest brush of her skin sending a jolt up his sleeve. Together they walked the perimeter of the gallery, pausing before the larger pieces. She commented on each with an honesty that bordered on violence. "This one's trying too hard," she'd say, or, "That one's afraid to be ugly." The candor drew out a rare, unguarded laugh from him. He guided her to the main floor, his hand at the small of her back. It wasn't possessive, but it was close. The weight of his palm lingered just enough to let her know he'd protect her, here or anywhere. They made a slow circuit of the room, their proximity drawing glances from the crowd. Asher ignored the stares. He was used to being observed. But Lily seemed to absorb the attention, turning it back on itself with a glance, a smile, a pointedly raised eyebrow. He found himself watching her more than the art. The auction began with the soft clang of a crystal bell. Bidders clustered around a podium, the tension in the air humming just beneath the veneer of civility. The auctioneer's voice, crisp as linen, began the procession. The first few lots were standard fare. A winter scene, a study in fractured light, an oil so dense it seemed to swallow the room. Asher raised his paddle only once, winning a small ink piece that Lily had singled out as the only one brave enough to leave blank space. Then the next painting appeared, and the room shifted. It was a canvas in cool grays, almost monochrome, but through the center, a single streak of silver cut like a wound, violent, deliberate. Asher recognized the style immediately. It was Emma's. Not a copy, but an echo. The gesture so precise, it felt like a ghost's hand moving his. His own hand trembled on the auction paddle. Lily saw it, her expression softening. "Do you know the artist?" she asked quietly. He nodded, unable to speak. The memory of his sister's work crashed through him, her hands moving with wild grace, the smell of turpentine in their childhood home, the way she could silence a room with a brush stroke. The bidding started, and Asher barely heard the numbers. He raised his paddle, barely aware of the gesture, and watched as the room fell away. When the gavel dropped, it was his. Lily's hand found his arm, her fingers gentle. "You okay?" she whispered. He exhaled, realizing he'd been holding his breath. "Yes. No. I don't know." She squeezed, her warmth anchoring him. As the crowd thinned, he led her up a half flight of stairs to a quiet alcove. Moonlight poured in through a skylight, tracing silver paths along the floor. They sat on the edge of a velvet banquette, the night suspended around them. "She used to sit by my bed when I had nightmares," Asher said, the words a raw scrape in his throat. "Emma. She'd paint until I fell asleep. Sometimes she let me help. Let me ruin her colors, just so I'd stop crying." Lily's voice was barely a breath. You loved her. He nodded, swallowing the ache. She was the only one who ever knew how to fix me. Or maybe she just knew there was nothing to fix. The silence was velvet, thick and soft. Lily brushed his hand, thumb stroking the inside of his wrist. It was a simple gesture, but it ignited something in him, a want that was equal parts hunger and hope. He leaned in, closing the gap. Their faces were inches apart, breath and want tangling in the hush. He could see the flecks of gold in her eyes, the way her lips parted in anticipation. But just as the world narrowed to the promise of her mouth, his phone buzzed, violent and urgent. The moment fractured. He turned, reading the screen. Security alert. Read Enterprises. Code red. He stood, jaw clenched. I have to go, he said, the words colder than he intended. Lily nodded, her own armor snapping back into place. I get it, she said, but her eyes told a different story. He paused, wanting to say more, something to bridge the gulf that had opened. Instead, he touched her cheek, thumb lingering on the curve of her jaw. Stay here, he said, voice softer now. I'll be back. Then he was gone, melting into the night, leaving her alone in the cradle of moonlight. Lily sat for a long time, watching the shadows lengthen and recede. She thought of the painting, the wound of silver, the violence of absence, and understood exactly what it meant to love someone you could never fully have. After Asher's sudden departure, Lily drifted through the gallery like a ghost, her heels clicking in the hush left behind. The event had begun to fracture, the expensive crowd already shifting to after-parties or private rooms with better liquor and fewer witnesses. She let herself sink into the anonymity, trailing a finger along the edge of a plinth, studying the way shadows fell from the sculptures in their glass cages. She paused before the painting Asher had bid on, the wound of silver through endless gray. Up close, the violence of the brushstroke was more intimate, almost human. She tried to imagine the artist's hand, the moment of impulse, the decision to ruin perfection with a single, irreversible line. It made her think of Emma, of legacy, of secrets that outlived even the people who kept them. A voice, sharp and low, pierced her reverie. It came from behind a partially closed office door, just beyond the restroom hallway. Keep the read situation in check. No surprises or the board will demand a response. And keep an eye on the sister. She's more resourceful than we thought. Victor Blackwell. Even through the haze of art and alcohol, Lily knew that voice. Smooth, practiced, a blade hidden in velvet. She inched closer, heart ricocheting against her ribs. No, you're not hearing me, Victor continued. If she's alive, she's a liability. If she isn't, we make sure it stays that way. Understood? A pause. Muffled assent. Good. Call me after the next move. The phone snapped shut with a click that sounded like a verdict. Lily lingered at the edge of the corridor, posture casual, but every nerve tuned for flight. When the office door opened, she ducked her head and pretended to examine a garish red sculpture, a metallic mess that looked more like a torture device than a conversation piece. She could feel Victor's gaze before she saw it, the chill of attention landing between her shoulder blades. He approached with the certainty of a man who'd never been refused. Ms. Flynn, he said, rolling her name in his mouth as if tasting it for weaknesses. Enjoying the exhibition? She turned, summoned a smile. It's provocative. He regarded her for a moment, as if assembling her from spare parts. You know, Asher has a type. Fierce, unpredictable, drawn to chaos. He leaned in, his cologne a clinical assault. But he also has a history of breaking things. Sometimes on accident, sometimes not. She stared him down, refusing to blink. Maybe he just needs someone who doesn't shatter on impact. Victor's smile was thin, surgical. Or maybe he needs someone who understands the cost of being chosen. He gestured toward the gray painting, where the crowd had thinned to nothing. He's sentimental, you know. Weakness disguised as strength. Lily braced herself, ready to volley, when Asher appeared at the gallery entrance. The set of his shoulders was lethal. He crossed the room in a straight line, every step measured for maximum effect. "Blackwell," he said, voice flat but charged. Victor turned, mask slipping into something warmer. "Asher." "Always a pleasure." The two men stood, an arm's length apart, polite words suspended over a minefield. "Didn't expect to see you here," Asher said. Victor shrugged, slipping a hand into his pocket. "One must keep up with the competition. You know how it is." Their gazes locked, neither willing to break first. The tension electrified the air, drawing attention from the remaining staff, the few socialites still nursing drinks at the bar. Lily felt her breath catch, not sure who she was rooting for, only that the collision was inevitable. Victor broke away first, turning to Lily. "Lovely to see you, Miss Flynn. I look forward to our next encounter." He left, heels whispering over the marble. Asher waited until the doors swung closed before letting the scowl surface. "You okay?" he asked, his voice stripped of everything but need. She nodded, but the fine tremor in her hands gave her away. He cupped her elbow, steering her toward the quiet alcove where they'd almost kissed before. The moonlight had shifted, painting new shadows across the velvet. "I heard what he said," she confessed, voice tight. "About the sister." "About you." Asher's jaw worked, the muscle flickering. He never could leave the past alone. She placed a hand on his chest, felt the tension, the heat, the way his heart hammered through the fabric. "Neither can you," she whispered. He looked down at her, the full force of his blue-gray gaze anchoring her to the moment. "Maybe I don't want to." She tilted her face up, lips parted in invitation. For a split second, it was just them. Nothing between them but old scars and new want. Their breath mingled, close enough to taste. The phone buzzed, angry and insistent, shattering the spell. He answered, voice clipped. "Read." A pause, then, "I'll be right there." He hung up, regret written in the lines of his mouth. "I have to go," he said, the refrain familiar but no less bitter. She tried to smile, failed. "Go." "I'll be fine." He pressed a kiss to her temple, a claim, a promise, and strode away. Lily waited until he'd vanished before gathering her things. She slipped out the gallery's side door, letting the city's chill brace her as she walked the long blocks home. The world felt different now, thinner, more brittle. She hugged her coat tight, eyes fixed on the lit windows overhead, every footstep echoing on the wet pavement. She tried to shake Victor's words, but they lingered. A stain on the night, it would be enough. Chapter 5. Morning painted the city in pewter and pearl, but the color inside Lily's studio was the raw red of disaster. She paused at the foot of the building, the usual street hum replaced by a hush so absolute it made her scalp prickle. The door hung slightly ajar. She knew she'd locked it last night, and the cheap brass knob gleamed with fresh scratches. She stood, keys in her fist, heart pounding out an SOS. A breath, another. When she finally entered, her sanctuary was gutted. Glass from the window glittered across the floor. The air, usually alive with paint and hope, was cold and edged with solvent. Canvases had been wrenched from their frames and tossed like bodies after a riot. Her brushes lay in the sink, bristles shaved to nothing, as if even the ghosts in the room had teeth. Tubes of paint bled across the table, streaks of ultramarine and cadmium red congealing in a way that felt uncomfortably anatomical. For a long moment she just stood, an afterimage in the doorway, her hands shaking. She fumbled for her phone and dialed the only person who could make this real. He answered on the first ring. "Lily. They found me." Her voice was the sound of bone on bone, brittle, all the flesh gone. "The studio's trashed. Everything's—" She broke off, sucking air, trying not to cry. Asher's response was instant and surgical. "Stay outside. I'm on my way." She could hear movement, keys, the scrape of a chair, a door closing. "Security will be there in 5. I'll be there in 20. He hung up before she could argue. She didn't want to argue, not really. Her hands curled around the edge of the door, willing it to support her. She counted 17 minutes, 2 police sirens, and 1 old man sweeping the sidewalk before a black car glided to the curb. Asher emerged, coatless despite the morning chill, his expression stripped down to the bare engine of purpose. 3 men in dark suits fanned out ahead of him, moving in the coordinated silence of professionals who'd done this more times than anyone should. Lily stepped into the street, meeting Asher halfway. The way he looked at her. 1 brutal sweep for wounds, then a slower pass for damage not visible. Almost unraveled her. "I'm fine," she said, even though she wasn't, not really. "It's just the studio." He took her by the shoulders, his grip gentle but absolute. "You're sure?" She nodded, feeling the tremor in her neck betray her anyway. He released her and strode inside, security clearing the corners before he crossed the threshold. He stopped just past the door, gaze ticking over every inch of the chaos. "Where was it last night when you left?" he asked, scanning for the breach point. She pointed. "I locked the door." Window was intact. He knelt, examined the shattered pane, and ran his thumb along a deep groove in the sill. "They used a crowbar." "Professional." He turned to the man nearest him. "Secure the perimeter. No one leaves until I say." The man nodded and vanished, walkie already at his mouth. Asher straightened, brushing glass from his hands, and regarded Lily with the kind of patience that only looked like patience if you didn't know him. "You're staying with me tonight." "Non-negotiable." "I have to work," she said, the words as much a lifeline as a protest. "I'm not abandoning my space just because someone—" He interrupted, soft but steely. "This isn't about your art. It's about keeping you alive." She bristled, every nerve ending sparking. "That's not your job." His jaw ticked. "It is now." She wanted to slap him, or maybe herself, for the way her anger made everything sharper. "This is my space. My life's work. If I let them chase me out, I have nothing." He moved closer, voice dropping. "And what happens when they come back, Lily? When it's not just your paintings they're after?" She looked away, throat thick with all the things she wouldn't let herself say. For a while, neither moved. The security team drifted through, snapping photos, taking notes, their presence both reassuring and intrusive. When the last one filed out, Asher gestured at the devastation. "Let's start with what we can fix." They worked in a silent rhythm, Lily sweeping glass into careful piles, while Asher stripped off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and started boarding up the window. He moved with an economy of motion that reminded her of dancers or wolves, all muscle and intent. As she swept, she found a piece of her favorite brush, the handle split, but the ferrule still clinging to a few stubborn bristles. She held it in her palm, mourning it more than she'd mourned some people. "You really love this place," Asher said, voice gentler now. She nodded, unable to trust her voice. He took a hammer from his security man, fitted a board over the breach, and drove the nail home with 2 precise strikes. "You remind me of Emma," he said, not looking at her. She never backed down, even when she should have. Drove my parents crazy. Lily forced a smile. I didn't have parents to drive crazy. He looked up at that, eyes narrowing. What do you mean? She sat on the battered love seat, clutching the ruined brush. I grew up in foster homes. 6, if you count the group house in Queens. She set the brush on the table, fingers lingering. Every time I moved, my sketchbook was the only thing that came with me. Everything else belonged to somebody else. Asher absorbed this in silence. She watched him, saw the way his face changed. Not pity, but a kind of reluctant respect. I learned early that depending on people was a luxury I couldn't afford, she said. That's why this studio matters. It's the only thing that's really mine. He leaned the hammer on the sill, stepped over the wreckage, and knelt in front of her. You're not alone now. She met his gaze, searching for the catch, the punchline, but all she saw was truth. He reached for her hand, fingers brushing over her palm to pluck away a splinter of glass she hadn't felt. His touch was careful, almost reverent, and she let herself relax into it. A moment later, he flinched, the skin of his own hand opened by a razor-edged sliver. Blood beaded along the cut, bright and obscene in the gray light. Lily snapped into action, dragging him to the sink and yanking open the first aid kit. She rinsed his hand under cold water, the blood swirling pink down the drain, and wrapped it in a scrap of muslin she usually used for stretching canvases. He watched her work, a small smile ghosting his lips. You're good at this. I've had practice, she said, not looking up. His free hand reached for her waist, steadying her as she finished the bandage. When she turned, their faces were close, close enough to taste the adrenaline on his breath, to see the old hurt behind his composure. He spoke first, voice barely a rumble. Thank you, she snorted, shaking her head. For what? Patch jobs and stubbornness? He smiled, this time all the way. For letting me in, even when you don't want to. They stood there, water dripping, the world beyond the window moving on as if nothing inside had changed. But Lily knew better. They cleaned in silence, working faster as the sun crept higher. By noon, the floor was swept, the glass contained, and most of the canvases salvaged. Lily's hands were raw, but her heart felt strangely unburdened, as if sharing the work had halved the weight of it. They sat, side by side, on the ruined love seat. His arm brushed hers, the bandage on his hand stark against his skin. She broke the silence. I'm not moving in with you. He didn't argue. I know. She looked over, meeting his eyes. But I'll let you stay. If you want. He exhaled, relief unspooling in his shoulders. I want. She nodded, closing her eyes, letting herself believe it. The city outside rumbled on, ignorant and indifferent. Inside, surrounded by the ruins of her past, Lily felt something take root. Maybe it was hope. Maybe it was just the possibility of tomorrow. She'd take either. The hush in the studio was absolute, broken only by their breathing and the distant, indifferent city. Lily leaned back against the battered love seat, the exhausted relief of shared work leaving her limbs soft, her mind adrift. She felt Asher beside her, a living, breathing contradiction, equal parts granite and something startlingly fragile. She could have sat like this for hours, letting the morning light re-thread itself around them. But the universe had other plans. A sharp thud from the storage closet sent Asher to his feet so fast the air crackled. He planted himself squarely in front of her, one arm braced, a human shield as if his body alone could stop a bullet. Lily's heart launched into her throat, every sense on fire. She watched the line of his jaw, the way his eyes narrowed to slits, how every muscle in his back went rigid. Stay here, he murmured, barely loud enough to register. She nodded. though part of her wanted to tell him she could handle herself, that she didn't need saving. But in this moment, she didn't mind the pretense. He crossed the room in 3 soundless strides, pulled a utility knife from his pocket, and nudged open the closet door. The darkness inside spilled out, thick and stale. For a second, Lily heard nothing. Then, a second thud, softer this time. Asher pushed the door wider, arm tense, knife ready. Lily held her breath. A metal easel clattered to the floor, the noise enormous in the silence. Asher let out a breath, half relief, half disgust at his own reaction, and set the knife on the shelf. He scanned the closet anyway, checking the corners with the caution of someone who'd been burned before. "It's just a stand," he called, his voice rough with adrenaline. She exhaled, slow, every molecule of her body coming back online. When he turned, she was already halfway across the room, the tension between them sharp as fresh canvas. "You okay?" she asked, hands hovering in the uncertain air between them. He looked at her, and for once, there was no mask, no armor. "Not really," he said. "Not at all." She reached for him, on impulse, or maybe just habit, resting her palm on his chest. His heartbeat hammered beneath her hand, wild and erratic. "It's over," she said, though they both knew it wasn't. He covered her hand with his, pressing it tighter. "When Emma died," he said, "I lost the only person who ever truly cared about me." He stared at her, the words flaying him alive. "I can't." He broke off, the rest of the sentence hanging in the air, raw and unfinished. She finished it for him, voice soft. "You can't lose someone again." He nodded, looking away as if ashamed to have said it. Lily's walls, all those miles of them, crumbled. She saw him, not just the billionaire or the survivor, but the boy who'd learned to equate love with loss. She understood it in her marrow. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "Not unless you push me out the door." He gave a wry smile, eyes shining with something she'd never seen in him before. Not hope, something more dangerous. Need. They stood, neither moving for a long, trembling second. Then he leaned in, slowly, giving her time to flinch or flee. She didn't. She met him halfway, their foreheads touching, the contact electric. His hand came up to cradle her neck, thumb tracing the curve of her jaw, reverent and possessive all at once. Her breath stuttered, and she let herself fall into it, let herself want him. Their lips were a breath apart, the inevitability of the kiss pulling them together. And then, like a curse, his phone rang, sharp and shrill, slicing through the moment. He swore under his breath, stepping back. The screen glowed with a string of numbers, a code Lily recognized from the security team. He answered, voice clipped. "Read." A pause. His expression changed. First confusion, then something like alarm. He listened, then hung up and checked a new text. The words flashed across the screen, stark and chilling. He turned the phone so she could see. "Your paintings hold the key. E." She read it twice, unsure if she'd hallucinated the single letter. "E?" she asked, voice barely a whisper. He nodded, eyes haunted. They stood in the wreckage of her studio, the morning light burning away all illusions. They were no longer just 2 broken people trying to piece themselves together. They were part of something larger, a game neither of them had agreed to play. Lily reached for his hand, squeezing tight. "We'll figure it out," she said. He nodded, and for the first time she believed he needed her as much as she needed him. The city buzzed to life outside. In the ruined calm of the studio, they were all that was left, wounded, wary, and unwilling to let go. But somewhere beyond the glass and the newly boarded window, someone else was watching, waiting, and the next move would be theirs. Chapter 6. He didn't sleep after the breach. Even with the city sealed outside, even with Lily tangled in his arms, Asher's mind ran every scenario. Windows, stairwells, badged staff, the black box redundancy of his own security systems. When she finally drifted into a deep, trusting sleep, he slipped from the bed, his absence so careful she didn't even stir. He crossed the silent hall, every footstep practiced, silent, and keyed open the study. The room was nothing but glass and darkness, the skyline a blurred field of light and threat. Against the window, a wall of monitors, some flat, some curved, cast their blue wash across the desk and the tired, handsome planes of Asher's face. He settled behind the desk, rolling his sleeves to the elbow and pulled up the live feeds. Every camera, clear. Every checkpoint, accounted for. He scanned the city's arteries, roads, river, bridges, measured the time it would take for an unknown car to find its way to Lily's studio, to the Reed offices, or to this very tower. His phone buzzed in his hand, haptic and insistent. For a moment he debated answering. Nothing good came at 4:11 a.m. The message was anonymous. Just a line of text, the font harsh, the words, absolute. You can't protect her forever. He stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the reply. He ran the number through every database he had, but it bounced off 3 countries before arriving here, and by then the sender was gone. He dropped his head into his hand, thumb pressed hard into his temple. There was a tremor in his fingers. He flexed them until it stopped, then reached for the secure landline. His head of security answered on the first ring, voice clipped and alert. Yes, sir? Double coverage on the Flynn building, Asher said, his own voice ablade. I want every entrance watched, every elevator logged. If she steps outside, she gets a 4-man convoy, and I want drone surveillance above every vehicle. A pause, but not hesitation. Understood. I'll put in for a rolling shift. And the gallery. Biometric locks now. If she tries to work without clearing the system, you lock her in and call me. Yes, sir. A faint click as the call ended. Asher sank back in his chair, the leather sighing beneath him. He tried to focus on the monitors, but the words of the message kept pulsing in his mind, growing larger every time he blinked. The memory of Emma's locket, the last thing of hers he'd ever touched, cold metal pressed into his palm at the funeral with an empty casket, drove an iron spike of panic through his chest. He took a long, deliberate breath, then opened the whiskey decanter and poured a shallow inch into the crystal glass. The ice from last night was still half melted, clouding the gold. He didn't taste the first sip. He just let it burn a path through the noise. He was studying a freeze frame of Lily leaving the building, hair a wild tangle, cheeks flushed with victory and defiance, when the door opened behind him. No knock, just the sound of quick, purposeful steps, and then the click as it latched again. He knew it was her before he even turned. Lily had a walk like nobody else, determined, unrepentant, the energy of someone who always planned to finish what she started. She wore old jeans, an orange sweater that looked like it had come off a dare, and black boots with paint smears up the sides. Her eyes were fierce and alive, her jaw set to war. "Are you even going to pretend to say good morning?" she asked, folding her arms as she stopped a few paces from the desk. He set the glass aside. "You're up early." "I never went to sleep." She nodded at the bank of monitors. "Neither did you, I see." He didn't answer. She scanned the screens, and the light caught the copper in her hair, the pulse just below her ear. She moved closer, planting her palms on the desk so she could look him dead in the eye. "What's the plan, Asher? You going to build a wall around my life? Stick a tracker in my coat? He said nothing, but the silence was an answer. Her hands tightened into fists on the edge of the desk. I get it. I do. Last night, she trailed off, shook her head. But you can't live like this. And you can't make me live like this either. He leaned back, fighting the impulse to reach for her, to lock her in and throw away the key. It's not up for debate, Lily. She snorted. I didn't realize I'd lost the right to decide my own life. He rubbed his eyes, the beginnings of a headache blooming behind the sockets. They threatened you. Directly. It's not negotiable. She circled the desk, coming to stand over him, the angle putting her at a height advantage for once. I'm not your employee. I'm not your responsibility. His voice was soft, but the steel was back. No, you're not. Then why? She was almost shouting, and her eyes were wet but not from fear. Why do you get to decide what I need? You said last night I wasn't fragile. You said I could handle myself. He stood, the chair rolling silently behind him, and faced her over the desk. I can't lose someone else, he said. I won't survive it. Her breath caught at that, and for a moment neither of them moved. The anger crackled, but beneath it, something old and wounded reached for the surface. She searched his face, looking for any sign of surrender. You're not the only one who's lost people, Asher. You're not the only one who's scared. He shook his head. I know that. Then trust me, she said, voice trembling with a conviction that felt holy. You want to keep me safe. Fine. But not like this. I can't breathe with your security following my every move. I need my freedom, Asher. I need you to see me as more than a risk. He looked at her, at the freckles on her nose and the paint under her nails, at the way she filled the room, radiating heat and life, and a reckless kind of courage he'd never had himself. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to promise her the world, stripped of its threats. But all he could see, every time he closed his eyes, was the loss. The way the world looked after Emma vanished from it. His hands found hers, threading their fingers together. I can't stop worrying, he whispered. She smiled, the smallest curve of her mouth, and brought his hand to her lips, pressing a kiss to the base of his thumb. You don't have to stop worrying. You just have to stop trying to control everything. He laughed, the sound broken but real. That's not going to happen. She drew back, her hand slipping away from his. Then we're going to have a problem, you and I. He nodded, the truth of it an ache behind his sternum. She took a step back, eyes searching his. If you try to lock me up, I'll find a way out. If you put a tracker in my coat, I'll ditch the coat. Her smile was wicked. I'm more resourceful than you think. He wanted to kiss her, hard, until the fight bled out and left only the two of them, alone against the world. But the monitors flared, an alert, pulsing in the corner of the screen. He checked it, reflexively, and his jaw tensed. Someone's trying to breach the Reed firewall. It's not local. She leaned in, her irritation forgotten. What does that mean? He was already at the keyboard, hands a blur. It means the threat isn't outside anymore, it's coming from inside the city. She watched the code cascade down the screen, her anger shifting to something sharper, more dangerous. What do you need? He looked at her, at the focus in her eyes, the hunger to help, to fight. Stay close, he said, and trust me. She nodded once, no fear, no hesitation. He drew her in, pressing his forehead to hers, and for a moment the world went quiet. Just the two of them, their breath mingling, hands locked. I'll protect you, he said. She squeezed his fingers so hard it almost hurt. I know. They stayed like that, suspended in the blue light, until the sun pushed through the clouds and painted the city gold. He let her go only when he had to. The phone buzzed again, this time with a code only 3 people in Manhattan had access to. Asher answered it, his tone clipped. Go. A string of numbers, a spike in the analytics, and then the voice on the line. Reed HQ is under siege. We're being hit from inside. Unknown vector. He was already moving, grabbing his jacket and a pair of gloves from the closet. Lock the mainframe. I want the uplink dead in 60 seconds. Lily shadowed him to the elevator, not waiting for invitation or permission. What happened? He met her gaze, jaw taut. Somebody just took a swing at the entire Reed infrastructure. If they get through, every secret, every client, every asset, it's all exposed. It's not just business, it's my family's name. She didn't blink. Then let's go. The elevator dropped them to the garage where an obsidian SUV waited, 2 men in dark suits flanking it. Asher slipped behind the wheel, the engine a low, hungry growl. Lily buckled in without comment, and they pulled out with a violence that matched the urgency in the air. Traffic meant nothing to Asher Reed. He ate up the city, weaving through yellow lights and silent intersections. Every move calculated, practiced. In the moments between, he tapped out messages on a secure tablet. Lily watched the city blur past, but her focus was on him. On the way his hand stilled on the wheel at red lights, the way he checked the rear view for shadows that might follow. The SUV's cabin was thick with tension. Lily broke it, eyes on the passing streets. You ever let anyone else drive? His mouth quirked. Never found anyone fast enough. She smiled, tight but genuine. Control freak. He didn't deny it. Survival instinct. The HQ was a spike of steel and glass at the river's edge. Even at dawn, the building glowed, 100 eyes blinking on as they approached. Security met them at the curb, 2 more men, this time with tactical vests beneath their coats. Inside, the lobby was a ghost town. Every door required Asher's biometric print. Every elevator needed a voice code. Lily trailed him, heart in her throat, watching the world shift around them. Upstairs, a phalanx of people in suits and headsets milled in a corridor. Beyond a glass partition, the war room lived up to its name, a single enormous table lined with laptops and live feeds, an entire wall given over to a projection of cascading lines of code. Asher walked in, and the room snapped to attention. The analysts rattled off numbers and threat vectors, voices low and urgent. They're replicating the signature across all 12 nodes, said a woman in a sharp suit. We're losing bandwidth by the minute. Asher paced the table, eyes scanning the display. Map the intrusion points. She brought it up. 12 red lines snaking into the core servers, moving faster every second. Lily stood against the wall, arms crossed, watching the dance. Asher's voice was different here. No softness, no hesitation. Every command was met with action. Shut down anything non-essential. Route everything else to the East Archive. Another analyst shook his head. They've already breached the backup. It's like they knew the network layout. Asher turned to the room. Treat it as an inside job. Nobody leaves, nobody uses an outside line. A ripple of unease, but everyone complied. Lily edged closer, staring at the code pouring down the main screen. It looked like chaos. Random characters, anomalies, streams within streams. But there was a rhythm to it. She'd seen it before, once, when a rival gallery had tried to tank her website ahead of a show. She leaned in, speaking to the closest analyst. Can I see the log from the first attack? He glanced at Asher, who nodded. Lily took the laptop, scrolling through the lines. After a minute, she pointed. There. That's a duplicate header. And that chunk, it's a signature. Whoever's doing this used the same code to break into the Holden Gallery system last month. The analyst frowned, zoomed in. How do you know? She shrugged. I remember patterns. This one's got a glitch. See how it skips every seventh character? I got a spam bot once that did the same thing. Asher came up behind her, reading over her shoulder. Can you isolate it? She grinned, fingers flying across the keys. Gimme a minute. The analysts looked at her, then back at Asher, who said, Let her work. Within moments, Lily found the unique signature, ran a search, and watched as the intrusion lines thinned, the spread slowing. The analyst closest to her gave a low whistle. She just cut the worm by half. Asher's hand found the back of her neck, an electric gesture of pride and surprise. Well done, he said, voice softer now, but loud enough that everyone heard. Lily flushed, but she didn't let go of the laptop. If you dump a junk packet back along the exploit path, you can flood their home base. Make it impossible for them to see what you're doing. The analyst nodded, already typing. We can do that. The room burst into coordinated action. The wall of code flickered, then shifted. The red lines shrank, the threat contained. Within minutes, the siege was over. The main screen went green. A slow cheer built in the room, a breathless release of tension. Asher squeezed Lily's hand just once. Told you I couldn't do this without you. She beamed, adrenaline surging. Never doubted it. As the analysts reset the room, the woman in the sharp suit came over, extending her hand. You saved us a lot of money. And time. Lily shook her head. Just happy to help. Asher pulled her aside, away from the glass and the crowd. How did you see that? She looked at him, eyes bright with excitement. I told you. Patterns. Art and code aren't so different. He gazed at her, something new and admiring in his expression. You're extraordinary. She flushed, shaking her head. Just stubborn. He laughed, the sound warm and unguarded. That too. They stood there for a moment, the world outside the war room resuming its relentless pace, but inside, everything slowed. Asher reached for her hand again, and this time she laced their fingers together without hesitation. The battle was won, but the war, against whoever wanted to tear their world apart, was just beginning. They were ready, together. They watched the analysts trickle from the war room, a few with fist bumps, others with looks of exhausted awe. Soon, the floor was theirs. Just Asher and Lily, the city's first weak daylight pressing pale against the glass, the overheads on battery mode, painting long shadows over the carpet. Lily perched on the edge of the conference table, legs swinging, hair falling forward as she studied the still active projection. Her adrenaline was fading, replaced by something softer and unsure. Asher slumped into a chair opposite, his posture less predator and more survivor now. He looked so human in that moment, hands rubbing at his face, jaw dusted with exhaustion. For the first time since she'd met him, he let his guard fall completely. He stared at the table for a long time, and when he spoke, his voice sounded bruised. You remind me of Emma. When she was little. Lily's heart made a sharp, involuntary turn. Tell me about her? He traced a ring of condensation on the table, words slow and careful. She was always the bold one. Smart. Ruthless if she had to be. But every year, on her birthday, she'd refuse the family chef. Insisted on making her own cake. Said she wanted something real, even if it tasted like sand. He laughed, but there was a rattle in it. One year she went all in, chocolate with raspberry filling, ruined 2 blenders and coated half the kitchen in flour. We couldn't clean it off the ceiling for weeks. Lily smiled, tears pricking her eyes. Did it taste like sand? Like hope, he said. The words hit him hard and he swallowed. That was her, really. She could turn mess into something you wanted to keep forever. He looked up, and she saw the full weight of loss in his eyes. It wasn't just grief. It was longing and guilt, and the crushing loneliness of knowing you'd never get back what mattered most. Lily crossed to his side of the table. She didn't ask for permission, just reached for his hand, their fingers intertwined, her paint-stained knuckles against his pale, calloused ones. "You miss her," she whispered. He nodded, unable to speak. She squeezed his hand. "You're allowed, you know. To let people in, to be a mess." He exhaled, head bowing until his forehead touched hers. For a moment, neither of them moved. The world outside the glass faded to a hush. Their lips met, almost by accident. Then again, slower, a question and an answer at the same time. She tasted the rawness in him, the salt of old wounds and the sharp thrill of something new. He kissed her with desperation at first, then with a tenderness she'd never imagined him capable of. His hands cupped her jaw, fingers trembling. She pressed closer, her body fitted to his, her heartbeat tripping over itself. The kiss deepened, a slow burn rush that left her dizzy. She could feel every inch of him, every old scar, every armored edge, every vulnerability he tried so hard to bury. When they finally broke apart, it was with a soft gasp, her fingers still laced with his. They smiled, and for once it wasn't a challenge. A chime cut through the room, a high, insistent tone from Asher's phone. He checked it, eyes narrowing. "Victor Blackwell's in the lobby. He wants to see me." Lily felt the chill before she understood the words. He just walked in? Asher nodded, his body already shifting back to combat readiness. He likes to announce himself. "It's part of the show." She squeezed his hand once more, grounding them both. "I'm coming with you." He hesitated, the old urge to protect warring with the new knowledge that she was stronger than he'd given her credit for. "You sure?" She smiled, fierce and unshakable. "Always." They walked to the elevator side by side, shoulders brushing. At the top floor, 2 security men waited, but Asher waved them off. "We'll handle this." Victor Blackwell was a portrait of composure in the Reed Enterprises lobby. Silver hair perfect, suit immaculate, eyes unreadable. He turned as they approached, and his smile was both warm and cold at once. "Asher," he said, hand outstretched. "Congratulations on containing your little problem. I had every confidence you would." Asher ignored the hand. "What do you want, Victor?" Victor laughed, low and measured. "Just to offer my condolences. You never know who you can trust these days, do you?" He eyed Lily, the smile sharpening. "And you must be Miss Flynn. I've heard so much about you. Quite the artist. And quite the asset." Lily blinked, unsure how much of the compliment was a threat. "Thank you," she said, voice cool. Victor circled them, his energy snake-like, always angling for advantage. "Family is a tricky thing, isn't it? One day you think you're safe, the next you're betrayed by the ones closest to you." He looked at Asher, feigning sympathy. "Your sister was a remarkable woman. A shame what happened." Asher's jaw clenched. "You don't get to talk about her." Victor held up both hands in mock surrender. "Of course. But if you ever need an ally, well, I do have resources. We could accomplish great things together, Asher. Far greater than what you have now." Lily watched the dance, saw the way Victor probed for weakness. She decided to probe back. "You seem very interested in the Reed family, Mr. Blackwell," she said, tilting her head. "Wasn't your own business enough?" Victor's eyes flickered, amused. "Curiosity is the engine of progress, Ms. Flynn, and in my line of work, you learn to appreciate the art of the deal, even if the canvas is a little messy." He smiled, and for a moment Lily glimpsed the predator under the polish. Asher's hand found hers, the touch subtle but absolute. "We're done here," Asher said. If you have a proposal, send it to my office. Otherwise, stay out of my house. Victor inclined his head. As you wish. He left with the same measured steps, not a hair out of place. The lobby seemed to exhale when he was gone. Lily and Asher stood for a moment in the hush. She glanced at him, her voice low. He's not going to give up, is he? Not until he has what he wants, Asher said. She shivered, but not from fear. And what do you want? He looked at her, the answer clear in his eyes. You. They rode the elevator back up in silence. When they reached the top, her phone buzzed in her pocket, a number she didn't recognize. The message, only 3 words. Your art holds the key. E. She read it twice, her blood running cold. She handed the phone to Asher. He read it, his face draining of color. This is sick, he said, voice like gravel. Someone's pretending to be Emma. Lily stared at the city beyond the glass, heart pounding. But what does it mean? Asher took her hand. We'll figure it out. Together. She believed him. She had to. Chapter 7. Night in the studio tasted like metal and old coffee, electricity humming in the baseboards, every surface alive with the residue of 10,000 failed experiments. Lily crouched over her work table, surrounded by carnage, paint tubes split and bleeding, crumpled sketches, a cracked mug of water that had long since surrendered to the sediment at its bottom. She had torn the lampshade off her desk light so it blasted the table with a surgical glare, making her shadow sharp as a paper cut on the plywood floor. It was after midnight, the hour when the city's bravado gave way to the honesty of insomnia. She'd been at it for hours, digging, assembling, rearranging evidence until her knuckles ached and the lines on her palm were black with graphite. The cold December air leaking through the window kept her awake, goosebumps rising along her bare forearm. She'd traded a coat for a threadbare cardigan with paint splatters on the sleeve. It was how she liked it. Everything she needed, nothing she didn't. The newsprint left her fingers smudged. She'd started with the basics. Old coverage of Emma Reed's accident, the official bulletins from Reed Foundation, the annual gala programs, any mention of the family in the society pages. Next came the city's memory, blog posts, charity event snapshots, whispered comment threads. Each piece went onto a growing pile, which now crested dangerously close to the edge of the table. She worked with a slow, dogged patience, unpeeling stories layer by layer. This was how her brain liked to solve things, through the fingertips, with the eyes. She'd never met a knot she didn't want to untie. There was a sequence to her process. First, sort and date the articles. Second, mark the timelines, pinning important details with a splash of colored tape or a circle in red marker. Third, look for the cracks. Places where the official narrative didn't match the reality she'd lived with. It was there, always, if you knew how to find it. Lily's life as an artist had taught her to see what others filtered out. She studied the photo of Emma at the last Reed Foundation event before the accident. The image was grainy, probably shot on a camera phone from a table near the stage. But even with the resolution shot to hell, the expression was wrong. Emma's smile was pinned on, but her eyes were locked on something just out of frame, pupils blown wide. Lily traced the outline with a pencil, then sat back, tapping the eraser on her chin. She set the picture down and reached for the accident report. She'd read it 6 times already, but the words looked different each reading, like they rearranged themselves out of spite. Loss of control, no evidence of mechanical failure, body identified at scene. She ran her finger down the margins, noting each repetition, each phrase that felt rehearsed. Every 10 minutes, she glanced at the little security camera she'd tacked above the door, a leftover paranoia from the break-in. The new system's blinking blue light was supposed to soothe her, but it only made her more alert. Every creak of the building made her startle. There were moments, when the wind howled or the pipes groaned, where she imagined Victor Blackwell's goons outside, waiting to pounce. Lily pulled a battered sketchbook from the shelf, pages thick with years of drawings. She flipped to a spread from the week before the accident, done in hurried strokes of black and blue. The composition was strange, abstract, a mass of swirling darkness with a single silver arc cutting through. It didn't mean anything at the time, but now she saw it. The echo of Emma's necklace, the one she never took off, reflected in the flash of the news cameras. Her breath quickened. She yanked open her laptop, digging through the archived email chain from the foundation's PR rep. There was a mention of a last-minute change to the gala's venue, canceling the original location in favor of a private event at the Blackwell Mansion. The switch made no sense. The foundation had never used outside venues for anything. She wrote it down, red marker on a yellow sticky, and slapped it on the wall. The studio wall had become her investigation board. She'd started it with art, but now the line between life and canvas was a fog. Articles, sketches, handwritten timelines, and event flyers hung in a fevered grid. She'd even mapped the names of everyone connected to the Reed family in 3 concentric rings, with black thread winding between them like a spider's web. The wall was her real brain. On it, the story of Emma's disappearance was alive, restless, refusing to stay quiet. She tacked up the latest photo, then stepped back, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. The pattern was clearer now. Emma's charity work intersecting with Victor's, always in the weeks before something bad happened. A fire at a youth shelter. A whistleblower's arrest. Lily followed the strings of thread, lips moving as she read names aloud, like reciting a spell. Reed, Blackwell Winters, Sato, and... Her finger landed on the image of Emma at the Blackwell Foundation dinner, jaw tense, eyes burning. There, just behind her in the deep shadow, was Victor himself. He was blurred, almost out of sight, but unmistakable, his smile a predator's half-moon. Lily's hands shook as she drew a fresh line from Emma's photo to Victor's, then another to the note about the venue switch. The dates lined up. The private event at Blackwell's place was 2 weeks before Emma's accident. She circled it, drew a question mark, then stepped back to see the whole thing. She let her head loll back, fighting the urge to laugh. "You beautiful, impossible woman," she muttered. "What did you see?" The more she worked, the less she wanted to stop. It was as if her body was running on a current she couldn't switch off. She grabbed a handful of pushpins and started connecting the smaller pieces. Emma's old colleagues, the foundation's lawyers, even the security detail at the event. The pattern that emerged was predatory. Each person touched by Victor Blackwell in some way, each life altered or ended within a year of contact. She realized her pulse was racing, that her left leg bounced under the table in time with her thoughts. She forced herself to sit, to breathe. The coffee was cold now, but she drank it anyway. She stared at the wall, and for the first time, allowed herself to see the shape of what was missing. Emma hadn't just died. She'd vanished with purpose. Lily's phone buzzed, a text lighting up the cracked screen. She expected spam or maybe a late-night meme from Stella, but it was from Asher. "Dinner tomorrow night? I'll send a car. Miss you." She stared at the words, then at her wall. For a moment, she didn't move. The need to share what she'd found was a living thing under her skin, but so was the need to protect him. She bit her lip, then typed back, "Miss you too. See you then." She set the phone down and looked at her wall again, the whole twisted diagram of secrets and grief and unfinished business. She felt the ache behind her eyes, the heaviness in her chest. But underneath all of that was a fierce, wild hope. The truth was ugly, but it was almost in reach. And tomorrow, She would decide whether to hand it over or burn it all to the ground. Lily stood outside the glass double doors of Asher Reed's penthouse, portfolio clutched to her chest like a life raft. The city's reflection shimmered in the black panes, her own face ghosting in the glass, all nerves and second-guessing. She buzzed, and the lock clicked open with a hush so smooth it might have been a whisper. The elevator delivered her straight into the apartment's foyer. No security, no checkpoints, just a slice of air that felt thinner than it should. She stepped onto heated marble, the kind that sucked warmth from your bones and kept it for itself. It was early evening, the city below bleeding orange and blue, but the penthouse could have existed on the moon for how little it cared about the world outside. "Asher?" she called, voice soft, not wanting to puncture the silence. He appeared almost instantly, suit jacket draped over one arm, shirt sleeves rolled, tie askew. He smiled when he saw her, the real kind, not the one he wore for boardrooms and photographers. He reached for her hand, pulled her in for a quick, close kiss, his palm at her jaw, thumb brushing the skin under her chin. She let herself fall into it for a second, then remembered what she was carrying. "You made it," he said, breath still near her ear. "I missed you." She smiled back, but there was static in it. "I hope you don't mind." She hefted the battered leather portfolio. "I brought some work." He laughed, but the sound sharpened when he saw the size of the folder. "That's not your usual." "What are you up to, Flynn?" She followed him into the living area, and the contrast nearly gave her vertigo. Everything was designed for effect. Low-slung furniture in obsidian and gray, precise corners, nothing out of alignment. Floor-to-ceiling windows cut the room into rectangles of pure light. The city sprawled beyond, a glittering anatomy lesson. The only sign anyone actually lived here was a single framed photo on a side table. Asher as a kid, standing beside a girl with wild hair and a lopsided grin. Emma, unmistakable, even in cheap print. He gestured for her to sit, then crossed to the kitchen, poured them both a whiskey, neat. "I hope you're hungry," he called over his shoulder. "I had them send up enough food for a rescue mission." She set the portfolio down and, for a minute, just watched him move. How everything he did was economical, deliberate. How he seemed less at home in his own space than he'd been at her paint-stained studio. He came back, placed the glass in her hand, and sat close, knees just touching. She thought about changing the subject, about saving what she'd brought for another night. But the research on her lap itched, a secret that didn't want to stay quiet. She took a breath. "Can I show you something?" He cocked his head, blue eyes narrowing but not unkind. "I love when you show me things." She forced a laugh, then slid the portfolio onto the glass coffee table. With careful hands, she started to arrange the contents: copies of accident reports, event programs, annotated timelines, and the photos she'd printed. Each piece felt like a drop of paint onto a blank canvas, the image emerging as she set them down. Asher leaned in, curiosity written across his face, but a line appeared between his brows as the pieces stacked up. Lily pointed first to the accident report. "See this?" she said. "The official story. Loss of control, single car, Emma pronounced dead at the scene. But here," she tapped the next sheet, "the news coverage from that morning. It says she was alone, but in the police log, there's a second unknown individual mentioned, never followed up." Asher said nothing, eyes flitting from her hands to the papers. His jaw worked, the muscle flexing in a slow rhythm. She kept going. "Look at the date of the Foundation's last annual gala, 3 days before the accident. Emma was there, but the location was switched at the last minute. It's the only time they ever did that." She slid forward a photo from the event. Then the blurry image of Emma, smile too wide, eyes fixed on the background. Asher's fingers hovered over the picture. She hated those things, he said, voice distant. Lily nodded. I know. But look here. She pointed to the corner where Victor Blackwell stood, hand on the shoulder of a much younger board member, gaze aimed at Emma and nothing else. He stiffened. What are you getting at? Lily met his eyes, heart slamming in her chest. There's something wrong with the official story, Asher. These dates don't add up. And look at Emma's expression here. She looks afraid. He stared at the spread, then at her, and the room went quiet. The only sound was the hum of the city, muted by $1 million worth of glass. She hesitated, then laid down the last piece, a printout of an old email from Emma to a Foundation colleague, time-stamped 3 days before the crash. The subject was change of plans. The message was brief, but the wording was urgent, almost frantic. She knew something was coming, Lily said, voice barely above a whisper. I think she was trying to warn someone. Asher reached for the email, fingers trembling so lightly she almost didn't notice. He read it once, twice. Then he set it down, his hand lingering over the photo of his sister. For a second she thought he might cry, but instead he closed his eyes, every line of his body rigid. He didn't speak for a long time. When he finally did, his voice was thin, stripped of its usual authority. Why are you showing me this, Lily? She swallowed, feeling suddenly very small. Because I care about you. Because I think you deserve to know. He looked at her then, and there was something raw in his face. A sorrow so old it felt fossilized. He started to say something, stopped, then tried again. You don't have to fix me, you know. She forced a smile. I'm not trying to fix you, Asher. I just want to know what happened. For both of us. He nodded, emotion so slight it barely existed. She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his. His grip was firm, almost desperate. They sat like that, silent, the table between them crowded with evidence and memory and everything they couldn't quite say. In the window the city kept moving, indifferent to the past, hungry for the next disaster. And inside the penthouse, 2 people sat together, alone with the truth and the fear of what it might cost to learn it. Asher lasted 3 full minutes in that silence. It was a personal best. He rose from the couch in a single controlled movement, the way a wolf might stand when the wind shifts. He didn't look at Lily, just paced to the window, hands in his pockets, jaw tight. The city was still beautiful, indifferent. He kept his eyes on it as if he might find answers there, or at least a distraction. This is... He started, then stopped. His voice, when he tried again, was hard and stripped of every warmth. This is ridiculous, Lily. You're seeing patterns that aren't there. She sat very still, chin lifted. I don't think so, she said quietly. I think you're refusing to see what's right in front of us. He turned, face drawn. What? That my sister faked her own death? That she spent 2 decades running some secret operation against Victor Blackwell? You know how insane that sounds? She met his gaze, steady as ever. Not as insane as pretending it all adds up. He laughed, a sharp bark that didn't sound like him at all. God, you're stubborn. Says the man who's spent his entire life refusing to talk about her, she shot back, and instantly regretted the cheap shot. But she didn't flinch, didn't let herself look away. He braced both hands against the windowsill, shoulders flexing beneath the fine cotton of his shirt. The tension in the room built, an invisible pressure that made the glassware rattle on the bar cart. I've let you into every part of my life, he said, voice low and furious. I trusted you. And you. He gestured at the table, at the evidence spread like an autopsy. You just couldn't leave it alone. Lily's fingers curled around her glass, the chill grounding her. This isn't about trust, Asher. Or even about Emma. It's about you, and how you never let yourself feel anything unless it's on your terms. He spun on her, anger blooming in high color across his cheeks. Don't psychoanalyze me, Lily. You don't get to decide what's real. She stood, slow and deliberate, leaving her research behind. I'm not deciding. I'm asking you to look, to just consider that you might be wrong, that maybe the worst thing that ever happened to you wasn't your fault. That maybe, just maybe, your sister loved you enough to sacrifice everything. The words landed, and for a moment she thought he'd shatter. Instead, he turned away, ran a hand through his hair until it stood on end, then stalked to the kitchen. He yanked open the fridge, stared at its contents, then slammed it shut so hard the magnets bounced off. Lily followed but didn't cross the boundary into the kitchen. Why are you so afraid to consider the possibility? She asked, voice trembling just a little. What if Emma didn't die in that accident? He looked at her, eyes bloodshot and wild. Because then she left me on purpose, he said. Because then it means she chose a lie over me. That I meant nothing. Lily felt the ache in her own chest. Or maybe she chose to protect you. Maybe that was the only way she knew how. He shook his head, a violent refusal. You had no right to dig into my family's past. The words echoed, final as a gavel. She stepped closer, heart in her throat. I care about you, Asher. That means caring about what shaped you, about what still hurts you. She hesitated, then added, and about what you're too afraid to face alone. He stared at her, the air between them so charged it hurt to breathe. She thought he might shout, or storm out, or even break down and let her in. Instead, he gripped the counter so tightly his knuckles turned white. You need to go, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Now. For a long moment, neither moved. Then Lily nodded, gathered her things and crossed the living room. She glanced back once at the man who had let her in and was now barring the door. He stood, head bowed, shoulders trembling. She left without another word, the echo of the argument trailing her into the elevator, down through the hushed lobby, out into the cold city night. The evidence was all still there, on his table. So was the truth. Whether he'd ever look at it again was a question she didn't dare ask. In the silence of the penthouse, Asher stared at the wall, at the empty space where his sister's photo still smiled, untouched. And somewhere, far away, the story of Emma Reed waited to be finished. He stood at the glass, every muscle straining for composure. The city glittered beneath him, a grid of fire and ice, but it was only a backdrop to the mess in his chest. Lily's footsteps faded behind him, her presence still vibrating in the room like a tuning fork struck too hard. You crossed a line, he said, voice so quiet it threatened to disappear. Behind him, she stopped, just short of the threshold. He could see her in the reflection, blurred and doubled by the city's lights, arms folded tight against her ribs. She came closer, so their mirrored faces almost touched, but the actual distance was a canyon. I crossed into honesty, she answered, not flinching. He looked at her in the glass, her face pale, determined, eyes shining with something halfway between anger and heartbreak. He almost turned, almost let himself speak the words that wanted out. Instead, he lifted his chin, choosing the pain he knew over the terror of being wrong. The silence pressed on both of them, thick and absolute. On the table, the evidence lay scattered like a battlefield. Emma's photo, the emails, the maps, the scribbled timeline. The woman who'd once been his anchor now stared up at him from the grainy print, eyes endless and unsolved. Lily reached for her coat, movements sharp and controlled. She didn't look at him as she gathered her things, but he heard the hitch in her breath, the soft exhale that meant she was holding something in. "When you're ready to face the truth," she said, her back to him. "About Emma. About us. About what you're really afraid of. You know where to find me." She left, the door closing behind her with a click so final it rang in his ears. He waited until the sound had faded, then crossed the room in 3 steps, snatching the photograph from the table. He stared at it, willing it to dissolve, or explain itself, or just lie like the rest of his memories. But it didn't. He stood in the empty room, evidence all around, the city's lights blurring into tears he refused to let fall. The world he'd built, of certainty, of order, was a ruin. The only thing left was the truth. And it was staring him down, silent, unyielding, impossible to ignore. Chapter 8. The first thing Lily noticed was the paint. Everywhere, streaked up her arms, crusted under her fingernails, spattered across the old drop cloth that barely covered the floor. Even her face bore a diagonal scar of turquoise from the night before, proof she'd fallen asleep mid-stroke, brush in hand. The second thing she noticed was the light. It came in weakly, crawling through the high windows, skittering over the detritus of her all-nighter. Coffee cups, a half-eaten muffin, an entire army of splintered brushes standing at attention in an old jam jar. She hadn't been home, not really, not since Asher. The confrontation replayed itself in her mind on a loop, loud and lurid, the kind of memory that left a bruise. She'd come straight here after, locked the studio door behind her and let the world go on without her. The studio was the only place she trusted herself not to make things worse. She'd worked until her muscles seized, sleep coming only in violent 10-minute snatches. The result was a canvas that looked like an open wound. Huge, angry, a war of colors smashing against a void of negative space. She stood back now, shivering, and tried to see the art instead of the exhaustion. It didn't work. The phone buzzed once, twice, insistent. The sound ricocheted in the empty room. She ignored it. It buzzed again, and she almost chucked it out the window, but instead wiped her hands on a ruined rag and picked up. Unknown sender. No subject. One attachment. A pixelated image, grayscale, nearly illegible. She hesitated, then tapped the preview. The image resolved into a blocky, over-sharpened tangle of shadows. At first glance, it could have been anything. A Rorschach for the digital age. Lily squinted, mind moving slower than her instincts, and brought up her old laptop from the chaos of the workbench. She transferred the file, ran it through 2 filters, boosted the contrast until her eyes watered. Coordinates. Or at least, that's what it looked like now. 2 lines of numbers, one horizontal, one vertical, overlaid on what might have been the outline of a city block. Her mind caught up. This was a map, a meeting, a summons. The message in the email body was just as cryptic. Sunday, 2 p.m. come alone, no signature, no context. She should call Asher, she knew. But the thought of his voice, tight, haunted, cold, made her hesitate. She scrolled through her texts, thumb hovering over his name, but she remembered the last thing she'd said to him, and the memory made her stomach twist. No, not yet. Instead, she pulled on the least stained of her cardigans, shrugged into her battered jacket, and checked the time. It was barely noon, but she'd learned early that New York time moved differently when you were on someone else's clock. She pocketed the phone, made sure the canvas was covered, and left the studio behind. She locked the door, double-checking the deadbolt out of a habit that now felt less like precaution and more like prayer. The air outside was punishing, December wind slicing through the side streets and tugging at her hair. She pulled the hood up, ducked into the river of bodies flowing downtown. The address led her east, toward an industrial neighborhood she'd only visited once, back when the best graffiti still came with the risk of tetanus. By 1:45, she was standing on the corner of a block so anonymous it felt like a stage set. Warehouse fronts painted in chipped navy, an abandoned deli with the windows taped in big black X's. Nothing moved except for a single orange cat, slinking through a thicket of trash bags. The cafe she was looking for was camouflaged between two loading docks, its door painted the exact color of wet cement. No sign, just a narrow window fogged with condensation and a bell that gave a single apologetic jingle as she entered. Inside, the place was even smaller than it looked. The floor was raw concrete, the walls lined with yellowing flyers and a smattering of abstract prints. There were only 3 tables, all occupied by men in heavy coats, who ignored her completely. At the far end was a counter manned by a barista with a ring in his nose and the indifference of someone who'd seen everything already. She ordered black coffee and scanned the room, hunting for anything out of place. A clock ticked somewhere, loud and cheap. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She tried to steady them by fisting them in her pockets. But that only made her look more nervous. At 2:05, someone shifted in the back booth. It was a woman, her face obscured by a knit hat pulled low and a pair of mirrored sunglasses that looked expensive even in this light. She wore an overlarge parka, the kind that belonged to a different climate, and kept her head bowed over a paperback novel. But there was something about her posture, something about the way she held herself, like a fighter trying not to show the bruise. The more Lily stared, the more she felt the certainty bloom in her chest. This was the contact. She took her coffee and crossed the narrow aisle, every nerve in her body singing. As she neared, the woman looked up, and Lily's heart stopped. Emma Reed. She was older now, the softness of youth leached out by years of hiding. Her jaw was sharper, hair cropped short and nearly black, but the resemblance was unmistakable. She was Asher's mirror, down to the high cheekbones and the way her eyes flickered with calculation even when she was smiling. She wasn't supposed to be alive. Lily sat before she could think better of it. The chair was cold and creaked under her weight. For a full 30 seconds, neither spoke. Then Emma said, "You're early." "That's good." Her voice was sanded down, deeper than Lily remembered from the stories Asher had told. Lily tried to steady herself. "You're supposed to be dead." Emma's mouth twisted. "Everyone is, sooner or later." They sat in silence, the din of the espresso machine filling the space. Lily sipped her coffee, though it burned her tongue. "What do you want from me?" Emma didn't answer right away. She traced a fingertip along the rim of her mug, eyes flicking toward the other patrons, the windows, the exit. "I need you to help Asher," she said, soft enough that Lily had to lean in to hear. "He's in more danger than he thinks. Victor isn't done with him." The sound of Victor Blackwell's name made Lily's blood run cold. "He knows about the accident," Emma said. "He knows about the locket. And now he knows about you." She stared at Lily, as if memorizing the details of her face. "If you stay close to Asher, you're the only one who can keep him from making the same mistake twice." Lily shook her head. "He doesn't want me near him. He barely trusts himself around me, let alone anyone else." Emma reached into her pocket, pulled out a small battered envelope, and slid it across the table. Her hand was as steady as a surgeon's. "Inside is everything you need to convince him I'm alive. He won't believe anyone else, not after what I put him through. But he'll believe you." Lily stared at the envelope. "What's in it?" "Proof," Emma said, "of what Victor did and what he's planning." Lily hesitated, fingers curling around the envelope. It was thicker than it looked, lumpy with what felt like a USB stick, a strip of old photographs, and a single slip of folded paper. She resisted the urge to open it right there. I can't tell you everything, Emma said, voice urgent. If you want to help Asher, meet me tonight. 9 o'clock. The footbridge at Roosevelt Island. Come alone. Bring the envelope. And don't trust anyone, not even him, until you've seen what's inside. Lily wanted to laugh or scream or just walk away and let the city swallow her whole. But she stayed. She stayed because there was something in Emma's gaze, a plea, desperate and unspoken, that felt like a promise. Emma stood, gathering her things in one practiced motion. You're stronger than you look, she said, almost smiling. But you have to be smarter too. Lily blinked, and in the space between one breath and the next, Emma was already gone. Just the empty chair, the paperback abandoned on the table. She reached over, turned it to read the title, The Art of War. She almost laughed, but the sound caught in her throat. The barista eyed her with mild annoyance. You done here? Yeah, she said. I think I am. She left the cafe and stepped out into the weak afternoon light, the envelope burning in her pocket. She wanted to call Asher, to tell him everything, but she knew she couldn't. Not yet. She needed to see for herself. She walked for blocks, letting the city bleed the adrenaline out of her system. Each step made the day feel less real, like she was watching someone else's story unfold from the safety of her own skin. By the time she reached the studio again, the sun was already fading, and her hands had stopped shaking. She went inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor with her back against the wall. She opened the envelope, one corner at a time, the way you'd open a letter bomb. The first thing she found was the USB. Next, a strip of photographs. Old, some torn, some with Emma and Asher as kids. One with Victor looming in the background like a specter. And finally, the note, written in a tight, hurried script. Lily, this is the only way. Tell him I never blamed him. Tell him to run. E. She read it twice, then folded it back up and stared at the studio ceiling. The fluorescent bulb flickered, painting the cracked plaster in shifting, anxious shadows. She didn't know if she was more afraid of what she'd found or what she'd have to do next. All she knew was that she had to go. The 10th floor of Reed Enterprises was a citadel of glass and chrome, the kind of place designed to remind everyone, shareholders, staff, even the man at its center, of its untouchable power. Asher sat at the head of the boardroom table, hands folded like a vice, attention fixed on the endless blur of quarterly forecasts and performance graphs projected on the wall. He couldn't hear a word of it. Every sentence from his CFO sounded underwater, every chart a useless flicker. The only thing Asher could focus on was the ghost of Lily's voice, the fight replaying itself in jagged bursts whenever he blinked. The words were less important than the look on her face, the way she'd gone so still at the end, as if she'd run out of air. He didn't know which felt worse, the anger or the emptiness it left behind. He made a show of studying the reports, eyes scanning the lines but mind miles away. He kept his posture perfect, the kind of rigid stillness he'd learned as a boy. It was armor, nothing more. Even now, every muscle in his neck felt one twitch away from snapping. A junior executive droned on about expansion into emerging markets. Asher interrupted with a single tap on the table. The room fell silent, all eyes on him. Enough. Let's circle back when you have real numbers, not projections. The words came out harder than he meant. Nobody argued, nobody ever did. The meeting ended early, staff scrambling out like birds before a storm. He was glad to be alone until the door opened again and Calder, his head of security, entered with the stealth of a ghost. "Sir," Calder said. His voice was even, betraying nothing, but Asher knew the man well enough to spot the tension in his shoulders. Asher gestured for him to continue. "We're seeing unusual network traffic," Calder said. "Multiple access attempts from outside. Someone tried to pull your family's legal files, especially anything regarding your sister's accident. Asher felt his pulse stutter, but he betrayed nothing. Could be an overeager journalist, he said, or someone in litigation prepping a hostile move. Have IT freeze the logs and run the audit. Calder hesitated. It's more sophisticated than that, sir. The signature matches something we flagged last year. The attempt came through a shell company, traced back to Victor Blackwell. Asher finished. His mouth went dry, the name hitting like a mouthful of steel filings. Yes, sir. Asher exhaled, slow and steady. Handle it, he said. I want every endpoint locked down. And Calder? Yes, sir. Notify me before you notify legal. Understood. When Calder left, Asher sat very still, knuckles white on the table's edge. He told himself he didn't care, that it was just another attack in a long war, but the memory of Lily's warning wouldn't let him. He'd heard her voice again this morning, half imagined and sharper for the absence. You don't trust anyone, not even me, not even yourself. He let the thought fester. After a long minute, he stood and crossed to his private office, a bunker of walnut and leather and museum-grade silence. He closed the door, pressed his forehead to the cold glass, and watched the city below, moving with the indifferent pulse of 1,000 stories he'd never know. He paced. The office was too big for pacing, but he did it anyway, back and forth, measuring out the shape of his anxiety. On his desk was a framed photo, one of the few personal things he allowed himself. Emma, at 13, wild hair and a mouth full of braces, grinning with the confidence of someone who didn't believe in loss yet. The sight of it hit him harder than the network breach, harder than any business threat. He picked up his phone, thumb hovering over Lily's name in his contacts. His finger moved to the call button, stalled, then circled back. He wanted to hear her voice, to apologize, to say the words he'd never learned to say. But he knew how it would go. He'd call, she'd answer, and the first thing he'd do was try to control the situation, just like always. He set the phone down, watched the city instead. Outside, the sky was bruised purple, the edges of the skyline bleeding into dusk. He watched the sun slip behind the Chrysler building, and for a moment, let himself feel the ache. It was the only thing that made sense. He didn't see Calder's update come in. He didn't see the time. All he saw was Lily's contact, still open, still waiting, as if the answer to everything was just one call away. He closed his eyes, swallowed the urge, and let the city move on without him. Night in Lily's apartment was always loudest after a day like this. Every pipe creaked. The radiator clanked in long metallic sighs. Her neighbor 2 floors up was on a mission to master Chopin before sunrise. The sound filtered through the walls, soft and determined, a metronome for the next phase of her unraveling. She dropped her bag on the kitchen counter, found the envelope again, and set it on the table. For a minute, she didn't touch it. She just stood there, jacket unzipped, staring at the pile like it might bite. Finally, she peeled it open and spread out the contents, piece by piece. First, the clippings. Yellowed newsprint, headlines full of tragic flourish. Heiress dead in freak crash. Family suffers second loss. There were police reports too, and a single battered page from a private investigator. Each document had details underlined in red, circles around names, witnesses, officials, even the medical examiner. As Lily scanned them, a pattern emerged: inconsistencies, gaps, official statements that contradicted each other. Emma hadn't just disappeared. She'd erased herself with the efficiency of a surgeon. Next, the photos. Childhood shots of Emma and Asher, the ones Lily had already seen in his apartment, but also newer ones. Emma in a crowded cafe, Emma ducking into a cab, Emma at a gala in a navy blue dress, Victor Blackwell's hand at her elbow. In each photo, Emma's expression was different. Wary, calculated, sometimes almost desperate. Lily wondered how it felt to live in the same city as your brother and never be able to say your own name out loud. She flipped the photos over and found the note, handwritten in quick, decisive script. Meet me at the bridge tonight. 9 p.m. Come alone. You must not tell him. Not yet. If he knows too soon, he'll try to save me. And that's how Victor wins. Lily read it twice, then 3 more times, hoping the words would lose their urgency if she memorized them. They didn't. She paced the length of the living room, barefoot, counting every step. She kept seeing Asher's face, the way he'd looked at her last time they'd spoken, like she was the only safe thing in a world full of knives. She'd never wanted to let him down. But now she understood. Sometimes the only way to protect someone was to risk losing them. Her phone vibrated on the coffee table, a single, insistent pulse. She looked down and saw Asher's contact still up, his name stark on the screen. She reached for it, stopped. She tried again. This time, her hand didn't shake. She stared at the message field, blank and waiting. She didn't know what she'd say, not yet, but she knew it would change everything. Lily closed her eyes, took one deep breath, and started to type. Chapter 9. The road to the cabin was a ribbon of frost through black trees, the pines clustering tight enough to press the world into a hush. Lily drove, her hands white-knuckled on the wheel, Asher silent in the passenger seat. The tension in the car was a live wire, every bump in the gravel a tremor, every mile a countdown. They hadn't spoken much since Emma's reappearance, but even the silence felt full, a lung stretched to bursting. The cabin emerged like an afterthought among the trees, its silhouette hunched beneath the weight of a late winter dusk. Shingles missing, paint faded to a pale afterimage of blue, the porch light swaying in the breeze. The only warmth was the thin glow through the window, lantern light flickering on bare planks. They parked 100 feet from the door. Asher scanned the tree line, habit, his jaw set. He looked like he could break steel with his bare hands. Lily touched his wrist, meant it as comfort, but it only made his muscles twitch. Inside, the air was a mix of wood smoke, dust, and a metallic edge she couldn't place. The room was smaller than it looked from outside, just a table, 2 chairs, a battered sofa, and a stone hearth smoldering with embers. The only decoration was a pair of boots by the door, and a long, dark coat slung across the back of one chair. Emma stood near the window, half in shadow, hood pulled low. She didn't move when they entered. She just watched them, breath fogging faintly in the cold air. Asher stopped dead. His chest rose and fell, slow and mechanical, as if each breath required conscious thought. Emma's voice cracked the silence. You found it. It wasn't a question. The hood fell away. Hair cropped close, face older and more angular than memory, but the eyes were unmistakable, storm blue, sharp as glass. For a long second, no one moved. Then Asher did. He strode forward, but stopped short, unsure if he was approaching a ghost. Em, he said, and the sound of it nearly undid him. Emma's smile was small, edged with sorrow. Hey, little brother. He closed the distance in 2 steps, hands shaking, jaw tight as piano wire. He reached for her face but stopped, afraid she'd vanish. I thought... His voice broke. You were gone. You dash. She touched his wrist, then his cheek, like proof. I know. Lily looked away, heat prickling behind her eyes. It felt wrong to witness, but she couldn't leave, not when the air vibrated with grief and relief and a history she'd only glimpsed from the outside. Emma drew a breath and stepped back. We don't have long. I don't know who else is watching. Asher didn't move. I need to know, he said. Everything. Emma nodded, eyes flicking to Lily, then back to her brother. It started before the accident. She gestured to the table, and they sat, 3 points in a triangle of need. Dad was going to cut Victor out, completely. All his access, all the trust, everything. Victor found out. He threatened me first. I didn't take it seriously. Should have. She laced her fingers, knuckles white. He made it look like a car crash. The police believed it. Even I did for a while. But after, I got messages. Threats. I realized I was supposed to die too. So I ran. Asher's hands pressed into the table, leaving pale marks in the dust. You let me think you were dead. It was the only way, Emma said. If Victor believed I was alive, he'd keep coming for you. He was obsessed. I thought if I disappeared, he'd focus on the company or money, anything but you. You were wrong, Asher said, but the words were more plea than accusation. Emma looked down. I know. I watched you. Stalked you, really. Every city, every school. You got so careful. So hard. She met his eyes, voice thick. I kept a file. Every year. Birthday cards I never sent. Asher shook, silent, the emotion running down his face. He made no move to hide it. Lily's throat burned. She listened as Emma explained the years underground, working menial jobs, dyeing her hair, burning IDs. How she'd connected with a journalist, started collecting evidence, bank records, offshore accounts, a constellation of bribes that led back to Victor. I waited until I had enough to take him down, Emma said, but it was never enough. He always stayed ahead. She paused, looking at Lily. Then I saw you. With him. Lily flinched. At the gallery. Emma nodded. I saw how he looked at you. How he looked at Asher. I realized he was never going to stop. The silence after was a crater. Asher wiped his face, unashamed. So what now? He said, voice shredded and raw. Emma's smile was a blade. Now we finish it. Together. He nodded, and it was a vow. He stood, half staggered, then pulled Emma into an embrace so tight it looked like he might never let go. She clung to him, face buried in his shoulder, and for a long, silent moment, neither moved. When they parted, Asher held her at arm's length, as if memorizing every new line and scar. I'm sorry, Emma whispered. Me too, Asher said, and Lily heard every year of loneliness in it. They sat again, side by side, rebuilding in small pieces. Emma poured tea from an ancient thermos, the gesture so domestic it broke the last of the tension. Lily accepted a cup, hands steadying. You must be Lily, Emma said. Thank you for looking out for him. Lily smiled, shy. He's stubborn, but worth the trouble. Emma laughed, and it sounded almost normal. As dusk pressed against the windows, Lily felt something loosen in the air, a knot untying, a space made for new hope. The world outside remained dangerous, but here, in the lantern glow, the reeds were whole again. Even if it was only for the night. The hours after the storm of reunion settled into something quieter, exhaustion with a low simmer of joy beneath. Emma and Asher took the battered sofa, knees angled toward each other, words tumbling out in a mix of old jokes and pieced together timelines. Lily hung back at the table, sorting through mugs and plates, giving them space but stealing glances, watching the impossible become reality. Emma was different from what Lily had imagined. More fragile, yes, but also sharper. The years of hiding honed into a diamond wit. She gave Asher no mercy, chiding him for getting so tall and grim, and growing up to be the family's disaster recovery plan. He shot back with stories from boarding school, his voice warming as the armor dropped. The lantern on the table burned low, throwing their shadows up the wall in wild gestures. Lily caught the way Asher looked at her, the quick flick of his eyes whenever Emma teased too close to the truth. It made her stomach lurch, sweet and nervous. After a while, Emma noticed. "You two always like this?" she said, eyebrow arched. "Or am I interrupting some epic staring contest?" Asher started, blood rushing to his cheeks. "We're—" He glanced at Lily, then away. "It's not—" Emma cackled, the sound unrestrained. "Oh, please. You've barely taken your eyes off her since you walked in." She leaned forward, voice conspiratorial. "I knew it from the second I saw you in the city. All grown up, but still so obvious." Lily flushed, torn between hiding and meeting Emma's challenge. "He's not as smooth as he thinks," she offered. Emma grinned at her, all fangs and affection. "Don't let him fool you. The Reed men are disasters in love." Asher's mouth twisted, but he smiled, and Lily felt something inside her let go. "I'm sitting right here," he pointed out. "Good," Emma replied. "Now maybe you'll finally say what you mean." She stood, stretching her arms above her head, and Lily caught the tremor in her left hand, the mark of long years spent alone. "I'm making cocoa," Emma said, "and I'm giving you both 5 minutes to work your stuff out, or I'm coming back and doing it for you." She vanished into the kitchen. Asher stood, ran his hands through his hair, and looked at Lily like she was both the solution and the problem. Lily wiped her palms on her jeans, suddenly shy. "She's intense," she said, by way of starting. "She's always been," Asher replied, his voice soft. He walked to the door, opened it to the porch, and gestured. "Come on," he said. "Let's get some air." Outside, the cold was sharp, biting the edges of skin left exposed. The sky above was thick with stars, the pines framing them like a cathedral. For a while, they just stood side by side, breath mixing in the dark. Asher broke the silence first. "I'm sorry." "About before?" "About everything." His hand hovered at her back, not quite touching. She shook her head, hair coming loose in the wind. "You don't have to be. I get it. I'm not easy either." He looked at her, really looked, and the ache in his eyes was something she recognized from the inside out. "I was scared. Of losing you. Of not being enough. Of turning into him. Victor. Or my father. I didn't want you to get caught in that." She stepped closer, close enough that her voice didn't have to carry. "You don't get to decide what I can handle. That's not your job." He smiled, sad and grateful. "You're right." She took his hand, felt the way it trembled. "I want to be here. With you. No matter what happens next." He closed the gap, the hunger in his eyes matched by the gentleness of the way he touched her cheek. "I can't lose you," he said again, but softer, almost an apology. "Then don't," she answered and pulled him in. The kiss was nothing like before. This one was desperate, searching, all the words and wounds they hadn't managed to say. His arms circled her waist, hauling her against his chest, and she could feel his pulse, wild and uneven. She kissed back, biting at his lower lip, her hands fisting in his shirt. He tasted like smoke and sorrow and the salt of old tears. When she pressed closer, he groaned, the sound lost in her mouth. They stumbled backward, and Asher's heel caught on the warped porch board. He grabbed for balance, upending the old oil lamp perched on the rail. The lamp clattered and rolled, flame guttering dangerously before Lily caught it, righted it, and set it back upright. They broke apart, both breathless, grinning like thieves. "Nice," Lily said, panting. "Very billionaire of you. Breaking priceless antiques during makeouts." He laughed, the sound full and bright. "Some things never change." She tucked a stray hair behind his ear, gentling the moment. "We're a mess," she said. He kissed her again, softer this time, lips barely brushing hers. "Maybe. But I wouldn't trade it for anything." A light flicked on behind them. Emma stood at the window holding 2 mugs and giving a theatrical thumbs up before she disappeared, leaving them to the cold and the glow. Lily pressed her forehead to Asher's, their breath fogging between them. "We should go back in," she whispered, but made no move to leave. "Yeah," he murmured, but didn't let go. They stayed like that for a long minute, the world outside the porch falling away. For the first time, the future seemed less like a threat and more like a possibility. When they finally went back inside, hands laced together, the warmth from the fire was almost a shock. Emma watched them from her spot at the table, eyes bright with amusement and a trace of envy. She slid Lily a mug. "Congratulations," she said. "You two are disgusting." Lily smiled, settling next to Asher on the sofa. "You're just jealous," she said, nudging Emma's foot under the table. Emma pretended offense, but her smile never faded. "Not even a little. I'm just glad you finally got it together. I was starting to worry you'd both die of repression." The lamp burned between them, steady and golden. The cabin felt smaller, but in the best way, like the world had contracted to a point where nothing bad could get in. They drank cocoa, and when Lily set her mug down, Asher's hand found hers, his thumb tracing slow circles across her knuckles. It was a promise, and she believed it. Outside, the wind rattled the window, but inside, nothing moved except the 3 of them. For the first time, the silence felt safe. For the first time, she wanted to stay. The next morning, the world outside the cabin was glazed with frost. Inside, the warmth was held not by the hearth, now just a memory of embers, but by the slow work of 3 people trying to stitch a future from the scraps of the past. Emma had spread the evidence across the table. Bank statements, encrypted thumb drives, yellowed clippings with names circled in red. She worked in silence, sorting files into columns, money, motive, method, her fingers nimble, eyes sharp. Every so often she'd glance at Asher or Lily, as if taking inventory, making sure they were still there. Lily moved around the room with a restless energy, hands painting invisible lines in the air as she talked through the plan. She wasn't used to plotting anything beyond the next brushstroke, but in the intimacy of the cabin, she felt a strange thrill, like the first time she'd finished a canvas and known it was good. Asher was the anchor, his presence steady. He'd shaved, put on a clean shirt, and seemed almost calm, though his eyes tracked Emma's every move. When he spoke, it was with the certainty of a man who had lost everything and wasn't afraid to gamble for it back. "Victor won't go down easy," Emma said, stacking the evidence in neat towers. "He has judges, cops, half the old guard in his pocket." "We don't need everyone," Asher replied. "We just need one thing he can't buy: the truth." Lily watched the way Asher's hand rested on the table, fingers splayed, as if daring the world to try him. She wanted to reach across, take his hand, but held back. There was a work to be done, and she didn't want to be the one to break the spell. Emma smiled, just barely. "You sound like Dad." Asher looked down, a shadow crossing his face. "Maybe that's not the worst thing." Lily broke in, unable to hold her question. "What's the play then? We dump everything online? Go to the press?" Emma shook her head. "He'd spin it. He'd make us the villains. The only way is to catch him in the act." Asher nodded. "He has a gala tomorrow. If we can get him to meet, make a deal, hand over the drives, we can force him to show his hand." Lily considered this, tracing the rim of her mug. "And if he doesn't take the bait?" "Then we improvise," Asher said. A silence fell, The weight of what they were planning pressed in from the corners of the room. Emma leaned back, stretching her arms. "You know, I never thought I'd see you as the responsible one." Asher huffed a laugh. "I'm not. I'm just the one who's still here." Emma's face softened. "You're more than that." She glanced at Lily. "And you. Thank you. For keeping him alive. For giving him a reason to fight." Lily blushed, caught off guard. "I think he'd have managed," she said, but when she met Asher's eyes, the heat on her cheeks doubled. Emma let them have the moment. She busied herself with the evidence, but Lily could see the amusement in her half-smile. By midday, they had a plan. Emma would lure Victor to the meeting, promising to turn over everything. Asher would provide security, lock down the location. Lily's job was to document, to create a digital chain that couldn't be erased or rewritten. Each of them would be exposed, but for the first time, they had a chance. They broke for food. Canned soup and crackers, scavenged from the cabin's meager stores. Lily ate with her legs folded under her, perched on the edge of the sofa, watching the way Emma and Asher fell into old rhythms. They bickered over soup flavors, over the best way to play the odds. It was domestic, almost sweet. After, Lily and Asher took a walk along the edge of the woods. The air was bright, the cold slicing through her jacket. They didn't talk much, just moved side by side, finding comfort in the pattern of steps and the soft give of earth underfoot. When they returned, Emma was asleep on the sofa, arms crossed, head bowed like a queen in exile. Asher covered her with a blanket and sat beside Lily at the window. They watched the world for a long time. As the sky went violet, Lily's phone buzzed. Once, twice, insistent. She glanced at the screen, then froze. "What is it?" Asher asked, already reaching for her. Lily turned the phone so he could see. A message, no sender, just a photo. The three of them, entering the cabin that morning. The angle was from the tree line, the image grainy but unmistakable. Underneath, a single line of text. "Did you really think I wouldn't know?" V. The air went tight, the cabin shrinking around them. Emma stirred, woken by the silence. Asher handed her the phone. She studied it, then let out a low whistle. "He's better than I thought." Lily's hands shook. "What do we do?" Asher closed his hand around hers, steadying her. "We stick to the plan. We finish this." Emma nodded, a slow smile spreading. "He's watching, but so are we." They sat together, the three of them, as the lantern burned low and the night pressed in. Outside, the woods were alive with wind and the threat of eyes. Inside, the only movement was the small, steady joining of hands across the table, the squeeze of resolve. The battle had already begun. But for the first time, they were ready to fight. The lantern's light threw their shadows huge against the walls, three shapes, united, impossible to tell where one ended and the next began. And for the first time, Lily believed they might win. Chapter 10. It started with the sirens, 3 blocks out. Asher's heart pounded in time with the red strobes ricocheting off the buildings, the city a blur beyond the windshield. He ran a hand through his hair, still damp from the shower, the only thing he'd managed to do between Emma's message and the world unraveling. He pressed harder on the accelerator, reading every green light as a personal challenge. Lily's block looked the same, street lamps still humming, the hardware store's metal gate locked tight. But he knew, even before he stopped the car, that everything inside was wrong. He threw open the door and sprinted up the stairs, bypassing the ancient elevator. Each step rang out, echoing the dread threading up his spine. Her apartment door hung crooked on its hinges, lock splintered, the paint around the frame bruised with impact. He barreled through, adrenaline rendering the details in high contrast. The first thing he saw was the canvas. It had been torn from its frame and lay crumpled on the floor, the painted surface slashed in a parody of violence. Glass sparkled underfoot, every picture frame, mug, and light bulb shattered. Her desk had been overturned, its contents scattered in an arc of chaos: brushes, pigment, the small soldering iron she used for encaustic work. A streak of paint, thick and blue, tracked across the wall like a vein split open. "Lily!" he called, already knowing she wouldn't answer. The bedroom door had been forced open, the knob sheared clean. Her bed was upended, mattress on its side, sheets tangled and torn. A lamp cord hung from the ceiling fan, the bulb dangling by bare wires. The sight hollowed him. The only thing worse than a fight was the aftermath, the certainty that someone had tried to erase her from this place. He moved room by room, stepping over the carnage, searching for any sign. Blood, a footprint, a scrap of fabric. There was nothing. Not even her phone. He checked the window. It was closed, locked from the inside, undisturbed except for a single, deliberate thumbprint pressed into the dust on the sill. He'd seen this before. Not exactly, but enough times to recognize the choreography. Whoever had come for her, and they'd left no witnesses. He didn't realize he was shaking until his own hands blurred in front of him. He grabbed the edge of the kitchen counter and braced, fighting the tidal wave of panic that threatened to knock him under. His own phone buzzed, the vibration sharp in the hush. Unknown caller. He hesitated only a second before answering. "Read." A voice, flat and unfamiliar. "There's someone here to see you." He almost hung up. A wrong number. Or worse. But the voice continued. "Don't make me repeat myself." A knock sounded behind him at the battered front door. He spun, phone still pressed to his ear. Emma, down, her hair plastered to her forehead from the rain. She didn't say anything, just met his gaze and stepped inside, closing the door with a soft click. He hung up without a word, dropping the phone to the counter. "Where the hell have you been?" Emma scanned the apartment, her eyes inventorying everything at a glance. No time. He's already started. The old Emma would have hugged him, or at least reached for his hand. This Emma moved with clinical purpose, ducking beneath the shattered threshold and making a slow circuit of the main room. "Did you see anyone?" she asked, voice tight. He shook his head. "She's gone." Emma stopped in the living room. She crouched by the couch, examining the debris field with the precision of a bomb squad. "They came for her," she said. "Or for you, if you'd been here." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "They?" She nodded, finding a hair tie on the floor and looping it around her wrist. "Victor, or someone working for him." She found a fragment of Lily's painting, the edge still wet. She sniffed it, then dabbed her finger on the pigment. She fought back. This is new. He tried to think, but the noise in his head made it impossible. "What do we do?" She stood, glancing at him for the first time since she arrived. "We find her. We make it right." He wanted to yell, to break something, but Emma's calm was a black hole, pulling in all his rage and turning it to something useful. She moved to the kitchen, sifting through the wreckage. She plucked a business card from the fruit bowl, held it up so he could see. "Victor Blackwell, senior partner." "He wants us to know it was him," she said, flat as ice. He reached for the card, but she kept it, tucking it into her pocket. "We set up here," she said. "We use his arrogance against him." He watched as she cleared a space on the table, stacking broken plates with one hand while pulling her own laptop from her bag with the other. She powered it on, fingers moving with ruthless efficiency. "Sit," she ordered. He did. Emma brought up a map of the city, highlighting locations in red. These are his known holdings: factories, warehouses, a few safe houses. Asher watched her, the years between them collapsing in on themselves. She was still his sister, the same ruthless, brilliant Emma, but the edges had grown sharper, the armor welded in place. "He'll move her," she said. "Probably within the hour. We need to find out where." He picked up his phone, thumbed through contacts. "I have people watching the bridges. I can get more." She nodded approval, then handed him a notepad and pen. "Any detail, anything you remember. What was touched? What was left behind? We need patterns." He started writing, hands finally steadying with the work. She tapped at the laptop, bringing up surveillance feeds and city traffic cameras. He likes trophies. He'll keep her alive. For now. He hated that, for now. Hated how true it sounded coming from her lips. Emma paused, then reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "We'll get her back, Ash." He nodded, afraid to trust himself with words. A rapid knock at the door snapped them both to attention. Emma slid a small pistol from her bag, black, ugly, functional. She held it low, off to the side. Asher moved to the door, peered through the cracked frame. A man stood in the hall, older, bald, rain beating on the shoulders of his leather jacket. He raised both hands, slow. "I'm with Reed Security," he said, his badge visible. "We got your ping." Emma let him in, but not before frisking him for a weapon. The man looked at her with a hint of recognition, but said nothing. "Secure the perimeter," Emma ordered. "We need eyes everywhere." He nodded, already on his phone, relaying instructions in a low monotone. Asher watched the choreography, the way Emma moved people, the way she had always been able to turn chaos into strategy. He returned to the table. "How do we start?" Emma typed, then spun the laptop so he could see. A camera feed, shaky and grainy. It showed a black van outside Lily's building, time-stamped 2 hours ago. 3 men, faces obscured, carried something heavy from the service entrance. A single red streak, paint, not blood, on the van's bumper. "He's not even trying to hide," Emma said, disgusted. Asher memorized the license plate, repeated it aloud as he texted his team. Emma highlighted a cluster of addresses on the city's edge. "This is where we look." The security man returned. "We've got eyes on the river, and a tip about a van matching that description heading south. Want me to tail it?" Emma nodded. "Keep us posted." He left, silent as a ghost. Asher stood, restless. "I should be out there." She shook her head. "No. You need to be here when they call. If they want leverage, they'll want you close." He hated how much sense it made. "And if they just want to hurt me?" Emma's smile was quick, predatory. "Then they'll have to get through me." He laughed, or tried to, but it came out as a rough exhale. They worked through the next hour, every surface in the apartment covered in maps, notes, and printouts. Emma never once stopped moving, eyes flicking from screen to screen, her mind 10 moves ahead. Asher watched her, pride and sadness twisting together. She had always been the strong one, the one who saved him from monsters under the bed. He wondered what monsters she'd fought alone all these years. His phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, the area code local. He answered, bracing for impact. "Asher Reed." A pause, then a voice. "I have something you want." He closed his eyes, listening. "Where?" he asked. The line went dead. Emma didn't need to ask. She was already packing her bag, tucking files and drives away, then holstering the gun at her hip. "Let's go," she said, leading the way. They left the broken apartment behind, the smell of wet paint and ozone hanging in the air. On the way down the stairs, Asher touched his pocket, feeling for the small photograph he kept of Lily. her smiling, paint smeared, alive. He pressed it hard between his fingers, as if wishing could make it true again. By the time they reached the street, the city had shifted. There was purpose in every step, a current pulling them toward the inevitable confrontation. He didn't know if Lily was alive, or if he'd ever be whole again, but with Emma at his side, he'd stop at nothing to bring her home. The hunt had begun. When Lily came to, the world was a box of metal and noise. Her wrists throbbed. She blinked, forcing the blur to resolve, and found her hands cinched behind a cold steel chair. Her head lolled. A sour ache pulsed at the base of her skull, radiating through the length of her spine. The floor was poured concrete, paint-flaked and pitted. A single bulb swayed above, making shadows stutter over the pipes that veined the ceiling. She catalogued her senses. Damp chill. A scent of old oil and solvent. Far off, the thrum of something massive, machinery maybe, or HVAC in a building far larger than her last memory allowed. She blinked again, jaw clenched against the taste of copper in her mouth. Her cheek was sticky, pressed against her shoulder. She realized she'd drooled in unconsciousness. Elegant. She rolled her head, eyes tracking the walls. Industrial shelving lined one side, heavy with tarp-wrapped packages and anonymous crates. There was a window, high and covered with wire mesh, leaking a thin line of blue daylight. On the nearest workbench, she caught a familiar shape. A metal box marked with a logo she recognized. Solus Textile Machinery. They'd donated equipment to an art co-op she'd worked at last year. So, warehouse, not a basement, not underground. She let out a slow, deliberate breath. She was still alive. Footsteps, measured and deliberate, approached. She stilled, gaze locked on the door, a battered steel thing with the faded remains of a fire code sticker. It opened, and the room drew itself tight with a new tension. Victor Blackwell stepped inside, the geometry of his suit unwrinkled, his white hair gleaming in the cold light. He moved with the bored precision of a man who'd already decided how the next hour would go. He smiled. Not a real smile, but the parody of one, practiced in glass conference rooms. "Ms. Flynn," he said, "I trust you're comfortable." She gave him nothing, just a blink, then turned her head away. He clucked his tongue, set a folder on the bench, and pulled a chair opposite her. The space between them was as wide as the river, and just as dangerous. "I apologize for the accommodations," he said, folding his hands, "but you left me little choice. In my experience, artists are unpredictable when left unsupervised." She stared at her knees, forcing herself to breathe. Fear was a solvent, but if you let it run too hot, it just melted your insides. She looked up, masking the tremor with contempt. Victor's eyes narrowed as if amused by her attempt at bravado. "You're not as easy to intimidate as most of Mr. Reed's companions. I admire that." She swallowed, then managed, "He'll find me." Victor's smile sharpened. "Of course he will. That's the point." He stood, circling her in slow, predatory arcs. "You know, I always envied your boyfriend's single-mindedness. I suppose that's what passes for loyalty these days." She tracked his movement, cataloging the way he kept his left hand in his pocket, the way he touched nothing as he walked. "You'll never get what you want," she said. Victor stopped behind her, leaned close enough for her to smell the subtle cologne, spiced, expensive, familiar. "On the contrary, Miss Flynn, I usually do." He placed a hand on the back of her chair, and the hair rose along her arms. "I know what you're thinking," Victor said, his voice almost gentle. "That there's some clever way out of this. Some trick." He leaned in, lowering his mouth to her ear. "But I promise you, you're here until I decide otherwise." He straightened, moving to the table and picked up the folder. He fanned the contents on the workbench. Photos, mostly. The first was of Lily at her gallery, laughing with Stella. The second of her and Asher, arms around each other on the roof of the Archer. The third was from the auction, her painting in the background, Asher's expression unreadable. She recognized the message. Surveillance. This wasn't about ransom. This was about power. She met his eyes, matching his cool. Why me? He tapped the photos, considering. Because you matter to him, Victor said, as if she'd asked what day of the week it was. She waited, letting the silence stretch. Let him talk. Victor obliged. The thing about the Reed family is they never learn. They think money is the same as security. That loyalty can be bought, or threatened. He tilted his head, eyes almost curious. Emma understood. For a time, Lily worked to keep her face blank. Emma? Victor's smile twisted, a snake shedding its skin. Oh, don't pretend. I'm not the only one who knows how to use the internet. You're clever, Ms. Flynn, but you're not unique. The last woman who tried to outsmart me wore that same look. It didn't serve her well. Lily cataloged every word, every tick of his jaw, every line of the room's shadow. Victor's voice went softer. You're going to help me deliver a message, he said. And if you do, this will be quick. If you don't, he shrugged, letting the threat breathe. Lily shivered, more from the cold than the menace. What message? He leaned in, placing both hands on the table, looming over her. Tell Asher the past is dead, and if he wants to keep the present, he'll meet me on my terms. He gathered the folder, smoothed the pages. You should rest, he said. It may be a long night. He left without looking back, the door slamming shut with a sound that echoed for seconds after. Lily waited, listened for footsteps. Nothing. She flexed her fingers, testing the plastic zip tie binding her wrists. Too tight for leverage, too thick for brute force. But her hands were not empty. She slipped the hairpin from her sleeve, the one she'd tucked there months ago out of habit. A studio relic, paint-stained and sharp. She worked it into the edge of the tie, twisting slow and steady, careful not to break the pin. The plastic gave a little, then a little more. She closed her eyes, recalling every word Victor had said, replaying the conversation for hidden clues. When the tie finally snapped, she rolled her wrists, ignoring the sting. She didn't move from the chair, not yet. Instead, she palmed the pin and pressed it into the soft underside of her tongue. If someone checked, they'd see her still bound. She slipped one shoe off, dragging it across the concrete until the rubber sole squeaked, a code she'd used in the gallery when Stella wanted to warn her about a bad buyer. She couldn't know if anyone would hear, but she had to try. She scanned the room for cameras, found none, only a single convex mirror above the door. She angled her head, noting the line of sight. She mapped the dimensions of the space, the distance to the nearest window, the likely location of the fire exit. She reached with her shoe, scuffing the paint along the floor, leaving a deliberate trail of color toward the eastern wall. If Asher came, when Asher came, he'd see it. Her arms ached, her head buzzed with hunger and exhaustion. But she stayed upright, painted in the half-light, determined to be a warning, not a victim. Outside, the machinery droned on. Inside, Lily planned her escape. The city had teeth, and everyone was aimed at Asher Reed. He gripped the steering wheel, knuckles bloodless, the world outside a blur of midnight glass and neon. Emma sat beside him, voice crisp over the Bluetooth as she rattled off intersections, warehouses, side streets. South Terminal, she said. Take a left at the light, then a quick right into the lot. Watch for anything unusual. He shot her a glance. Define unusual. She allowed herself a thin smile. Anything that looks like it's waiting for us. The parking lot of the terminal was deserted, save for the bruised silhouettes of delivery trucks and the blinking red dot of a security camera on the loading dock. They slid the car between two freight containers, engine off, and listened. The city's hum seemed to amplify here. The backbeat of generators, the distant groan of a subway, the staccato shouts of dock workers on break. Somewhere, a cat yowled, feral and insistent. Emma checked her weapon, a gesture so smooth it made Asher's skin crawl. She motioned for him to follow. They moved in tandem, keeping to the shadows. Asher's mind ran hot with every possible threat. He counted windows, measured distances, cataloged exits. A habit learned from a lifetime of never feeling safe. But Emma was another species. She seemed to dissolve into the dark, moving with a predator's confidence. At the edge of the lot she crouched, scanning the warehouse. That loading bay. See the camera? The lens is fogged. On purpose. No legit business would let that slide. Asher nodded, adrenaline beating at his temples. They skirted the perimeter. At the back, a service door hung open an inch. The bolt snapped and left swinging. Emma signaled for silence and slipped inside. Asher a step behind. The warehouse stank of chemical resin and mold. High overhead, the lights were dead except for one, bright, surgical, illuminating a patch of floor in the center. In that pool of light stood a man, tall, in a heavy work coat, face lost to the shadows. He didn't look at them, but Asher's gut told him he knew they were there. Emma motioned to wait. She drew her phone, tapped a series of commands, and sent it. "My backup," she whispered. "If we go dark, they'll know where to look." Asher found the idea of needing backup almost funny. Emma drew her pistol, advanced. She moved left, silent as a thought, as Asher kept his focus on the man in the circle of light. Then all hell broke loose. From behind a crate, another figure lunged, knife glinting, voice animal in the empty space. Asher pivoted, grabbed the attacker's wrist and twisted hard. The knife clattered to the floor, but the man swung a fist, catching Asher on the jaw. He reeled, tasted blood. Emma's sidearm barked, a single round into the air. "Don't move," she barked. The first man in the light stepped forward, hands raised. "You shouldn't have come," he said, voice calm, educated. "He'll know you're here." Emma aimed at his chest. "We know." "Where is she?" The man smiled. "Already gone." Behind Asher, the attacker whimpered, clutching his hand. Emma stalked forward, gun unwavering. "Who moved her?" The man shrugged, unbothered. "Orders from the top. Victor doesn't leave things to chance. You of all people should know that, Ms. Reed." He said it with just enough venom that Asher's blood chilled. Emma lowered her gun, then, with a cold economy, pistol-whipped the man across the temple. He dropped, dazed. She turned to Asher. "We're wasting time." He nodded, adrenaline and pain making the edges of his vision white. Back in the car, Emma's hand shook so slightly it was almost invisible. "I hate being predictable," she muttered. He drove, fast, the world a slick of wet streets and sodium light. The silence was so tight it squeaked. At a red light, Asher let the wheel go, hands falling to his lap. "I should have protected her," he said, voice splintered. "I knew Victor was capable of this. I should have—" Emma punched the dash, hard. "Stop. You did everything right. I've spent years tracking him and he still outplays me. Guilt just slows us down." He looked at her, really looked, and saw the fatigue and the iron in her. She was still his sister, but harder now, edges honed sharp enough to cut. He reached for her hand, awkward at first. She didn't pull away. "You were gone," he said, pain unvarnished. "I never got to say goodbye." Emma's jaw worked. tears threatening but not falling. I wasn't dead, Ash. I was running. Every day I thought about coming back. But if I did, he'd just hurt you instead. He nodded, the words too heavy for anything but a silent promise. We're in this together. No more secrets. She squeezed his hand once, hard. Then she drew back, wiping her eyes with the heel of her palm. Her phone vibrated, loud in the hush. She checked it, heart rate climbing. A ping, she said. Industrial district, a textile plant, Solus Textiles. He remembered the logo from somewhere, maybe a trade show, or Lily's endless rants about sustainable fiber. It was a lead, and it was close. They changed course, heading east. The city seemed to lean in, following them. Inside the factory, Lily was running out of time. She'd managed to slip one hand free, working the edge of the zip tie against the raw weld of the chair. Every movement sent fire up her arm, but pain was a language she'd learned early and well. The room was emptier than before. The crate with the Solus logo was gone. So were the tarps. In their place, a row of empty bottles and a paper cup, still warm. The window was higher than she'd judged, but a faint draft told her it wasn't sealed. She scraped her shoe against the floor, dragging a line of blue paint from the toe across the concrete. She doubted anyone but Asher would notice, but she had to try. The door opened, abrupt. Victor entered, this time without the smile. He crossed to her, crouched at eye level. You know, I thought you'd be more useful. She stared at him, feigning confusion. He snorted. Don't play dumb. If you wanted to buy time for your boyfriend, you'd have given me something by now. Passwords, accounts, secrets. She bit her cheek, tasted blood. Maybe I just wanted to see your face when this all fell apart. Victor's face went blank. For a moment she saw the man behind the mask, tired, afraid. He stood, pacing. It's always the ones who think they matter. She shifted, feeling the loosened tie slide further down her wrist. I'm nobody, she said, flat. He turned. Not to him, you aren't. He advanced, grabbing her jaw with one gloved hand. Did you know Emma's last words to her brother? She begged him not to follow. She knew it would kill him. But he's just like you. Doesn't know when to quit. He let go, brushing a strand of hair from her face. That's your problem, Lily. You're just a stand-in for the last thing he lost. She blinked away the sting in her eyes. You don't know anything about me. Victor straightened, a shadow on the wall. I know you're running out of time. And so is he. He left, the door locking hard behind him. Lily stared at the line of paint on the floor, then at the raw skin of her wrists. If she timed it right, she could break free. If not, well, at least she'd get a good punch in before it ended. Solus Textiles loomed ahead, ugly and hulking against the haze of city light. Asher killed the headlights a block away, parking beside a derelict pickup. Emma checked the street, then nodded. They crept along the side, avoiding the main entrance. Emma found a service hatch, rusted but open. Inside, the darkness was complete. They used their phones for light, low and close. The smell was worse here. Ammonia, old smoke, something sweet and chemical. They moved with deliberate speed, every step mapped in silence. A staircase led to a mezzanine overlooking the main floor. Emma crouched, scanning the shadows. 2 guards. North side. They're distracted. Asher followed her gaze. The 2 men were drinking, heads bowed over a cell phone, oblivious. He leaned in, whispering, We go left. Try to find the office. They reached the far wall, ducking behind a row of empty garment racks. Up close, he could see the evidence of recent activity. A half-eaten sandwich, a thermos. Lily had been here. He felt it. Then he saw the paint. A thin blue line dragged across the floor and curving out of sight. He touched Emma's arm, pointing. She grinned. "She's better at this than you." They followed the line, keeping low. It led to a metal door, slightly ajar. Inside, a single bulb lit the room. Lily was there, tied to a chair, hair wild, eyes sharp and alive. The relief was so strong he nearly wept. Emma entered first, gun trained. "Hands up," she said, not risking surprise. Lily let out a hoarse laugh. "You took your time." Asher ran to her, pulling at the ties, hands shaking. "I'm sorry," he breathed, over and over. She grabbed his wrist. "You don't have to be. Just get us out." He untied her and she stood, legs unsteady but fierce. "He's still here," she said. "He wants to watch you suffer." Emma nodded, already scanning for another exit. But as they moved to leave, the light snapped on, blinding. Victor stood at the end of the hall, flanked by two men with sidearms. He raised his hands, smile gone. "Isn't this a touching reunion?" Asher felt Lily grip his arm, steady as bedrock. Emma cocked her gun, voice cold. "You're done, Victor." Victor tilted his head. "You think so?" "You always did underestimate me." He nodded to his men who drew their weapons, but Lily was faster. She snatched the thermos from the rack, hurled it at the nearest guard. It hit his hand, the gun clattering to the floor. Emma fired once, hitting the second guard in the leg. He dropped, shrieking. Asher lunged for Victor, catching him at the collar. The old man struggled, but Asher slammed him against the wall, holding him in place with every ounce of fury and love he had left. "Stay down," Emma ordered, keeping the gun trained on the others. Lily leaned close to Victor, voice low. "Guess you were right. I am unpredictable." Victor glared, breath ragged. "It doesn't matter. There will always be another." She cut him off. "Not if we end this." Asher let go, stepped back, and for a moment, nobody moved. The cops, Emma's backup, arrived seconds later, blue lights reflecting off the glass. It was over. In the aftermath, Lily sat on the floor, head in her hands. Asher crouched beside her, tentative. "You okay?" She nodded, tears streaking her cheeks but voice steady. "I left a clue. I didn't know if you'd—" He hugged her, tight enough to hurt. "Always," he said. "I'll always find you." Emma sat beside them, a smile cracked through her exhaustion. Outside, the city kept moving, uncaring. But in the hush of the abandoned factory, the three of them held on, refusing to let go. For the first time, the future was theirs to write. Night had turned the factory district into a cathedral of shadows. The streetlights flickered, painting the chain-link fences with pale orange stripes. Every window in the Solus plant was dead and black, but for the occasional strobe of a passing police cruiser. Asher and Emma crouched in the cover of an old bus stop across the street. They spoke in glances. Years of unspoken language, revived by necessity. Emma's hands were steady as she adjusted her jacket, revealing the compact toolkit she'd built from habit and paranoia. "You remember how to boost a live camera feed?" she asked, voice pitched low. Asher nodded. "Third wire's usually a dummy. Pull the plate, cross the greens. Should give us a 10-minute loop." Emma's mouth twitched with approval. They crossed the street in a rush, feet silent on the wet asphalt. At the loading dock, Emma motioned Asher behind the wall, then used a flathead to pop the security panel. She worked blind, fingers fast, and within 30 seconds the red eye on the wall camera went black. Inside, the factory was a maze of conveyor belts and empty wire bins. Machinery hunched like animals in the dark, their forms outlined in chalky dust. They moved single file, Asher in front, Emma sweeping their rear. He saw it first. A thin trail of blue paint, like a line drawn by a trembling hand, smeared on the edge of a crate. He traced it, found another mark. This one a faint spiral. Unmistakably, Lily's favorite symbol. His heart kicked harder. She was alive, and leaving a trail. Emma caught up, eyes following his. She's telling us where to go. They moved, faster now. Down one corridor, up a flight of iron steps. Twice they heard voices, low, male, bored. But Emma steered them clear. At the top of the stairwell, another paint mark. This one vertical, slashed against the wall like an exclamation. North End, Emma whispered. That's the main office block. Asher nodded, pulse roaring in his ears. Every step brought them closer, but every step also ratcheted the stakes. If Victor wanted Lily alive, it was only for leverage. And if Victor knew, they were coming. A phone vibrated. Not Emma's, not Asher's. He fished his cell from his pocket, screen lighting up with a number he recognized from one of Victor's many press releases. A media line, repurposed. He answered, and the world shrank to the icy clarity of Victor's voice. Mr. Reed. What a pleasure. I take it you've arrived. On the screen, a video feed. Live, raw. Lily sat on a battered chair, wrists bound, a cut blooming red on her cheekbone. Victor stood behind her, hand resting lightly on her shoulder. His smile was pure theater. Asher forced his own voice steady. Let her go, Victor tisked. Is that any way to greet an old friend? Besides, I think you know how this works. I need a guarantee. He turned Lily's chair so she faced the camera. Her eyes met Asher's, fierce and unbroken. Asher, she said, don't. Victor covered her mouth with a handkerchief, gentle as a surgeon. You know your sister was always a quick study, Mr. Reed. Clever, but sentimental. I have to admit, I didn't expect her to crawl out of the past quite so vividly. Emma leaned into the phone's mic. You're finished, Victor. All we have to do is walk out of here, and every hard drive you've ever touched goes straight to the FBI. Your lawyers can't eat evidence. Victor's laugh was soft, almost sad. Such bravado. But you see, that's the problem with Reeds. You never learned when to fold. He gestured for the camera to follow as he circled behind Lily. Here's my offer, and I want you to listen closely. The evidence your sister has gathered, emails, bank records, that charming video diary of your father's last weeks, will be sent to a dozen agencies in exactly 30 minutes. But if you come to my office, alone, and destroy it yourself, I'll release Ms. Flynn unharmed. You have my word. Emma's face blanched, just a flash before she forced it steady. He'll never let her go. Victor grinned at the phone, as if he'd heard. Time is ticking, Mr. Reed. Make your choice. The line went dead. Asher stared at the blank screen. He felt nothing. No rage, no fear, only a cold algorithm clicking through the possibilities. Emma turned to him. We have to split up. He shook his head. No. He wants me alone so he can kill me. Or you. Or both. We go together. Emma pressed a hand to his shoulder, then gripped it tight. If he's bluffing, we win. If not, I can handle it. Just get Lily out. He let the silence settle. The last time they'd parted, it was a different kind of battle, but it had cost them everything. He wasn't going to lose her again. He turned for the corridor. We stick together. They reached the north end of the factory, following the paint marks, one shaped like a crescent, one like a heart. The office block was quiet, the windows lined with cheap blinds. Asher led, kicking open the nearest door. It was empty, except for a desk and a monitor displaying the security feeds. Emma swept the room, then pointed at the ceiling vent. Someone's up there, she mouthed. Asher climbed the desk, popped the vent. A pair of eyes peered out, Lily, wild and alive. "Get me down," she whispered. He pulled her out, holding her awkwardly, then setting her on her feet. She wobbled, then steadied. "He's in the next room. He has a gun." Emma handed Lily her sidearm, then turned to Asher. "Ready?" He nodded, every muscle in his body begging for action. They burst into the main office as one. Victor stood at the far side, hands behind his back. He looked almost relieved. On the desk in front of him was a laptop, a timer counting down. 30 minutes. Or less now. Victor raised his hands. "You came." Predictable. Asher advanced, voice flat. "It's over, Victor. The police are on their way." Victor's smile returned. "I doubt that. But it hardly matters, does it? You've always wanted to be the hero, Asher. Here's your chance." He nodded at the laptop. "Delete the evidence, and you can walk away with your happy ending." Lily aimed her gun at Victor's chest. "He's lying. He'd burn this place to the ground before letting you win." Emma edged toward the laptop, reading the code. "He's got a failsafe. If the files aren't erased, everything dumps to the web. If they are, it bricks the drive. No one gets anything." Victor tisked. "I do appreciate your thoroughness, Emma. Always the diligent one." Asher looked at the screen, then at Victor. "It's just code. There's always a workaround." Victor's calm finally cracked. He pointed a pistol at Lily, hand trembling. "Don't be foolish. You won't get another chance." Emma drew her own weapon. "You don't have the guts." Victor's hand shook, but he steadied it. "I survived your father, your mother, your entire pathetic family. Don't test me." Asher moved in front of Lily, arms wide. "Take me," he said. "Let them go." Victor's eyes darted, searching for an angle. "You think I care about you?" "I just want this over." Lily stepped up, voice steady. "You want to win? Fine. Shoot me. But you'll spend the rest of your life in a cell." Victor hesitated, the fight draining out of him. Emma clicked off the safety, voice low. "Last warning." Victor's shoulders slumped. He dropped the pistol, the metal clattering loud in the hush. Asher stepped forward, scooped up the gun, and pointed it at the laptop. "No more choices, Victor. It's done." He shot the screen. It exploded in sparks, the timer freezing at 0. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then the sirens began. Distant, but certain. Victor looked at the shattered laptop, then at Emma. "You always were the clever one," he said. Then he sank to the floor. The weight of years finally too much. Asher took Lily's hand, pulling her close. She buried her face in his shoulder, body shaking with release. Emma called the police, her voice calm even as her hands trembled. They waited there, together, as the authorities closed in. Lily clung to Asher, refusing to let go. When it was over, when the cops had Victor in cuffs, when Emma's evidence was bagged, when the factory was just a haunted shell, they walked out into the night. Asher looked at his sister, then at Lily, then at the sky. The future was an open question. But for once, he was willing to answer it. He pulled them both close, holding on as if he could will the world into something better. "We're going home," he said, and meant it. For the first time, that sounded like victory. Chapter 11. Victor Blackwell's warehouse wasn't just a hideout, it was a fortress. Corridors cinched so tight with sensors and blind corners that even the light seemed nervous to pass through. Asher Reed stood in the sheltering dark beside his sister, the two of them pressed flat against the damp concrete, hearts echoing in perfect time. He inhaled the chill, resin sharp, and nodded. "Ready." Emma didn't return the gesture. She never wasted a movement. Her hair, newly shorn, gleamed like gunmetal beneath the security light's faint spill. She checked the timer on her wrist, then led the way, feet silent on the rubber matting. She flowed forward, almost boneless, and for an instant he saw her as a teenager again, slipping in and out of rooms after curfew, never once getting caught. They followed the blind spot in the camera's arc. At the first junction, Emma flattened against the wall and peered around the edge, reading the pulse of the security grid. A decade apart hadn't dulled the muscle memory. She motioned with 2 fingers, then swept her palm outward. Asher moved, crouched, eyes mapping the stretch of hallway ahead. He trusted her senses more than the blueprints they'd studied. Emma didn't hesitate. She flicked a microdrive from her belt, slotted it into the wall panel, and waited as the status light blinked a new pattern. The next camera blinked, then cut out. 30 seconds, maybe less, until the watchdog system caught on. The next leg was his. He covered the ground in a loping sprint, counting off the tile cracks to the left, then dropped to a knee. From the far end, a security guard's flashlight jittered along the wall, the beams searching, uncertain. Asher stayed low and made himself into a shadow, remembering the summers they'd spent as kids playing sardines in the mansion's endless crawl spaces. He'd always lost. Emma never did. She caught up, face calm but eyes flashing with adrenaline. "You always did make a lot of noise," she whispered. He grinned. "And you always doubled back." The flashlight passed, the guard oblivious. Emma tapped her comm once, silent confirmation, and together they slipped through the unsecured side door. Inside, the warehouse opened up, but so did the threat. Catwalks spiderwebbed above, and the smell of hot metal and solvent hung so thick it stung his teeth. The far wall was lined with surveillance screens, all running on a staggered 5-second loop. Emma's handiwork. Asher paused. He saw it, instantly, a smear of ultramarine blue just above a battered steel door. A fingerprint, maybe, or the hasty brush of a paint-stained palm. Lily. He jerked his chin at the mark. She's close. Emma didn't question it. She just moved, tracing the evidence with one gloved hand, eyes narrowed. "You always said she painted with her whole body." "She does," Asher replied, pulse quickening. "She does everything with her whole self." The warehouse wasn't just a maze, it was a gallery of sabotage. At the next intersection, a fresh mark. A strip of torn canvas, the edges frayed, thumbed with a streak of yellow ochre. Emma stopped and bent close, analyzing. On the back, Lily had scratched a line of charcoal, an arrow pointing left. Emma's lips twitched. "Your girlfriend has style." "She's not my—" He stopped. "She's just— Lily." "Right." Emma gave him a look that said, "You're still a terrible liar," then handed him the scrap. "We follow the breadcrumbs." They did. Down the left corridor, past a broken vending machine, and into another tangle of motion sensors. Emma took the lead, unscrewing a vent panel to reveal the nest of wires beneath. She clipped a lead, twisted it, and the red light winked out. Motion sensors dead, for now. At the end of the corridor, 2 guards loitered, bored but armed. Their posture said they expected nothing tonight. Emma raised an eyebrow. "Wait here," then vanished into the darkness. She reappeared behind the first man, her movement so fast it looked like sleight of hand. She pressed something to the guard's neck. He sagged without a sound, dropping boneless to the floor. The second guard startled, but Asher was already moving. He caught the man by the collar, yanked him into the shadows, and pressed a fist to the windpipe until the man dropped, out cold. Emma grinned, a flash of old mischief. "You've learned a few things." "From the best," Asher said, already stripping the access badge from the man's belt. They slid through the door, keeping low. The room beyond was colder, lit only by the blue pulse of the emergency lights. Another smudge of paint, This time, alizarin crimson led the way. Emma checked a pocket, then palmed a glass cutter. "She's good," Emma said, voice tight with admiration. No one else would think to leave clues in plain sight. They came to a stairwell. Charcoal lines, thick and insistent, trailed down the banister. Lily's signal, unmistakable. She'd turned the path into a message for anyone clever enough to see it. The descent was silent except for their breath and the distant groan of the building settling. At the bottom, Emma drew her sidearm, clicked off the safety, and motioned to the heavy door ahead. Asher pressed his palm to the steel, feeling the cold through his glove. He could smell the faintest trace of paint, and beneath that, the warm edge of Lily's perfume, drifting like a dare. He glanced at Emma and she nodded. Ready. They moved as one. Inside, the space was a mockery of a studio. White tile, strip lights, and an old drafting table. The walls were lined with Lily's unfinished canvases, some slashed or splattered with paint, others just left to dry. The room was empty, but a single strand of her hair lay on the chair. Brown, wavy, unmistakable. Asher reached for it, heart thudding. She was just here. Emma's jaw set. They're moving her. We have to hurry. They ducked back into the hall, moving faster now, adrenaline carrying them through the next string of doors. The final corridor stank of bleach and fear. Another guard waited, this one less distracted. He raised his gun, but Emma fired first. Clean, efficient, just enough to drop the man without a sound. Asher covered her eyes, always searching for the next clue. There, on the back of a maintenance cart, Lily had traced a spiral in yellow chalk. He followed it, hands trembling. At the end of the hall, a thick fire door barred the way. But in the soft layer of dust on the handle, someone had drawn a heart. Not just anyone, Lily's. She'd done it 1,000 times in the margins of her sketchbooks, every time she signed her name. He pressed his forehead to the steel just for a moment. He could almost hear her laughter, bright and defiant, bouncing off these walls. Emma put a hand on his shoulder. "Let's go." Together, they kicked open the door. The room beyond was a blur of white and noise, a lab maybe, or a holding cell. 3 men in scrubs looked up, startled. Asher and Emma didn't hesitate. They dropped the first 2 with quick surgical strikes. The third tried to run, but Emma caught him with a dart to the thigh. The man crumpled, twitching. In the corner, a steel chair bolted to the floor. Zip ties hung from the arms, freshly cut. Paint was smeared across the seat, a messy, triumphant rebellion. In the corner, a cabinet, locked, but with the hinge halfway pried open. Lily's work, for sure. They searched the room. Nothing. No Lily. But on the wall, scratched deep with the metal tip of a brush, were the words, "Keep going." Asher let out a shuddering laugh, half sob, half pride. She's always 2 steps ahead. Emma smiled, tight and wild. She learned from the best. They found the next door, unlocked. No alarms. Lily wanted them to follow. Asher was running now, hope surging through every cell. They plunged into the dark, side by side, as the entire building seemed to pulse with the urgency of the chase. The last trace was a line of red paint, slashed across a white wall, forming an arrow so bold it almost glowed. Asher grinned, teeth bared, and ran. He could feel Lily on the other side of the wall, waiting, unbroken. He would not let her down. Lily blinked twice against the glare of the overhead bulbs, focusing on the shadow-stained figure sitting across from her. Her wrists ached from the bite of zip ties, but she kept her back straight, her chin up. There was power in posture, even in captivity. Victor Blackwell regarded her from behind a battered metal desk, elbows propped like a king in his war room. His suit was pristine, Midnight navy, with a gold signet ring glinting on one hand, but up close, Lily could see the wear around his eyes, the careful mask of sophistication, the decades of practiced charm eroded by loss and rage. He broke the silence first, fingers steepled. "You're not afraid of me," he said, with a touch of genuine wonder. "I find disappointment hard to fake," Lily replied. "I expected something more. Bond villain. Poison tea. Maybe a white Persian cat." Victor's lips twitched, but he didn't smile. "I underestimated you," he said, voice almost gentle. "That's rare." Lily let her gaze drift over the room. Industrial tile, 2 chairs, the lingering reek of bleach and something coppery, metallic. In one corner, a rolling cart with a neat stack of canvas scraps and a row of paintbrushes. Hers, she realized, taken from her studio. She refused to let Victor see her shiver. "You know the worst part?" she asked, staring at the bruises blooming beneath her skin. "It's not the kidnapping. Or the threats. It's that your story is so boring. You're just another man who thinks the world owes him an apology." Victor's hands tightened on the desk. "You have no idea what I'm owed." "Try me," Lily said. "I'm a good listener." He studied her, weighing the advantage. She could feel him calculating, wondering if a confession would frighten her, or whether it might make him seem more human. In the end, ego won out. "I devoted my life to building something lasting," Victor began, voice growing distant. "Your boyfriend's father? His entire family, waltzed in, stole the credit, the clients, the future." He traced a slow, deliberate pattern on the desk, as if the wood could tell the story better than he could. "It's always been the Reeds. Always." Lily watched, noting the tension creeping into his jaw. "So you want revenge? Like a bad opera?" Victor's gaze flickered. "I want justice. I want the world to remember my name instead of theirs." "But this," she gestured with her bound wrists, "isn't about justice. It's about pain. You want Asher to feel what you felt." Victor blinked, and for a moment the mask fell. A tremor of raw grief crossed his features, replaced in a blink by disdain. "He's weak. I'm giving him a lesson in survival." "By hurting the people he cares about?" Lily pressed. "You must know how cliché that sounds." He looked away, jaw working. "It's the only thing that works." Lily catalogued every twitch, every crack in the armor. "You had a family once, didn't you?" she asked softly. Victor's face went still. Lily leaned in, holding his gaze. "So what did the Reeds really do to you, Victor? What did they take that you can't get back?" He stared at her, breathing shallow. "You're clever. I see why he loves you." A new chill traced her spine at the word love. Victor said it like a warning, a blueprint for destruction. "He doesn't know," Victor murmured, almost to himself. "He doesn't know what his parents did. How they made sure I lost everything." Lily held herself perfectly still. "Then tell me. If I'm going to die here, at least give me the whole story." Victor's gaze sharpened. "You think I'm going to kill you?" "No," Lily said. "You want me alive. Asher's more predictable that way. But you need me scared." She lifted her shoulders, bold despite the shudder crawling through her ribs. "It won't work. I've been underestimated my whole life. It's never ended well for the other guy." Victor's smile this time was genuine, if brittle. "You're wasted on him." "Maybe. But here I am." Victor sat back, measuring her again. "You want the story? Fine. Your precious Asher's parents? They lied their way to the top. Faked deals. Stole patents. When my wife tried to expose them, they made sure she never worked again. She drank herself to death within 2 years. I lost my company, my family, everything. and he grew up thinking the sun rose and set for him. Lily's throat tightened. There was a raw truth there, ugly, but unmistakable. And you've spent the rest of your life chasing a family that never even looked back. Victor's eyes flashed. I want them to remember. I want them to pay. Lily swallowed. Asher's not his parents. You know that. Victor shook his head. Blood never lies. Lily fell silent, the pieces snapping together. This wasn't just business. It was obsession, bred from loss and left to rot. Victor stood, adjusted his cuffs. You'll stay here until Reed gets the message. Maybe he'll surprise me, prove he's more than legacy, or maybe he'll fold, like every Reed before him. He moved to the door, but Lily called after him. You're wrong, you know. He paused, turning back. If you ever understood love, you'd know it's not a weapon, she said. It's a shield. He'll never give up. Not for anything. Victor studied her, almost curious. Then he left, the heavy lock sliding home with a finality that made the room seem twice as small. Lily sat for a long moment, replaying the conversation, sifting through the confessions and the lies. She traced the line of the paintbrush with her gaze, then the scattering of chalk dust near her feet. Every word, every gesture was a clue, and she'd just learned exactly what kind of man she was up against. The corridor was silent except for the distant hum of air handlers and the faint click of Emma's boots on the waxed linoleum. Asher matched her pace, shoulders squared, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The next junction was ahead, a pool of black, thick with potential violence. Emma signaled a halt, lips barely moving. Wait. From the right, the grainy spill of light cut through the seam of a partially open door. Beyond it, Victor's voice carried low and intimate. He was speaking to someone, maybe himself, maybe a phantom of the past. Asher edged closer, pressing his ear to the cold, painted steel. You think he knows? Your brother? Victor's voice was harsh, almost tender. He has no idea what his precious parents did to me. How they stole everything, including... A glass clinked, the sound crisp. Including the only thing I ever loved. All those years Emma and you never told him the truth. Emma, frozen beside Asher, dug her nails into his arm. Her face was pale, eyes huge in the shadows. You're lying, she mouthed, but Asher could see the doubt in her. Victor's voice sharpened. Blood always tells. He's just like them. The only question is whether he'll finish what they started or finally put it all to rest. A beat of silence, then the clatter of footsteps. Victor must have left through another exit. Asher stared at the floor, mind reeling. His parents, their parents, had always been the axis around which their world spun, even in death. Perfect, untouchable. Everything Asher had ever tried to emulate. The idea that they might be the villains in someone else's story was a poison, slow but total. Emma squeezed his arm. We can't let him get in our heads. Not now. He nodded, but the words left a bitter film on his tongue. They pressed on, following the blueprints Emma had sketched in her mind. At the next corner, she peeled off toward the sub-level stairwell. You know where to go, she said, voice pitched just for him. Don't screw it up. He watched her vanish down the steps, her figure briefly haloed by the emergency lighting. Alone now, Asher squared his shoulders and pushed toward the cell block where Lily waited. But the world was already changing. Halfway down the corridor, every light turned red. A siren blared, so loud it rattled his teeth. He ran. 2 guards sprang out from an alcove, but he dispatched them with a speed and violence he barely recognized. He barely slowed, rage and fear fueling him. Lily was ahead. He could feel it, as real as his pulse. He turned the final corner and skidded to a halt. The corridor ended in a security station, a wall of monitors showing every angle of the compound. In the center, a glass-walled control room, raised up like a judge's bench. Victor stood inside, arms folded, a pale smirk slashed across his face. "Welcome, Mr. Reed," Victor said over the intercom. "I wondered how long it would take you." On the largest monitor, Lily sat in her cell, alive but pale, her hands still bound. On another, Emma was in the sublevel, sprinting toward a reinforced door. Asher stared at Victor, hands balled into fists. "Quite the dilemma," Victor mused. "Your sister, your lover, and a chance to rewrite history. I've set it all up for you, just like old times." A mechanical thunk sounded as the control room doors sealed shut. Victor waved as if to say, "Not this time." He spoke into a console mic, his voice everywhere. "The evidence that will clear your sister's name is in Vault B7, Sublevel 3. Your precious artist is in Cell 12 here. You have time to reach one before my men secure both. Choose, Reed." Asher stared, chest heaving. On one screen, Emma was already hacking the lock on the vault, sweat slicking her brow. On the other, Lily watched the camera, eyes luminous, a silent plea etched in every line of her body. Victor's voice was cold, almost clinical. "You want to save your sister's reputation? Or you want the girl? You've never had the guts to pick." Asher's heart hammered. He thought of Emma, 18 and feral, dragging him from the riverbank the day of the accident, her eyes wild, her voice the only thing anchoring him to life. He thought of Lily, how she'd turned every ruined thing inside him into art, how she never once let him hide from himself. It wasn't a choice. He turned away from the monitors and ran, boots slapping the tile. Behind him, Victor's laughter chased him like a curse. He heard the blare of a side alarm, closer this time. 2 more guards barreled around the corner. He dropped the first with a straight punch, the second with a knee to the gut. He barely noticed the pain as the second man grazed his arm with a nightstick. Cell 12. The door was locked, a brute of a deadbolt anchoring it shut. He pressed his palm to the glass. Inside, Lily jerked up, her eyes bright, searching. He scanned the lock, magnetic. Emma had taught him the trick years ago. Force a power surge, then wedge it open before the failsafe kicked in. He scanned the corridor, found a half-crushed fire extinguisher, and used the handle to bash the access panel. Sparks flew, and for a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the lock clicked. He ripped the door open. Lily was on her feet, wrists raw, but as steady as if she'd been waiting for this her whole life. He rushed in, hands shaking, and yanked her into his arms. "I'm here. I'm sorry." She stopped him with a look. "Emma?" "She's fighting her way out," he said. "We're getting her too." He started to cut her wrists free, but Lily stopped him, fingers tight on his. "Victor's not done. He'll have a backup plan. We're not giving him another chance." Lily's eyes were fierce. "Then let's go." They moved in unison, sprinting for the main corridor. On the monitors behind them, Victor's face went slack with fury. "B7!" Lily gasped as they ran. "Sublevel 3. Emma's there." He nodded, not slowing. "We'll get her. Then we end this." Another alarm, a different pitch, urgent and angry, filled the corridor. Asher could feel the walls narrowing, the threat closing in. But for the first time, he wasn't running alone. They crashed through the service door, down the stairwell, Lily moving with a predator's grace despite the blood darkening her shirt. They hit sublevel 3, the air cold and tinged with ozone. At the end of the hall, they found Emma kneeling by the vault, her fingers nimble as she wired the bypass. Her face was streaked with sweat and something like joy. "You made it," she breathed. Asher crouched beside her, hugging her with one arm, his other hand finding Lily's. "I'm proud of you," Emma said, then flashed her old, crooked grin. "You finally picked a side." "Yours," Asher replied. "Always." The lock gave, the door swinging open with a hiss. Inside, bundles of files and flash drives gleamed in the faint light. Emma stuffed them into her bag with a calm efficiency. From behind, footsteps, heavy, angry. Victor, flanked by 2 guards, filled the far end of the corridor. He had a gun in one hand. He didn't bother with threats. "Give it to me," Victor said, voice gutted by exhaustion. "Now." Emma stood, shielding the others with her body. "You don't get to rewrite history, Victor." "Not anymore." He raised the gun. Asher stepped forward, Lily and Emma behind him. Victor's hand shook. For the first time, Asher saw the fear beneath the anger. "You don't have to do this," Asher said, voice soft. Victor's face crumpled. A lifetime of hate distilled into one bleak moment. "You're wrong," Victor whispered. "I never had a choice." Asher moved. It was messy, violent, brief. The shot grazed Asher's shoulder, heat and blood searing down his arm. But he was on Victor in a heartbeat, wrenching the gun away and driving him to the floor. The 2 guards hesitated, then fled. Victor lay there gasping, his gold ring glinting in the dust. Emma crouched beside him. "It's over." He looked at her, face slack. "You always were the clever one." She nodded. "And you were always better than this. You just never let yourself believe it." Victor closed his eyes and didn't open them again. For a long moment, none of them moved. Then Lily's hands found Asher's, pressing tight. "Let's go home," she said. He nodded, every cell aching with relief. They helped each other up the stairs, out into the chill of the night. Behind them, the alarms died, one by one. Ahead, the world waited, uncertain, but theirs. Lily tracked the rhythm of the guards' boots by the way the floor vibrated. She'd learned the choreography after only 2 hours. 3 men, one with a limp, each rotation punctuated by the click of a lighter and the smell of cheap tobacco. They thought she was broken. She worked hard to keep them convinced. On the last pass, she slumped against the chair, letting her head droop forward. The zip ties at her wrists dug into bone, but she'd already loosened the right one, Victor's overconfidence. Always the same flaw. She'd even managed to slip a paintbrush from the rolling cart into her sleeve, bristles tickling her palm. The guard with the limp entered first. He flicked the overhead lights on, illuminating the canvas scraps and half-dried paint on the drafting table. "Ready for your big show, Picasso?" he taunted, stepping closer. Lily didn't reply, just let her breathing go slow and shallow. The second guard followed, fatter and more nervous, gun unholstered but pointed at the floor. He moved to her right, blocking the angle of the security camera. The third hung back, hands in his pockets, too bored to care. "Get up," the limper said. "Boss wants you moved." Lily forced her legs to wobble as she struggled to stand. Her hands, still bound behind her, trembled with the effort. The guards closed in. Too close. Perfect. She watched the feed in the upper corner. Asher's silhouette appeared in the corridor, just a shadow for now. She smiled, barely a flicker. The fat guard reached for her shoulder. As he did, she spun, catching him with the edge of the chair leg. It cracked against his shin. He yelped, falling hard. She used the momentum to pivot and slam the loosened zip tie against the edge of the drafting table, snapping it the rest of the way. Limper lunged, but Lily was already free. She jammed the paintbrush up, hard, into the soft spot below his ribs. He folded, gasping. The third guard hesitated, hands up, surprised by the sudden violence. Lily grabbed a tube of crimson oil paint from the table, squeezed it in his eyes, and kicked him in the gut. He went down, clutching his face. Asher burst in, a streak of motion. He took down Limper with a punch, then pulled Lily behind him, checking her wrists with hands that shook. "You're bleeding," he whispered, voice broken. "I'm fine." She let herself lean into his shoulder for half a second, the heat of his body grounding her. "Victor?" "He's cornered. But we need Emma." She nodded, rubbing circulation back into her hands. "There's a service stairwell through the art supply room. No cameras." His eyes shone, equal parts pride and fear. "Of course you noticed." She smiled, small and true. "Let's go." They moved as a single unit, slipping past the groaning guards and into the narrow utility corridor. The air reeked of turpentine and dust. Lily led, mapping the exits from memory, eyes sharp for any sign of pursuit. Every corner held danger, but she trusted her instincts, and Asher's presence at her back. They reached the stairwell. Lily pointed upward. "This leads to sublevel 3. She'll be there, if Victor's playing his last card." He touched her face, thumb grazing the bruise on her jaw. "I knew you'd come back to me," he said, voice a hush of desperation. She pressed her lips to his, fast and fierce. "I never left." They raced up the stairs, hearts in sync, every step a rebellion. At the top landing, Lily peered around the edge. 2 more guards, but they looked green, jittery, uncertain. She used a mirror from the painting kit, angled it around the corner. "They're talking about Emma. She's already in the vault." "Good," Asher said, the tension in his jaw relaxing for just an instant. "We're almost done." He took the lead this time, barreling into the hall and tackling the first guard. Lily followed, grabbing the man's arm and twisting until he dropped the baton. The second guard tried to run, but Lily hurled the mirror at his head. It shattered on impact, leaving him stunned. She and Asher darted past, hands clasped tight. They found Emma at the end of the hall, kneeling by the open vault. She looked up, wild-eyed, and the relief on her face was a light in the darkness. "I knew you'd bring her," Emma said to Asher, then shot Lily a wry, grateful smile. "You were always the clever one." "Not today," Lily replied. "You're the hero." "Not if we don't get out alive," Emma muttered, stuffing hard drives and paper files into her battered messenger bag. "Victor's desperate. He'll burn this whole place down before he lets us win." Asher squeezed her shoulder. "Then we run." They retraced their path, Lily leading, Emma and Asher flanking her. The fire alarms had begun to howl, smoke trickling in from a distant stairwell. The building itself seemed to groan, old pipes and wires surrendering to the chaos. At the final turn, Victor was waiting. He held a gun, but his hand shook. The 3 of them faced him, breathless, battered, but unbroken. "End of the line," he said. Asher stepped forward. "Let us go." "No more games." Victor's eyes flicked to Emma, to the bag in her hand. "That evidence won't save you." Emma shrugged. "Maybe not. But it'll bury you." Victor's shoulders slumped, defeat written in every line of his body. "You think you're better than me?" Lily stepped up, voice clear and cold. "No, but we're free." He sagged, and for a moment, Lily saw only the outline of a broken man. All the hate and fear bled out of him. They moved past, up the stairwell, out into the night. Outside, the world was already waking up. Police cars, news vans, the full attention of the city. Lily and Asher reached the curb first, clutching each other, the only thing that made sense anymore. "I knew you'd come," she whispered. He pulled her closer, holding her until the shaking stopped. "I'll always find you." Behind them, Emma stood tall, head high, bag clutched to her chest like a trophy. The fire alarms faded, replaced by the sound of sirens and the promise of morning. Lily looked up at Asher, her pulse finally steady. "Home?" she asked. He nodded, brushing her hair back from her eyes. Home. Together, they walked into the light. Emma braced herself against the vault door, a makeshift baton in one hand and a stolen security badge in the other. The guards had her boxed in, 2 in front and 1 behind, their expressions grim. She took inventory. Nothing lethal on her, only the confidence born of 1,000 close calls. The first guard lunged. Emma sidestepped, letting his momentum carry him past, and clipped his ear with the edge of the badge. He stumbled, dazed. She caught the next with a swift jab to the throat, then swept his feet. Both men went down in a tangle, leaving the third, bigger, meaner, but slower. He reached for her arm. She twisted, popping his wrist with a sharp crack. He yowled but held on. Emma slammed her head back, breaking his nose. Blood exploded across her shoulder, but she kept her grip and drove him into the vault's frame. The man slid to the ground, breath bubbling. Emma wiped her forehead, eyes scanning for another threat. It was over. For a second. She heard voices on the stairs. More coming. She dove into the vault, grabbing the nearest evidence bag and the external hard drives she'd spent years tracking. There was no time for subtlety. She stuffed what she could into her satchel, praying it would be enough. Footsteps echoed closer, but suddenly, gunfire, then a burst of shouting. Asher and Lily exploded into the corridor. Asher's fists were raw, Lily's hands slick with paint and blood. They moved as if wired to each other. He shielded, she struck. Emma grinned, adrenaline igniting in her veins. You always had the best timing, she called, tossing Lily a bundle of files. Lily caught it, then spun and used the hard edge to clock the nearest guard in the chin. Asher grabbed the man by the collar, swung him into the wall, and left him out cold. You all right? Asher barked, grabbing Emma's shoulder. She nodded. Just bruised. More coming. Lily pressed her palm to a keypad, the numbers still greasy from a guard's last touch. Down this hall, left at the cage. There's a loading dock with a fire exit. They moved as one, fighting through the last gauntlet of security. Victor appeared at the final turn, gun raised. His face was pale, streaked with sweat, and for the first time Emma saw the exhaustion behind his cruelty. You're not leaving, Victor said. Not with my legacy. Asher stepped forward, hands open, voice steady. Let it go, Victor. Victor's eyes flicked to Lily, to Emma, then back to Asher. His hand shook. I spent a lifetime building something from nothing, he rasped. And you Reeds took it. Like it was yours. Asher shook his head, pain in every word. It never had to be this way. Victor's hand spasmed. The gun wavered, then steadied. Lily stepped up, her voice soft, but slicing through the tension. You never cared about the company. You only wanted to be remembered. Victor's breath hitched. Do it then, Lily whispered. Pull the trigger. But you'll never be more than a footnote in someone else's story. Victor's hand fell, gun thudding to the floor. He sank to his knees, hollow and defeated. Emma surged forward and snapped a zip tie around his wrists. She leaned close, voice cold as marble. You never understood what real family means. Sirens rose in the distance, fast, urgent, unstoppable. Asher exhaled, chest heaving. He looked at Emma, at Lily, then back at the broken man on the ground. It's over, he said. Victor stared at the ground, silent. Asher wrapped his arm around Lily's waist, pulling her tight. Emma kept watch until the first police entered, weapons ready, voices barking. Lily leaned against Asher, exhaustion and relief warring in her features. He kissed her hair, then Emma's forehead, not caring who saw. They watched from the curb as the authorities took over, the swirl of blue and red lights painting their faces. Victor was loaded into a squad car, His reign of terror ended with a whisper, not a bang. For the first time, Emma let herself smile. Lily closed her eyes, felt Asher's breath on her cheek. The future was uncertain, but in this moment, they had each other. And that was enough. The penthouse at midnight was a world away from the warehouse. No hard angles or sour light, only velvet shadows and the slow drift of city glow through the windows. Here, the walls were silk-papered and the air smelled faintly of cardamom and expensive wood. Lily sat on the edge of the vast sectional, a borrowed shirt clinging to her ribs, knees pulled up beneath her chin. Asher hovered over her, a bowl of ice balanced in one hand and a gauze pad in the other. He pressed the compress to her cheek with the gentlest pressure, but the tremor in his fingers betrayed him. "Sorry," he muttered. Lily caught his wrist, holding it in place. "You're doing fine." A breath, shaky but real, and he dropped to his knees in front of her, resting his head against her legs. "I thought I lost you," he whispered into the cotton. "I thought I'd never—" She stroked his hair, slow and sure. "You didn't lose me," she said, her voice carrying the weight of every time she'd ever had to say it. "You never will." He let her cradle him for a long time, the rhythm of her touch settling the tremors. Across the room, Emma prowled in silence, spreading folders and flash drives across the dining table. She worked with surgical focus, but every so often she'd look up, eyes tracking her brother and the woman who'd brought him back to life. It was a look of something like envy, but mostly pride. Lily shifted, letting Asher sit beside her. He bandaged her wrist, more careful than the best nurse, then wrapped his own arm where the bullet had grazed him. "Will it leave a scar?" she asked, voice light but not mocking. He shrugged. "Not the first." They both laughed, the sound raw but honest. When the wound was dressed, Asher rested his hand over Lily's, tracing the lines between her fingers as if memorizing the shape of her. "You saved yourself," he said. "You always do." She brushed her thumb across his cheekbone, wiping away a fleck of dried blood. "I wasn't alone." The quiet stretched, but it was a gentle thing now. "You chose me," she said, "even when it would have been easier to run." He caught her face in both hands, eyes blazing. "There was never a choice. Not for me." She kissed him, slow and careful, as if testing the world for cracks. He deepened it, the desperation of the night giving way to something softer, more real. He carried her to the bedroom. The door fell shut behind them with a hush, and the rest was a blur of sheets and heat and words only they would ever know. The dawn found Lily sprawled across Asher's chest, the two of them tangled in a mess of blankets. His hair was a dark smear on the pillow, mouth open in a rare, unguarded sleep. She traced a line down his ribs, cataloging the new bruises, the old scars. She loved them all. He woke with a shiver, but smiled as soon as he saw her. "You're still here," he said, voice rough and perfect. She burrowed closer, hiding her grin in the hollow of his throat. "Get used to it." Down the hall, Emma knocked on the door, then poked her head in without waiting. "If you're done with the honeymoon, the city would like a statement." Lily snorted, rolling her eyes. "Give us 10 minutes." Emma smirked, then softened. "Victor's in custody." The files were enough. He's not going anywhere. Asher nodded, a long exhale shuddering through him. "Thank you," he said, voice threaded with meaning. Emma held his gaze. "It's what family does." She left, door clicking shut. Lily sat up, hair wild, and studied Asher's face in the morning light. The wounds were healing already. He looked softer, less haunted. "I was afraid," he admitted. "Afraid that if you saw what I really was, how much I needed you, you'd run." She bent, kissing the place where his heart beat, strong and steady. "You're an idiot," she murmured. "But you're mine." He caught her hand, pressed it to his chest, never letting go. Later, they found Emma in the living room, the dining table covered with evidence. Sunlight cut long shadows across the carpet, illuminating the chaos of papers and screens. Lily grabbed coffee for them all, her hands steady for the first time in days. They sipped in silence for a moment, the air thick with possibilities. Emma cleared her throat. "There's something you need to know," she said, eyes fixed on the folder in front of her. Asher's face went hard. "Another secret?" Emma shook her head. "Not from me." From them, she tapped the file, voice gentler. "Mom and Dad weren't perfect. Victor was right. They did things. Hid things. We may never know the whole story." Lily reached for Asher's hand, squeezing tight. "We don't have to be them," she said, looking at Emma. "We can be better." Emma smiled, not quite trusting it, but hopeful. Asher pulled both women in, holding them close. "Whatever comes next," he said, voice low, "we do it together." The city rolled on beneath them, but the penthouse felt like a new beginning, quiet, uncertain, but full of light. And for once, Lily believed in the future. Chapter 12. Asher Reed had conquered fear, outlasted betrayal, and turned the city's most dangerous legacy to dust, but none of that prepared him for the quiet siege of anticipation. In the middle of his penthouse, he paced the edge of a new battlefield, a living room transformed, each detail calibrated for this single night. He'd spent the afternoon dismantling every sign of his former life, sleek furniture rearranged to funnel movement, half the space stripped bare and the rest curated to draw the eye. Above it all, track lighting snaked along the crown molding, every fixture aimed with sniper precision. Pools of soft brilliance scattered across the walls, illuminating a constellation of framed canvases. The gallery wasn't a gallery. It was a confession. He started at the entrance, standing where Lily would stand. Her own work hit first, a triptych in fierce muscular brushstrokes, the central panel riotous with her trademark blue. He'd chosen it for the way it captured velocity and hope in equal measure. To its right, a smaller painting, one he'd commissioned in secret, the memory still sharp. Emma, caught mid-laugh, her locket open at the hollow of her throat. Asher had delivered the reference photo himself, a rare admission of sentiment to the city's most discreet portraitist. The artist rendered it in thick oils, every stroke an attempt to outlast grief. He checked the angle, then stepped back, catching the line where the lighting kissed Emma's painted cheek. He straightened the frame a millimeter. Then again, hands never quite satisfied. Between the larger works he'd hung a chronology in charcoal. 6 sketches, each a moment from the rescue, each one raw with movement. Emma's jaw set in profile, gun braced against her thigh. Lily with her head thrown back, laughter breaking like sunlight over rubble. Even Asher himself, stubbled and battered, arms around the women who were his whole world. He'd commissioned those from a local artist, too, one of Lily's old rivals, now a grudging fan. Asher thought Lily might appreciate the gesture, the way adversaries could become allies given the right provocation. He looped through the gallery, eyes critical, hands restless. His phone buzzed. He ignored it, then fished it from his pocket with a sigh. Emma's name lit the screen, followed by a text. "All clear. She's on her way up." He exhaled, but it did nothing to steady him. Asher glanced at the far end of the room, where the final painting hung. A replica of the ballroom where he and Lily first met. Every guest rendered faceless except for the two of them. He described it to the painter over a dozen calls, demanding accuracy in the arch of Lily's neck, the way her hair caught the light. It was a record of inevitability, and the only color in the entire piece was the blue of Lily's dress. He adjusted the lighting again. He moved the champagne bucket 2 inches left, the flutes lined up like soldiers awaiting inspection. The scent of cardamom and fresh-cut flowers bled into the air, and still Asher felt a cold sweat threading beneath his shirt collar. He checked his watch. Again and again. Lily was punctual, always had been, but now every minute stretched itself thin. He caught his reflection in the window and barely recognized himself. The suit was crisp, but the tie, he fumbled with it, retied, smoothed it twice. He ran both hands through his hair, then, unsatisfied, tugged the cuffs of his shirt to line perfectly with the jacket. The phone buzzed again. "You need to breathe, bro." He didn't reply. Instead, Asher stalked to the windows and stared down at the city, counting the blocks between Lily and this moment. A ping from the elevator broke the spell. The doors opened on the other side of the glass, but she lingered in the foyer, out of sight. Asher paced a tight, perfect circle, rehearsing nothing because he'd long ago lost the ability to fake. He forced himself to stand, hands at his sides, body rigid as he faced the entry. The weight of the night pressed down, the magnitude of what he wanted to say trapped somewhere between heart and voice box. The second ping sounded, echoing into the penthouse. He held his breath as Lily stepped in, backlit by the city's afterglow. She froze, a single foot inside the threshold, her gaze swept by surprise and confusion and, slowly, something like wonder. Asher didn't move. He let her take it in, let her see herself, her story, captured in every impossible detail. Lily stood in the penthouse foyer, not moving, eyes locked on the unrecognizable world before her. At first she thought she'd stumbled into an exhibition, some pop-up curation in one of the towers, but the colors were all hers, the rhythm of the brushwork hers too. She hesitated, pulse picking up, hand half raised as if to test the reality of it. The air smelled like clean linen and lilies. Beyond the threshold, track lighting splashed the walls in warm halos, each pool anchored by a framed canvas. She drifted forward, feet light, unable to resist the gravity of her own art reflected back at her. The first piece stopped her cold. A triptych in blue, center panel wild and bright. She'd painted it years ago and always thought it too much, too loud, too raw. But here, it held court, unapologetic. Lily circled it, then reached out, stopping her fingers just shy of the glass. She trailed along the wall, each step bringing another shock. The second piece was a portrait. Not hers, she realized, but Emma's. She gasped, a hand over her mouth. Emma stood smiling, locket open at her throat, rendered in thick, swirling oils that caught the light and broke it into 1,000 tiny colors. The locket itself was painted with impossible precision, every etched line exact. Lily's throat tightened. She wanted to touch the canvas but couldn't, as if contact would shatter the spell. Instead, she moved on, forced forward by the ache of beauty and the knowledge that someone had done all of this for her. There was more. A series in black and white, charcoal sketches mapped along the corridor in a ragged sequence. Each one captured a beat from their story. Emma in the passenger seat of a battered sedan, phone pressed to her ear. Asher standing in profile, eyes shadowed, the city at his back. Lily herself, hair wild, mid-laugh with a streak of paint across her cheek. The lines were loose but certain, like the artist had drawn them in a hurry but knew exactly where each mark belonged. Lily blinked hard, eyes blurring at the sight. She reached a finger to the edge of the frame, barely grazing it, grounding herself in the texture of wood and glass. At the far end, she found the painting that broke her, a ballroom, rendered in deep, humming tones, every surface burnished with the gold of memory. Two figures dominated the center, Asher and herself, frozen in a turn of dance. Everyone else was a blur, faceless and background, but Lily and Asher burned with color, her blue dress like a vein of sky in a winter dusk. She took 2 steps closer, then another, as if drawn by rope. Her knees weakened. This was the moment, the instant she'd known, before either of them would admit it. She remembered the feel of his hand on her waist, the terror and thrill of being seen by someone who didn't want to own her, but simply to know her. She lingered there, time dissolving. Behind her, Asher didn't speak. She sensed him in the hush, holding himself at a distance so she could own the moment. Finally, Lily turned. He was there, in a suit cut to perfection, but nothing about him was rigid. If anything, he looked as undone as she felt. Hair tousled, tie loosened, the faint shine of sweat at his brow. He seemed smaller in this space, like the gallery had outgrown him. She crossed to him, arms wrapped around her own ribs. "You did all this?" Her voice trembled, the words barely forming. Asher nodded, unable to keep his hand still. "I wanted you to see what I see." He gestured to the walls, then laughed, abrupt and nervous. "I realize it's insane. Over the top." She reached for his hand, grounding herself in the warmth of his palm. "It's perfect." He pulled her gently down the line, stopping in front of Emma's portrait. She insisted on being in the center. "Typical." His voice softened. "But really, it was always you at the center, wasn't it?" Lily felt the tears then, hot and silent, slipping down without warning. Asher wiped them away with a thumb, and she let him. "There's more," he said, voice lower. "If you're not overwhelmed yet." She tried to laugh, but it came out as a hiccup. "I can handle it." He led her through the French doors and onto the rooftop terrace. Lily stopped, breath punched out of her. The garden was ablaze with string lights, hundreds of bulbs threaded through lattice and trellises, turning the cold March air into a summer festival. Potted trees lined the perimeter, their branches studded with white blooms. A string quartet played off to one side, the sound barely more than a suggestion, but enough to tangle her heart in knots. Waitstaff in black and white hovered, offering trays of champagne. The scents of gardenia, citrus, and something rich and vanilla threaded through the evening. The city beyond shimmered, blurred by the heat of the moment. Lily's chest tightened with the memory. This was how she and Asher had first met, at a gala not so different from this. Only now the faces were familiar, the air thick with the certainty that nothing could touch them here. She glanced at Asher, but he was watching her, intent and vulnerable. He took her hands again. "Before you, I built walls to keep pain out. You showed me those same walls kept love away too." He shook his head, as if the words cost him. "I was terrified of losing you. I thought if I controlled everything, nothing could hurt me. But all I did was keep you at arm's length, until you came crashing through anyway." Lily opened her mouth, but he put a finger to her lips. "Let me finish, or I'll lose my nerve." His smile was crooked, boyish. He pulled her a few steps further to a table near the edge. A wooden box, hand-carved, sat at the center, grain polished to a mirror shine. He lifted the lid, revealing a set of paintbrushes, 12 in all, each handle engraved with a date. She picked one up, noticing the delicate silver inlay, the way the bristles matched the precise hue of blue from her first painting. She lifted another, the ferrule stamped with the date of their first dance. Bristles stained a faint, familiar blush. "These aren't just tools," Asher said. "They're our past and our future. Every moment, every color, every mistake. There's a brush for it." Lily's hands trembled. She turned the set over, then looked at him, barely able to breathe. "You remembered every—" "I remembered you," he said. That's all I wanted to remember. She tried to speak, but the words tangled. Instead, she set the brushes down and stepped into him, her arms a vice around his ribs. He held her tight, face buried in her hair. For a moment, the world shrank to the pressure of his hands and the sound of his heart, steady and strong under her cheek. She tipped her face up, eyes shining. You're ridiculous, you know that. Is that a yes? He asked, half laughing, half afraid. She kissed him, slow and deep, answering in the only language that ever mattered between them. The night, the city, the entire future spun out around them, dizzy with possibility. But for now, all she wanted was this. Lily didn't know how long she and Asher stood in the rooftop garden. Time lost its grip amid the heady blur of music and memory, but when a string of laughter erupted behind them, she jerked upright, blinking. From the shadowed archway, a half-dozen familiar faces burst out, each bearing a ridiculous party hat. Emma led the charge, grinning wide, arms spread like she might take flight. Behind her, Stella and two friends from the gallery, then Asher's security chief, dressed improbably in a dinner jacket and bright orange sunglasses. Lily squealed, real and unguarded. She hid her face in Asher's shoulder, then turned to face the onslaught. Emma caught her first, squeezing Lily into a hug that was more tackle than embrace. She pressed her mouth to Lily's ear and whispered, "Thank you for bringing my idiot brother back to me." She pulled away, eyes shining. "Somebody had to do it," Lily replied, only half joking. Emma's gaze flicked to Asher, then back. "You have no idea how long I've been waiting to see him like this." Her hand brushed Lily's arm, subtle, but full of all the meaning words could never carry. The others circled in, drinks raised. Champagne foamed and overflowed, the glasses clinking in a chorus of "To Lily" and "To the Reeds" and "To New Beginnings." Asher watched from the edge, his usual distance collapsed by the press of bodies and affection. Emma flanked him, looping an arm through his. "Can you believe you did all this?" she said, voice pitched low, but loud enough for Lily to hear. Asher glanced down, sheepish. "I had help." Emma laughed, shaking her head. "He's a total marshmallow now." "I blame you, Lily," the others roared. Even Lily's cheeks went hot. Stella swept in with a flute of champagne for Lily, winking. "This is the part where you start believing in fairy tales, right?" "Only if there's a dark twist at the end," Lily answered, clinking glasses. They moved as a unit to the table, where a spread of canapes and tiny desserts awaited. More glasses filled, more stories spilled into the air. At some point, Emma hijacked the string quartet, demanding a song from her favorite childhood movie. Asher groaned, but the quartet obliged, and Emma swept Lily into a clumsy spinning waltz. Lily played along, grinning like a kid. When the song ended, Emma pulled Lily close again. "Don't ever let him lock himself up again," she whispered. "You're the only one who knows how to find the key." Lily hugged her back fiercely. "I promise." Across the table, Asher chatted with Stella, but every few seconds his gaze drifted to Lily, like he needed to confirm she was still there, still smiling. Eventually, Emma joined them, snagging a handful of grapes. She turned on Asher with a sly grin. "So, Mr. Reed, do you have a speech for us tonight? Or are you going to make Lily do all the heavy lifting?" Asher shot Lily a sideways glance, his cheeks tinged with color. "I thought I already embarrassed myself enough for one night." Emma rolled her eyes. "No such thing. You can't outdo Lily's karaoke incident at the gallery launch." Stella cackled, nearly snorting her champagne. "He really can't." Lily stuck out her tongue at them both, but inside, she was melting. Every tease, every touch was another stitch in a tapestry she hadn't realized was fraying. It was the laughter that did it. For the first time, she felt like she belonged, not just in Asher's arms, but in the swirl of friends and found family. As the party reached its pitch, Lily drifted to the edge, watching the city lights dance below. Asher found her there, sliding up beside her, shoulder to shoulder. He took her hand, thumb brushing the new callus where she'd gripped the paintbrushes too hard. "Are you happy?" he asked, quiet. She turned to him, her heart too full to contain. "I didn't know this was possible." He squeezed her hand, looking out over the city. "Neither did I. Not until you." A commotion from the table drew their attention. Emma and Stella arguing over who got to keep one of the centerpiece bouquets. For a second, Lily thought she saw Emma cry, but then she was laughing again, dabbing her eyes with a napkin. A vibration ticked in Asher's pocket. He pulled out his phone, frowning as he scanned the screen. Lily watched the subtle shift, the way his jaw flexed, the sliver of tension in his shoulders. He looked up, smile practiced. She nudged him. "You okay?" He nodded, slipping the phone away. "Just a security update. Nothing urgent." Lily didn't buy it, but let him have the lie. She leaned against his side, letting the noise and warmth wash over them. Asher's arm curled around her, his body settling into the new reality. But she could feel the restlessness beneath the surface, the way he never quite stopped scanning the horizon for the next threat. He'd learned to let his guard down, but he'd never truly forget. Neither would she. They stood like that for a long time, just watching. The rooftop buzzed with life behind them, but in their small corner it was just the two of them against the world. And Lily, for the first time, felt ready for whatever the future would bring. The rooftop emptied slowly, laughter and the last chords of the string quartet fading into the city's hush. The garden's lights softened, casting a warm veil over the empty tables and half-finished glasses. Emma left first, hugging Lily and whispering something that made her smile and blush. The others trickled out, arms linked, voices fading to a comfortable murmur on the elevator ride down. Soon it was just Lily and Asher, left alone under the shimmer of 1,000 lights. The night was cool, but not biting, and Lily found herself drifting toward the edge of the terrace. The city sprawled beneath them, alive with light and promise. She leaned into Asher, head settling naturally on his shoulder. He wrapped both arms around her, chin brushing the top of her head. They stood that way, letting the silence stretch, letting the peace of it fill the places where adrenaline and fear had once lived. Lily exhaled, long and soft. "Do you ever think about how we got here?" "All the time," he replied, voice vibrating against her cheek. "I still can't believe it's real." She smiled into his shoulder. "You know what I realized tonight?" "What?" "That you could have given me anything. Paintings, flowers, a penthouse full of strangers. But what you gave me instead was—" She paused, searching for the word. "Perspective. The way you see me. The way you see us." Asher tightened his hold, and she could feel his heart beating slow and even. "I spent a long time thinking I had to prove something to the world," Lily continued. "But you showed me I only had to be myself. That was the real gift. Not the brushes, not even the gallery. Just this." He turned her gently so she faced him, hands cradling her jaw. "You're everything I never knew I wanted. I would give you the world if you asked for it." "I don't want the world," she whispered. "I just want you." She kissed him then, not desperate or hurried, but with the certainty of belonging. When they parted, the city seemed to hold its breath. Asher traced his thumb along her cheek. "There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Lily. Nothing." A flicker of something, worry, or maybe just the weight of tomorrow, passed across his eyes. For a moment she wanted to ask about the message from earlier, but the warmth of his arms made the future feel less urgent. Whatever it was, whatever might come, she trusted him to face it. She curled into his chest, eyes closing as she listened to the rhythm of his breathing. The garden, the city, the universe itself could fall away, and she would still feel safe here. "Let's stay like this," Lily said. "Just for a while." He nodded, resting his head atop hers. "As long as you want." And so they stood, alone but not alone, wrapped in each other and in the fragile, brilliant hope of what they had built. For the first time, Lily wasn't afraid of the dark, not with him at her side. 1 year later, the Archer Hotel ballroom was unrecognizable, its clinical elegance reborn as a living, breathing gallery. Glass sculptures lined the entrance, refracting the city's night into rivers of color. Every table bore an original centerpiece, a riotous tangle of blooms in ceramic vases, hand-thrown by local students. On the walls, Lily's curation reigned, each piece chosen for its capacity to disrupt, to demand attention, to start a conversation. Asher moved through the crowd with a grace he'd never owned before. He shook hands, signed checks, listened to pitches from the city's sharpest minds, but his real focus was always just ahead, on Lily, weaving from one cluster of donors to the next, her laughter floating like music. She wore black tonight, the dress cut clean and simple, but her lips were painted a fierce blue. Asher caught her gaze and she winked, a private signal that never failed to make his pulse trip. Emma anchored the receiving line near the entrance, regal in a sapphire suit. Her hair was longer now, swept back in a severe ponytail, and her every movement radiated the confidence of someone who had survived the unspeakable. She greeted dignitaries and gallery owners, friends from before and after, her name no longer a rumor but a headline. Tonight, she was simply Emma Reed, innovator and philanthropist. Everywhere Asher looked, he saw evidence of their new life: the charity auction stacked with Lily's protégés, the photo wall commemorating the past year's restoration projects, the tribute corner to the women who'd survived and rebuilt in the wake of the Blackwell scandal. Even the food was different. No bland canapés, but street food from every borough, served by the same pop-up trucks Asher had once patronized in the dead of night. He stopped at a table to accept a congratulatory slap on the back from his CFO, then let his gaze flick to the far wall. There, in the main gallery space, the night's most expensive lot hung, Lily's portrait of Emma, the one with the open locket. Bidding had already crested a small fortune, and the silent auction didn't close for another hour. The air buzzed with pride and possibility. At the event's apex, Lily mounted the stage, glass in hand. The room went quiet, all attention on her. Asher watched her with an ache of wonder. How someone so used to the background could command a crowd with nothing but truth. She spoke simply, no notes. She thanked the sponsors, the city, her family, Asher, Emma, and the memory of those who hadn't made it. She finished with a toast. To the future, to new beginnings, to being seen, even when it scares you. The applause rolled like thunder, and Lily stepped down, flushed and smiling. She made her way to Asher, and he met her at the foot of the stage. They stood together, the energy of the room swirling around them. "Did I do okay?" she asked, voice trembling just enough for him to notice. "You shattered it," he said. "I've never been more proud." She leaned into him, their bodies fitting in the old, familiar way. "Let's get out of here soon." "Deal." Emma appeared, 2 champagne flutes in hand. She passed them over, then held up her own. "To surviving," she said, and they clinked glasses. "To thriving," Lily amended, grinning. They laughed, the 3 of them, and for a moment Asher forgot every bad thing that had ever happened. Until he saw the face. In the swirl of guests, just beyond the shadow of the gallery arch, a man watched them. His suit was too dark for the season, his hair slicked back, and there was something in the line of his jaw, something old, something that refused to die. He raised his glass, lips curling in a not quite smile. Asher tensed, the old instincts sparking. Lily noticed, her hand tightening around his. "Who is it?" she asked, voice low. "Someone who doesn't know how to let go," Asher said. Lily's eyes went sharp, but she smiled, the same brave smile she'd worn through every trial. "He doesn't matter." "Not tonight." Emma followed their gaze, recognizing the threat at once. She touched Asher's arm, grounding him. "Let security handle it," she said. "He's nothing but a ghost now." The man lingered at the threshold, watching, but did not approach. Instead, Asher focused on the warmth of Lily's hand, the way her fingers laced through his. He let the noise and uncertainty recede, choosing instead the steady pulse of belonging. Whatever storm waited outside these walls, he knew they would weather it together. He pulled Lily closer, the world blurring around them, and kissed her with the conviction of a man who'd chosen his future, come what may. In that moment, nothing else existed. Not the past, not the shadows, not the unfinished business. Only the light, and the love that refused to break, no matter how hard it was tested. And for Asher Reed, that was enough. The end. Thank you so much for listening to Until You're Mine, a Billionaire's Obsession, here on Romance Haven. We hope you enjoyed every twist, turn, and swoon-worthy moment of Asher and Lily's journey. If this story touched your heart, please give us a thumbs up, share it with your fellow romance lovers, and subscribe for more captivating audiobooks. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below about your favorite scene, or let us know what you'd love to hear next. Your escape into romance awaits with every story, and your support means the world to us. Until next time, happy listening, and remember, you're always welcome at Romance Haven.